Upon reaching the 5th year in this alternate realm, Sirong, at the invitation of Dumbledore, assumed the role of the defense against the dark arts professor at Hogwarts. Additionally, he became the head of Slytherin House, tasked with guiding Muggle-born students. He entered the Wu Orphanage, where he beheld a small boy, cold and aloof in demeanor. He was captivated by the boy's extraordinary talent, enchanted by the striking resemblance of their ebony hair and dark eyes. Witnessing the boy's pitiful return to the orphanage, he nodded in acceptance of his role as the boy's guardian. From that moment onward, his Amber Manor acquired a new master. Tom had always perceived Sirong as a mere wooden figure, devoid of anger or suspicion, believing he could effortlessly exploit him. It must be said, he relished the other's apparent indifference. Yet, gradually, he found himself loathing that very indifference, yearning for the boy's apathetic gaze to rest solely upon him. "Why do you not care for me?" he inquired. To this, Sirong replied, "I have always cared for you." Chapter 1. Restraint, yet uncontrolled emotion. Emotion serves as both armor and vulnerability. Foolish cowards cling to it as a lifeline, while valiant warriors deem it a burdensome encumbrance. Tom Riddle had always regarded emotions as a superfluous weight. However, upon encountering that individual, he found himself inextricably entranced. At that time, he was in the 4th grade, reclining in the armchair of Amber Manor, gazing at the opulent Christmas tree that reached towards the ceiling, adorned with radiant stars and pearls. Yet, in his eyes, all of this appeared utterly dull, eclipsed by the brilliance of a single person. It is worth mentioning that Amber Manor was also the domain of that individual, an extraordinary, one-of-a-kind professor from the East, his guardian, Sirong. Tom still recalled the harsh days spent in the orphanage, where he was served but one meal a day, consisting of hard black bread and a broth reminiscent of refuse. Yet, to speak of the difficulties of life would be to underestimate the disdain he felt towards the environment that shunned him due to his magical heritage. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware of his uniqueness. He unwaveringly believed that he was destined for greatness. Indeed, he received the acceptance letter from Hogwarts, with a lion, serpent, eagle, and badger gleaming brightly upon it. In that moment, he was filled with ecstatic joy. Yet, as time passed, a flicker of doubt arose within him, questioning whether it was merely a prank orchestrated by someone from the orphanage. Yet, Merlin did not fail him. On July 7th, 1938, he encountered a being that illuminated the dim and dreary orphanage like a deity. This individual possessed skin as flawless and pale as jade, reminiscent of the unique snow paper of the East, adorned with delicate ink strokes, yet exuded a coldness akin to richly inked snow. It is an exquisite representation of Eastern beauty. Tom even recalls the attire of this individual. Or rather, it was after he became aware of the wild, sprawling emotions and desires within him that he deliberately acquired a meditation basin, scavenging memories from the depths of his mind. At that time, Rome was clad in a perfectly tailored suit of soft frost green, complemented by a simple white shirt, adorned at the collar with a golden lapel pin, and draped in a delicate dark-hued trench coat, his long, pale hands gripping a cane with a gilded handle. At that moment, Tom felt merely vigilant, yet in retrospect, the memory ignites an uncontrollable flutter in his heart. "What are you pondering?" came the gentle inquiry from behind, the peculiar intonation seemingly infused with emotions that had been crushed within, utterly unique. Tom turned to see Sirong enveloped in a wizard's robe. The man, unperturbed, began to shed the dark robe, revealing a custom-made deep gray suit beneath. Even the most austere suit could not conceal the dignified and ethereal aura he exuded, as if he were a deity incarnate rather than a mere mortal. Tom's gaze flickered, and he boldly met those gentle eyes, responding, "I am angry." For an ordinary person, such a revelation would be utterly unexpected. Yet the individual before him, with his customary grace and tranquility, continued to regard him with a faint smile. "Who has incited your ire?" "Abu did not come today." Tom's gaze inadvertently landed on the man's waist, and he swallowed reflexively, leaning against the armchair, his eyes laden with a hint of probing and aggression as they traced the smooth contours of the man's profile. He wished to express that he was infuriated by the fact that you remained so untouched by the mundane, casting him into the depths of desire, resembling a twisted maggot. "And you, perhaps, will never fathom the depths of my heart." Yet I am indeed so malicious, yearning for a person like you to behold only me, to belong solely to me. A shadow of darkness seemed to spread in the depths of the youth's eyes. However, he could not bear to see this person distressed, so he casually concocted an excuse. I was reminded of the time you brought me to the orphanage for enrollment. Those inky black eyes fixed upon Sirong, his tone and expression remarkably tranquil, yet somehow conveying a sense of grievance and accusation. Back then, you never cared for me, abandoning me at Hogwarts, leaving me in the orphanage, as if my existence meant nothing to you. Sirong paused slightly, his gaze shallow as it rested upon him. It was a look imbued with compassion, guilt, and perhaps something far more complex. All right then. He stepped forward, half sitting on the armrest opposite, lowering his eyes to caress the boy's soft black hair, coaxing him with familiarity. There's little point in revisiting old matters. Look forward, Tom. What gift does our Slytherin prince desire? He added, a birthday gift. Your birthday is tomorrow, is it not? Tom raised his eyes to meet his, a slight curve gracing his lips. A birthday gift I yearn for? Rome, I fear you may be unable to provide it. Sirong gently gathered the boy's hair at the nape, his fingertips inevitably brushing against the strands. An unfamiliar sensation surged within him, and he withdrew his fingers slightly. He found a compelling justification for himself. This child has matured, so unlike his younger self. Moreover, there are many girls who admire him. In the future, there will be plenty who will caress his hair. Sirong lowered his gaze, silently smirking at his own self-deceit, feeling utterly unworthy. Yet how could he selfishly request the boy's affection? He was too old, of a higher generation. For someone like him, seeking love felt akin to coercion. Perhaps he once was a celestial being untouched by the filth of the world, but having departed from that realm, away from its abundant spiritual energy, he was merely a creature oblivious to the moment of his demise, stripped by time. But when did all of this commence? Perhaps it began with that gaze, one filled with a desperate plea for salvation. Chapter 2. In the beginning, he paid little heed to the boy. Initially, Sirong was not particularly invested in this child. He acknowledged that the boy possessed rare black hair and black eyes, and he conceded that the child had an exceptional talent. Had he been in the realm of immortals, he would undoubtedly soar to great heights and traverse the 9 heavens. Yet, he had already lived for over 1,000 years. Throughout this millennium, he had encountered an abundance of remarkably gifted individuals, yet those talents dissipated like grains of sand scattered by the wind, ultimately buried beneath the sands of time. What was so special about Tom Riddle in comparison? Nothing. So why was Sirong gradually becoming more concerned about him? The serene celestial monarch sat gracefully in an armchair, casting his gaze upon the intricate black and white chessboard before him, his slender, pale fingers delicately holding a piece as lustrous as jade. Perhaps it was the chess game that stirred his interest. Since arriving in this unfamiliar place, no one had accompanied him like an old friend. Even the game of Go, which he once played, had found no partner. Albus, Gellert, Nick, they were all exceptionally intelligent individuals. Yet they were burdened with too many responsibilities and were disinclined to engage in the intricate calculations that originated from the East. Indeed, that was how they referred to Go. Albus might have shown some interest, but in the face of the grand ambitions he shared with Gellert, that trivial interest was nearly extinguished. As for the others, the resplendent head of the Malfoy family and the charming young Malfoy heir were not inclined to learn Go either. Brutus Malfoy. Initially, this head of the Malfoy family approached him for ulterior motives, and subsequently, his son Abraxas frequently visited to deepen their ties. Sirong was well aware of the other's nature. Furthermore, after several invitations, he received only smooth refusals. As for Abraxas, remembering the child clutching his leg with his short arms, calling him godfather in a sweet voice, Sirong couldn't help but smile gently. The child was still too young. Young children seldom take a liking to something as intricate and complex as Go. Even he, during the lengthy, tedious years, sought to occupy himself with such pursuits out of sheer boredom. He played against himself. No one was willing to accompany him in learning these complicated, precise, tranquil, and mysterious arts, save for one exception, Tom Riddle. Sirong vividly recalled the orphanage where he first encountered the child. Yet, there were far too many pitiable souls in the world. Having lived for a millennium, he had grown almost numb to their plight. Though he felt a twinge of compassion, he never singled out anyone for special attention. Calmly, he took Tom to Diagon Alley, meticulously explaining each process, and then, at the child's earnest request, firmly returned him to the orphanage. Everyone has their own destiny to pursue. He sought the path of immortality, indifferent to the affairs of others. Their next encounter occurred during the sorting ceremony at Hogwarts. The grand Hogwarts hall was ablaze with light, countless lit candles floating in midair. And upon raising his gaze, one could see the twinkling stars of the night sky, where faint stone arches could be discerned. It was a fascinating illusion, Sirong mused. He glanced at Dumbledore on the high platform, observing him as he placed an ugly, tattered hat, and as he withdrew his gaze, he caught sight of Tom among the crowd. The boy was clad in a second-hand robe that had faded to a pallid hue, standing out starkly amidst a sea of new black robes adorned with silver fastenings. At that moment, Sirong was dressed in a cool white suit, draped in a black wizard's cloak, propped on a golden staff that reached the ground with his right hand, while his left hand rested thoughtfully on his chin. Gazing into the crowd, he met Tom Riddle's searching eyes. Those obsidian eyes bore a striking resemblance to his own, yet they radiated a coldness, inferiority, and aggressiveness that made the boy seem like an adversary, an antithesis to himself. Sirong straightened up, allowing his staff to lean against the armrest of his chair. Unexpected yet seemingly inevitable, the boy was sorted into Slytherin, of which he happened to be the head. Consequently, Tom's gaze grew even more intense. Sirong subtly turned his head, noting the sneers and derision at the Slytherin table, and distantly overheard the unspeakable whispers. Chapter 3 Professor, I also wish to be a player. Slytherin was not welcoming to Tom. This was evident. They were reluctant to sit too close to him. However, this situation did not persist for long. Tom was an exceptionally clever child, earning the admiration of all his teachers in class. Naturally, the instructors were eager to impart more knowledge to him, often inviting him for extra lessons. Under such circumstances, the ordinarily opportunistic Slytherins began to thaw their icy demeanor, and some struggling students began to engage with Tom more frequently. In recent decades, Sirong had grown increasingly lethargic. As long as matters did not pertain to the life and death stakes of good and evil, he could hardly be bothered to intervene. Albus frequently regarded him with concern, nagging him with comments about his youth and how unenthusiastic he was, pondering what would become of him in the future. Sirong did not correct him, simply letting the words flow in one ear and out the other, dismissing him when he grew weary of the conversation. Yet Albus remained tireless. Sirong thought to himself that he now understood how Albus had earned the moniker of B. Buzzing incessantly, he could outnag even his former master and brother. Amidst Albus's frequent interruptions, Sirong, though indifferent to everything, was reluctantly kept informed about the happenings in the wizarding and magical worlds. For instance, Grindelwald's recent movements, the struggles surrounding the recent elections in the Ministry of Magic, and all of Hogwarts' outstanding students, all of which included Tom Riddle. According to Albus, the boy was one of the few exceptionally intelligent children with remarkable magical talent. Initially introverted upon his arrival, he gradually acclimated to his peers, thriving among the four houses. Albus even lamented that it was a pity the child was born in an orphanage. Otherwise, he would have been an exceedingly accomplished and happy child. Sirong smiled faintly, responding dismissively, "Isn't that just splendid?" Albus gently lowered his gaze, smiling with a mix of concern and resignation. Sirong remained unchanged. Even a child as brilliant as Tom could not evoke in him a desire to impart knowledge. Such indifference, it seemed, rendered him almost inhuman. Albus thought to himself. Yet Tom would not share this sentiment. In understanding human nature, Albus could not rival Tom. It was not that he lacked depth of understanding. Rather, Tom seemed to possess a divine blessing, or perhaps a curse. Tom had an uncanny comprehension of humanity's baseness and darkness, and naturally excelled in exploiting it. Even at the tender age of 12, perhaps we must concede that there are indeed unreasonable gifts in this world. Shortly after Sirong's first class concluded, Tom sought to visit Sirong's office under the pretense of asking for guidance. His obsidian-like eyes either lowered or fixated on others like a predator locking onto its prey, effortlessly uncovering whispers of past rumors. For instance, the origins of Sirong, a foreigner. Why would the Ministry of Magic avoid his brilliance? What allowed him to command the respect of all pureblood families and maintain a close rapport with the influential Malfoys? A few serpents, often relying on their inadequacies, slithered closer to him, their voices hushed and conspiratorial, whispering, "This is a well-known secret." 5 years prior, Grindelwald was still wreaking havoc across Europe, employing methods far more ruthless than those of the present day. Dumbledore found himself coerced by the British Ministry of Magic into agreeing to travel to Germany to confront an old acquaintance from years gone by. At that time, Sirong inexplicably appeared in Germany, coinciding with Albus, who was anxious as he prepared to meet Gellert. Albus initially assumed that the mysterious ancient land of the East was also involved in the unfolding events, his heart sinking, only to discover that Sirong was utterly oblivious. Lacking even a grasp of the local language, they gestured animatedly, ultimately deciphering each other's meanings. With nowhere else to go, Albus had no choice but to bring him along to meet his long-lost friend. To his surprise, he was not escorting a mere lost soul, but rather a seemingly aloof and unambitious warrior, capable of single-handedly facing multitudes in critical moments. At least, that was how Gellert described Sirong. Following this encounter, Gellert's previously unchecked rampage across Europe was notably curtailed. Gellert had always held a deep respect for those of genuine ability, inviting Sirong to stay and enlisting the help of a wizard fluent in Eastern languages to serve as a translator, thus gaining insight into Sirong's philosophies. Unexpectedly, he found that this doctrine of inner sanctity and outer governance was immensely beneficial for his grand endeavors, as it also quelled potential resistance from others. Consequently, he adopted this ideology, which significantly eased the tension between himself and Albus, leading to an unforeseen camaraderie between Gellert and Sirong. However, news of this friendship distorted as it traveled back to England. The Daily Prophet, ignorant of Sirong's true role in the matter and lacking awareness of the Eastern wizard's formidable prowess, resorted to scathing remarks. Later, they speculated that Sirong was Gellert's close confidant, launching an aggressive inquisition in their articles. This provoked a retaliation. That very noon, witnesses reported the Daily Prophet's office engulfed in an unquenchable blaze, employees desperately attempting to escape, only to find themselves thwarted by invisible barriers. When the Aurors arrived, they were equally powerless, with only the echoes of employees' cries reverberating through the chaos. Remarkably, the flames inflicted no physical harm upon anyone, but the heat and sensation lingered on every individual's skin, instilling a profound fear within all. Henceforth, this visitor from the east became a source of dread among ordinary wizards, with no one wishing to cross him. Yet, Albus Dumbledore maintained a close friendship with this Mr. Sirong, and even Lucius Malfoy recognized Sirong's worth, hastily extending an olive branch, expressing a desire for the Eastern wizard to become the godfather of his heir. From that point onward, the Malfoy family forged a close bond with Sirong, resembling a familial connection. Tom smiled at the serpents, handing them his completed potion essay. Watching as they cheered and departed, a hint of disdain flickering in his eyes, barely concealing a scrutinizing gaze. Subsequently, he began visiting Sirong's office with greater frequency. Inevitably, he encountered the professor, languidly reclining in an armchair, fingers gripping a smooth white chess piece, engaged in a solitary game. He donned a curious smile, expressing a desire for Sirong to teach him this intriguing form of chess. It was the first time that surprise illuminated Sirong's gaze. He inquired, "What compels you to learn Go?" Tom replied, "Professor, I wish to be the one who directs the pieces." Chapter 4. Black Sesame Dumplings with Green Tea Flavor. Following this, Sirong's attitude towards Tom underwent a transformation, shifting from indifference to an eager anticipation for the boy's visits, patiently and meticulously imparting the art of chess to him. Tom sensed this change and subtly broadened their conversations. "Professor, why do you always wear a suit? I've noticed that those Eastern wizards don peculiar long robes. Yet I've never seen you dress in such a manner." Sirong smiled gently, his voice warm as he explained, "When in Rome, one must adhere to the customs of the land." Tom understood. The professor harbored no intention of revealing his past to others. Thus, he refrained from inquiring further about Eastern customs, contenting himself with mastering the ever-evolving game of Go, gradually finding genuine enjoyment in it, visiting Sirong daily to hone his skills. Sirong welcomed his presence, even offering delightful Eastern confections to this eager student. Until Christmas had passed and summer vacation loomed. Tom's first summer vacation was etched in Sirong's memory with clarity. On June 30th, the summer break commenced, and Hogwarts students buzzed with excitement as they rushed to catch the Hogwarts Express, except for Tom. The boy remained in his office, accompanying Sirong in their games. Seemingly as usual, yet his gaze often bore an unspoken hope that he believed he had concealed. Tom asked, "Professor, may I not return home?" At that moment, he did not wish to deepen his ties with the boy, chuckling softly as he replied, "I fear that is not possible." He could see the faint glimmer of hope in Tom's eyes, akin to a candle flickering in the wind, only to be extinguished in an instant. A twinge of guilt stirred within Sirong. He felt selfish. Yet, despite his intentions, he could not bring himself to insist the boy remain. He lowered his gaze, placing a piece on the board, and smiled. "But you may correspond with me. I will respond to your queries during the break." Tom forced a smile, clutching his second-hand robe, appearing somewhat disheveled as he remarked, "Professor, I have no owl." Sirong paused abruptly. He remained silent for a long time. Recalling the boy's demeanor in Diagon Alley, the unconscious envy he had displayed towards those from affluent families, suddenly reminded of his own 7-year-old self. With a soft sigh, uncertain whether it was for the young man before him or for his own past, he turned his wrist and presented a golden pendant adorned with intricate floral designs. Its center resembling a shell shimmering with light, resembling a pocket watch. He handed it to Tom, the golden chain cascading gently from his fair, delicate hand. glistening brilliantly in the sunlight. Sirong smiled, saying, "This is my unique means of communication. If you wish to speak with me, simply call my name. I will be able to see your situation and can provide answers to any academic questions you may have." Tom looked up at him, grasping the pendant and placing it around his neck, offering a sincere smile in return. The following day, Tom dutifully boarded the Hogwarts Express, returning to the orphanage. That evening, Sirong received a message from the boy. The surroundings where Tom resided materialized before him, yet the smile that had adorned his lips instantly froze, gradually dissipating into a tight-lipped frown. What was this place? Dark and damp, with no flooring beneath, merely a hard concrete surface, surrounded by towering concrete walls. With only a small window high above, there was no bed in sight. The boy sat on the floor, clad in his Hogwarts robe, slouched atop a worn second-hand trunk with his homework splayed open before him, grasping a quill. Sirong furrowed his brow and asked, "I remember, this is not your room?" Tom smiled shyly, with a hint of unintentional grievance flickering in his eyes, which seemed to glisten with unshed tears yet were resolutely suppressed. His voice, tinged with a subtle quiver, uttered, "There are too many children in the orphanage, and I have been away for too long. My room has already been assigned to someone else, so I must make do here for the time being." Sirong fell silent. How could this be merely a matter of making do? How would this child endure the entire summer? He pressed against the cushion beneath him, exhaling silently, his voice lower than usual as he inquired, "Do you have any plans for tomorrow?" Tom chuckled lightly, seemingly feeling the chill, and donned a second-hand robe, replying, "I've grown up. I need to help with some chores at the orphanage. Tomorrow, I have to help cook and serve meals. Mrs. Cole has asked me to wash the dishes more thoroughly." Sirong gently averted his gaze from the boy's eyes. Tom's delicate, pale hand, with well-defined joints, silently curled as he inadvertently tugged at the hem of his robe, leaving Sirong momentarily at a loss for words. Yet, this child was always so considerate. Tom obediently smiled, softly calling out to him, "Professor, I can only come to you with questions at night. Please take a look. Is my approach to deciphering this spell correct?" Sirong's ears were filled with the boy's articulate descriptions of his inquiries, but he found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at the feather quill gliding under the dim light. It was only when the child asked, "Professor, am I doing this right?" that Sirong blinked lightly, coming back to his senses. After a brief pause, he replied, "Please repeat that. I want to listen again." Tom looked at him with a mix of confusion and innocence. Yet he asked nothing further, obediently averting his gaze and starting over. A triumphant curve graced his lips. Unbeknownst to him, the celestial being on the other side, separated by magic, remained oblivious to the calculating darkness lurking within his eyes. Chapter 5. The pitiful clumsiness of this lie. From that day onward, Sirong received Tom's communication requests every 2 or 3 days, watching as the child grew more fatigued with each passing day. His hair became increasingly disheveled. Dark circles under his eyes became pronounced, his clothes appeared tattered, and his hands bore scars smeared with some ointment. "What is going on?" he asked softly, furrowing his brow. Tom paused, raising his eyes to offer a somewhat awkward smile, one hand shielding the injuries on his other hand as he explained, "It's nothing. I just bumped into something." This lie was pathetically transparent. Those were clearly scars inflicted by a sharp blade. Sirong frowned gently, but said nothing, pausing for a moment before continuing to address the inquiries the child had posed earlier. He attempted to convince himself that this was a path the child needed to traverse alone. Until that fateful day, communications flickered to life at 2 in the morning. At that moment, Sirong was still awake, seated in his Amber Manor, troubled by his inability to absorb the spiritual energies of the world. When the communication light abruptly illuminated, he furrowed his brow in surprise. That was a considerate child. He shouldn't be disturbing him at this hour. Sensing something was amiss, he answered the call and beheld the restless figure of the boy on the other end, unconscious. The child appeared gravely unwell, sweat beaded upon his forehead, dampening his hair, while an unnatural flush spread across his pale face, and his lips were dry and chapped, murmuring restlessly in his slumber. It was a sign of severe illness. Sirong's brow furrowed lightly as he prepared to rise, but then discerned the boy's delirious murmurs. "Sirong, Professor, please save me." Those words struck him like a blow, causing his heart to constrict abruptly, as if thrust back into the terror of uncertainty that had haunted him before he entered the realm of immortals. Rising in a fit of anger, though unsure at whom it was directed, he quickly changed into a suit and grabbed an outer robe before departing for the Wu Orphanage. It was shrouded in darkness. Sirong cast a glance around, precisely locating the source of the communication pendant, and kicked open the door to the orphanage. The security guard, startled, attempted to stop him, but he brushed the man aside with a wave of his wand. As he headed towards the confinement room, the guard hurried off to find Mrs. Cole, hoping the matron would rein in this reckless Oriental. He recognized Sirong, the professor who had escorted that monster, Riddle, to school. Such a face was too distinctive and striking. Once seen, it could never be forgotten. Mrs. Cole, upon hearing of this incident, stormed over in a fury. Accompanied by the security guard, and encountered Sirong, who had just arrived, outside the confinement room. The elegantly attired Oriental professor stood tall, his gaze cold as he glanced at the iron door marked with a confinement room sign. He raised his golden cane, pushing it forcefully against the door, opening it with an almost humiliating ease. With a loud clang, the door, which should have slammed against the wall, was magically halted just an inch away from it. He stepped inside, suppressing his anger, casting a glance at the approaching woman, and strode purposefully to Tom's side, finally seeing the child's dire predicament clearly. The cramped confinement room was nearly devoid of light, save for a small window high above. In the dim light, the rough concrete floor was barely visible, and the black-haired, black-eyed boy huddled in a corner, draped in a tattered Hogwarts robe, with torn books scattered beside him. Despite the strange sounds that had just emerged, the child showed no sign of reaction. Sirong looked down at the boy, carefully draping his outer robe over him, suddenly reminded of his own past struggles before he embarked on the path of immortality. During those times of autumn rain and chill, he had suffered a high fever, too afraid to return to his temporary dwelling for fear of being devoured by the hungry at night, and could only curl up beneath the incense altar in a temple, hiding behind the silk screen that shielded the table. By day, the outside was lively. By night, it was eerily silent. The scent of burning incense made his already aching eyes feel even more sore, and his dizzy head seemed to spin even more. He quietly took some scattered biscuits from the offering table, merely to stave off hunger, eating while crying, too afraid to make a sound, hoping the deities would forgive his disrespect. This child, was he as desperate as he once was? Mrs. Cole seemed to have been frightened by him earlier and now dared to enter with the security guard, her voice sharp as she crossed her arms, saying, "Professor C. Are all you Orientals so impolite?" Sirong stood up coldly, turning to face her. "At least it is not as heartless as you. This child is burning with fever, and you allow him to sleep here?" Mrs. Cole glanced at Tom, sneering. "You mean this monster? Professor C. I told you last year when you brought him to school that the orphanage has no place for this monster during the summer vacation. Yet you insisted on bringing him back." Her words were sharp and cruel. "As for the fever, he is just a monster. Could he die so easily?" Those words made Sirong's chest heave slightly. He paused, glancing at Tom beside him, and with a hint of self-deprecation said, "I thought at least your sense of responsibility would compel you to care for this child." Mrs. Cole's expression darkened, and she let out a heavy huff. "Look at how many children we have here. In wartime, Professor C. We don't have that much money. If you truly cannot bear to see this monster suffer, then take him away. If you are unwilling to take him away, what right do you have to question me?" Sirong shot her a cold glare and stated, "I am here to take him away." He half squatted, gently lifting the feverish boy from the ground, carefully adjusting the robe that enveloped him, tenderly covering him more securely, and lightly brushing his hot forehead. The stormy winds and rain obscured the stars, rendering the night dark and dreary. "Today, it seems that fate has intertwined our paths." He turned to Mrs. Cole and declared, "I have come to facilitate the adoption process. I shall be the guardian of this child henceforth. I implore you to assist me in the necessary formalities and to hand over Riddle's belongings." Sirong narrowed his eyes, casting a glance at the slumbering child in his arms, and added, "I shall return in 3 days to complete the paperwork and retrieve the luggage. Please be prepared." With that, he strode away, not wishing to cast another glance at Mrs. Cole, clutching Tom tightly. Mrs. Cole frowned, realizing that the cane he had carelessly discarded had vanished without a trace. Turning to watch Sirong's retreating figure, she called out vehemently, "I demand payment. If you wish to adopt him, you must provide me with 10,000 pounds. Yet the Oriental man did not pause, continuing his departure with Tom in tow. By the time she hastened after him to the orphanage's entrance, the two had completely vanished. Chapter 6. Perhaps you would like me to be your guardian? Sirong settled Tom in a guest room on the second floor and rummaged through the potions box delivered monthly by Malfoy, retrieving a remedy for high fever, and carefully administered it to the child. Beads of perspiration began to form on the boy's forehead. It appeared he was unbearably hot, as his hands and feet persistently sought to escape the confines of the blanket. Sirong attempted to cover him several times, subsequently bringing forth a cool cloth to lay upon the child's forehead. Only then did he take the opportunity to observe Tom's condition. The dark-haired boy appeared lethargic, with shadows of lingering bruises beneath his eyes and lips, his complexion flushed to an unnatural hue. Even the slightest touch felt searing against one's skin. Was this the result of bullying? Sirong sat by the bedside, quietly studying the child's sleeping visage. Suddenly, he was struck by a vision of his younger self. He rose to the window, gazing out at the moonlight of a summer's night. In this foreign land, the moon seemed to pale considerably, yet human nature remained unchanged. He lowered his gaze and cast a divination, his fingertips brushing against the surface of fate, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he leaned against the windowsill. Glancing back at the boy on the bed, "So be it. Since we are destined to cross paths, I shall accompany this child for a while. Though I can no longer absorb the essence of heaven and earth, my lifespan is finite. Yet this prolonged existence shall suffice to outlast a mortal's natural end." Sirong remained there for an entire day. Having resolved to adopt this child, he would assume the role of an elder. What does it mean to be an elder? He himself was an orphan, having endured much hardship. The only elders he had known were his master and his senior brother. Yet these two were paragons of virtue, embodying kindness and gentleness, rare treasures in this world. Thus, as he took on the responsibility of raising a child, he endeavored to emulate the benevolent demeanor of his master and brother. For instance, when the little one fell ill, he kept vigil by the bedside. He gazed at his own hand, slowly placing it atop Tom's blanket, gently patting him. When Tom's fever subsided and he awoke, he found Sirong half reclined against the low post of the bed, eyes closed in rest. Sirong? His heart seemed to momentarily halt as he slowly registered the soft, reassuring hand resting upon his arm. After a while, he realized that his plan had succeeded. A smile crept onto his lips, and the lingering effects of the fever did not seem quite so unbearable. Tom, momentarily stifling his delight, furrowed his brow and called out, "Professor, I'm scared." His voice was hoarse like sandpaper, laced with a hint of tears, and a few droplets escaped the corners of his eyes, rendering him pitiful against his pallid complexion. Sirong snapped back to reality, turned his gaze toward him, and, through the blanket, gently patted him as a means of comfort. "Do not fear, I am here." He picked up the warmed cup of water beside him, placed a straw in it, and held it to the boy's lips. Tom seemed momentarily frozen. He had never witnessed Sirong's nurturing side, and almost believed he was still dreaming, but the parched sensation in his throat compelled him back to reality, and he gulped the water eagerly. For reasons unknown, although the cup appeared only partially filled, he drank for what felt like an eternity, not releasing the straw until his thirst was quenched. At that moment, the cup was still nearly full. Tom gazed at Sirong with a mixture of astonishment and confusion, and after a brief pause, he inquired with a hint of bewilderment, "Where am I? How did I get here?" Sirong set the cup down on the bedside table, sighed softly, and explained, "Last night, you had a high fever and inadvertently called my name, which connected us. When I came to check on you, I found your condition concerning, and the head of the orphanage was reluctant to care for you, so I brought you back with me." Tom stared at him, tears spilling from his eyes, his nose growing increasingly sensitive. He grasped the Oriental professor's hand desperately, pleading, "Professor, I don't want to go back. Please, don't make me return." Sirong met his gaze and softly replied, "Very well." Observing the boy's dazed expression, he lowered his eyelashes to glance at Tom's hand gripping his wrist, pulling his hand away awkwardly, yet he gently pressed down on the boy's hands in reassurance. "I have yet to tell you." He raised his eyes to meet Tom's, which mirrored his own dark irises. "Perhaps you would like me to be your guardian." Chapter 7, Malfoy's Assessment. Tom appeared utterly stunned, as though struck by a wave of overwhelming joy, merely gazing at him. Once he regained his composure, he immediately seized Sirong's hand again, unwilling to let go, fearing this was all a dream. "Of course," he exclaimed, "absolutely." Just then, a gentle knock sounded at the door. Sirong recognized it was Abraxas. Sure enough, the platinum-haired youth entered, his gray-blue eyes sweeping over Tom's actions as he greeted Sirong softly before stating, "Godfather, why don't you take a break? I'll keep Riddle company." Sirong smiled with relief, gently extricating his hand from Tom's grasp. "Tom, converse with Abraxas. It may help you regain your spirits." He rose, smoothing the wrinkles from his suit. Tom watched his retreating figure, blinking slowly. Abraxas, having observed Sirong's departure, quietly closed the door, and as he turned, his demeanor shifted to one of coldness as he narrowed his eyes at the pale boy in bed. "Is this your so-called plan? To exploit my godfather?" Tom silently curled the corners of his lips, quickly suppressing the flicker of triumph. Struggling to prop himself up against the headboard, he took a sip from the half-empty cup beside him, cradling it with both hands and lowering his head. His tousled hair obscured his forehead and eyes, concealing his expression. "Abraxas, I had no choice." He raised his gaze, tears welling in his eyes, a mixture of helplessness and despair evident. "What would you do if you were among those cruel muggles?" Abraxas's face contorted in disgust, seemingly acquiescing to this reasoning. Yet he scoffed. "But you should not exploit my godfather." "I did not exploit him," Tom retorted, holding Abraxas's gaze firmly. He seemed to recall something, his expression softening slightly as he murmured, "Those muggles mistreated me, and I had a high fever. Professor C merely took pity on me." Abraxas paced back and forth, suppressing his anger. To be bullied by a group of non-magical muggles to this extent, You truly disgrace the name of a wizard. But everything will start anew, Tom declared. Abraxas, I will forever remember the professor's kindness in rescuing me, and I shall repay him. Abraxas let out a cold laugh, his deep, silent gray-blue eyes assessing him with icy scrutiny. After a long pause, he uttered a few words. You had better do so. As young Malfoy pressed Tom with his inquiries. The elder Malfoy was simultaneously gauging Sirong's disposition downstairs. Brewster, leaning on his cane and impeccably attired, sat leisurely in an armchair, observing his friend across from him with a teasing remark. So, are you considering adopting him? Sirong, cradling a cup of red tea, replied, Fate has been determined. I shall not act against it. He took a sip of the tea, a faint frown creasing his brow, revealing his dissatisfaction with the tea's insipid aroma. Yet he resignedly set the cup aside. Brewster glanced at the cup of tea, chuckling softly. You remain as discerning as ever. He sighed, reminiscing, during Christmas. Ub returned and mentioned that he sensed something special between you and Riddle. I had thought you merely invested extra effort because the boy could play chess with you. Little did I know, I had misjudged. He stroked his cane thoughtfully, his keen gray-blue eyes narrowing as he casually remarked, I do not know much about this Mr. Riddle, but adopting him is no trivial matter. Have you inquired into his character? Sirong gazed out at the vibrant flower garden beyond the window, responding with a light laugh. Brewster. He is merely 12 years old. He turned his gaze back to those discerning gray-blue eyes, reminding, at this age, children are in the formative years of their character. Even if he harbors some ill intentions, if not acted upon, there is still time to amend. He added, do not cast malice upon an innocent child. Brewster chuckled, ceasing his probing, and instead said, that boy Ub, though he calls you godfather, regards you as a second father. Even with your own adopted son now. I hope you treat Ub with the same warmth as before, and do not neglect him. Sirong nodded, that is only natural. With this understanding, Brewster seemed to relax significantly. Inquiring about Sirong's next steps, Sirong smiled, rising to say, I must visit the orphanage once more. I left in haste 2 days ago, and the Muggle paperwork remains incomplete. Moreover, Tom's belongings are still with the headmaster. Brewster stood as well, then let Ub accompany Riddle. I shall take my leave. The wizarding world also has its adoption procedures to follow. Once Riddle is well, I will take you to the Ministry of Magic. It will be settled in half an hour. Sirong had no objections. He first ventured to Gringotts, indeed exchanging 10,000 pounds, then apparat to the orphanage, skillfully locating Mrs. Cole, without a word, directly handed over the 10,000 pounds. Money paved the way, and Mrs. Cole was particularly amenable. It is worth noting that the average annual income for Londoners is only £60. A child's monthly food expenditure, even on the more sumptuous side, amounts to merely 4 shillings, approximately 2 pence. This sum was sufficient to sustain the orphanage for many years. Mrs. Cole cooperatively facilitated the adoption paperwork and handed Tom's trunk to Sirong. She scrutinized him until he was about to depart, suddenly calling out, Mr. Sir. With a self-deprecating smile, she inquired, perhaps I am being intrusive, but I must ask, why would you be willing to spend such a considerable sum to adopt a monster? Sirong paused, not turning back, only softly stating, he is not a monster. Chapter 8. Ub, unexpectedly acquiring a brother. In Sirong's view, the judgments of these individuals were excessively subjective and one-sided. While he wished for all to approach matters with calm rationality and objectivity, ideally allowing everything to operate independently without disturbing him, in reality, mortals are invariably swayed by various emotions, subsequently making absurd judgments based on these inexplicable feelings. Sirong found this amusing. However, the divinity forged amidst the earthly realm of the East led him to quietly lower his gaze. He understood. He comprehended everything. The nobility and ignorance of these people, their folly and superficiality, the relentless struggles and heartaches. He grasped all the suffering and joy, wishing to witness everlasting peace across the world. Yet, Sirong's eyes remained cast down, a faint smile tugging at his lips as he stepped into his own Amber Manor. The platinum-haired youth looked across with a hint of disdain, yet maintained a straight posture, slicing a thick medium-rare black pepper steak, then pushing it toward the boy opposite him. The sickly, dark-haired boy, wrapped in a Hogwarts robe, sat somewhat vacantly at the dining table, gently grasping a silver fork that speared a piece of unfinished bread. Observing this, he slowly extended the fork, piercing a slice of blood-red steak, preparing to bring it to his mouth. Ub glanced at him, his gray-blue eyes imbued with cautious depth. As he lowered his gaze to retrieve a warm towel, meticulously wiping his fingers inch by inch. This was the scene Sirong beheld. Initially, he felt a sense of comfort at the brotherly bond shared between the two children, smiling as he approached the dining table, only to be taken aback by Tom's outrageous dietary choices. The worldly sage nearly paused in disbelief. He tilted his head gently, a faint crease forming between his brows. Indeed, These people were wondrous. Even in sickness, they consumed such rich and spicy fare, both appearing utterly unfazed by it. He recalled similar scenes involving Brewster and Albus, finding it somewhat normal, and made an effort to control his gaze, smiling as he inquired of the two, "You are getting along well?" Sirong stepped forward, standing beside the dining table, lightly resting his hand on Tom's forehead, sensing a slight decrease in temperature before calmly withdrawing his hand. His gaze lingered momentarily on Tom's Hogwarts robe before shifting away, his smile unwavering. He turned to young Abraxas. Young Master Malfoy stood, properly bowing, a hint of unbidden admiration in his expression. "Godfather, I heard from Father that you went to the Muggle side to handle paperwork?" He subtly pouted, casting a cold glance at Tom. "It must be quite a chore for you, going to such a place for Riddle." Sirong smiled knowingly. He understood the jealousy that often arose amongst youths vying for their elders' attention. Though he had never experienced it himself, he was aware of it. While he recognized it now, he remained indifferent, merely stating it was manageable. He looked at Ub, patting Tom's head, advising, "Ub, you now have a brother. You should also embrace the responsibilities of an elder sibling." "Tom, Ub, though the Godfather still places him first, why do I feel inexplicably irked?" Sirong appeared oblivious, gently saying, "I have been rather busy lately, discussing matters with your father and attending to Hogwarts' affairs, thus I cannot spare time to care for Tom. However, he is unwell, and his clothing and belongings are inadequate. Would you be willing to assist me in looking after your brother?" Chapter 9. The third-year textbooks. Ub fell momentarily silent. It was evident that he was exerting every effort to restrain his sharp tongue. Yet, under Sirong's accommodating gaze, he ultimately exhaled sharply, grinding his teeth as he stated, "Rest assured, Godfather, I will take good care of him." Sirong nodded, satisfied. He once more gently patted Tom's head, his voice soft and unchanged, warm eyes gazing at Tom as he softly advised, "You must listen to your brother." And then, unable to bear the sight of the patient eating recklessly, he gently confiscated the fork from Tom's hand, resolutely declaring before the two children, "Patients are only allowed to have congee." Ub raised an eyebrow slightly, crossing his arms with a hint of schadenfreude. Regardless of the circumstances, the Godfather held him in high esteem, which brought him immense joy. The fact that he had outmatched Riddle only amplified that happiness. Tom tilted his head slightly, finding Ab's childish quarrels rather absurd, yet due to the lingering fever that enveloped his forehead, he lazily nodded in acquiescence. His slightly longer hair fell across his forehead, the sickly droop of his eyelids obscuring the ambition that resided within his eyes, rendering him exceptionally docile. In truth, since returning to the orphanage after the summer break, he had not enjoyed a single hearty meal. As of today, he had been famished for over a month. He craved steak. Had it not been for his fever, he would have already devoured 10 plates of it. Yet, Sir Young forbade him. Tom should have been angry, but perhaps the wretched fever had dulled his emotions. Or perhaps the inexplicable addition of a brother had softened his heart. Or perhaps Sir Young's restrictions indeed instilled a paternal sentiment within him. In any case, he found it oddly difficult to summon any ire, and instead felt an overwhelming sense of fatigue. For 3 consecutive days, he merely ate and slept, allowing his mind and body to rest, sweating profusely, until his temperature finally subsided. Ub, on the other hand, expressed disdain for his condition and grew increasingly contemptuous of Muggles. After Tom's enrollment, he had indeed faced a brief period of ostracism within Slytherin. However, they were all shrewd little serpents, and the initial exclusion was measured. At the very least, it did not escalate into physical violence. None of these heirs had ever looked down upon the wolf cub so disdainfully. How dare those lowly Muggles? Nevertheless, this also indicated that the wolf cub was still rather naive, possessing talent, yet lacking the knowledge to wield it. His words were sharp, and he spoke scathingly of Black, who was on par with Malfoy, let alone regarding this inexplicably adopted Muggle. Yet, since the Godfather insisted he look after this individual, young Master Malfoy pinched his nose and resided at Amber Manor until Tom's illness had completely abated, before promptly dragging him off to Diagon Alley. The moment Tom re-entered Diagon Alley, he experienced a fleeting moment of disorientation, followed by an exhilarating widening of his pupils. Ambition surged within him. He swiftly acclimated to his new identity. Within a few days, he was able to don a perfectly tailored suit, sitting by the floor-to-ceiling windows of Amber Manor, elegantly enjoying a delightful afternoon tea while engrossed in a book. Sir Young was pleased to witness this development. It signified that he could expend less energy on the child, at least no longer needing to patiently coax him to isolate himself for centuries. He had long since lost that capability. He comfortably sat opposite Tom, his gaze traversing the cake beside the boy's hand, landing on the book he held. He scanned a couple of lines. Was it a third-grade textbook? He raised his eyes slightly, a hint of surprise flickering across his face, although within moments, that surprise transformed into a gentle appreciation, ultimately blending back into his calm demeanor. This astonished Tom as well. His progress was indeed commendable. Last semester, when other professors learned he had nearly completed the second-grade curriculum, they had all expressed admiration. Compared to the reactions of other professors, Sirong appeared rather unremarkable. Yet he quickly regained composure, nodding lightly, seemingly devoid of excessive pride, merely expressing gratitude. Professor, if it weren't for you, I might still be fretting over how to find time to complete my assignments, let alone advance my studies into higher grades. The boy with black hair appeared exceedingly well-behaved. Based on their interactions over the past few days, he seemed to be a quiet, diligent, and studious individual. He had repeatedly expressed his gratitude to Sirong, maintaining an appropriate distance and decorum. Had Sirong been unaware of his background, he might have assumed the child hailed from a warm, economically stable family. Alas, it often struck Sirong, rather inexplicably, to recall the moment during the school opening ceremony when their gazes met, the boy's eyes brimming with yearning, anticipation, and ambition. He raised his gaze once more, observing the boy across from him, who was gently smiling as he prepared himself tea, and mimicked a warm smile in return. Chapter 10. Old tricks are still effective. In any case, Amber Manor had gained an additional occupant. Sirong could always hear the other's breath in the garden from his room. Not to mention that the child's chamber was right next to his own. Every night, as he settled into meditation, the healthy and robust heartbeat seemed to thrum in his ears, mingling with the whispers of the wind and the chirping of insects, as if enveloped in a veil of mist. It was somewhat noisy, yet it was infinitely better than Hogwarts, where the breaths and heartbeats of everyone intertwined, echoing in his ears like continuous thunder through a thick fog. Had his magical prowess diminished? Sirong furrowed his brow lightly. As night replaced day, and the stars ascended to dominate the heavens, Tom bid him good night, retreating to his room to rest. Sirong gazed out at the stars, his eyes cast downwards in worry. He returned to his own chamber, shedding the customary suit he had donned, and draped himself in a silk, wide-sleeved robe. He stepped into the garden, meticulously inspecting the spiritual herbs he had planted, noting that they too, like his own magical essence, had begun to wither. The uncomfortable truth he had avoided acknowledging for 6 years now lay bare before him. It was not that he could no longer absorb the energies of heaven and earth. Rather, the spiritual energy here was woefully scant. Indeed, how else could one explain why the most formidable wizards, Albus and Gellert, could only achieve such meager levels of power? This revelation inevitably impacted Sirong's disposition. At breakfast the following day, Tom keenly detected this shift. He thoughtfully surveyed the flawless visage of the Eastern professor. Smiling with a gentle and refined demeanor, "Professor, how about we play a game of chess after breakfast?" Sirong lifted his gaze to him, slowly taking a piece of creamed strawberry bread, mustering a cheerful smile. "All right." Tom regarded the bread in his hand with a hint of scrutiny, a flicker of curiosity crossing his features. "Professor, is the breakfast here not to your liking? I mean, perhaps you are more accustomed to the cuisine of the distant East?" Sirong was somewhat taken aback, setting down the pretentious piece of bread, wiping his fingers with a napkin, and inquiring, "What makes you think so?" Tom chuckled, appearing a tad bashful. "You don't seem to eat much each day. I hardly ever saw you in the Great Hall at Hogwarts." A keen observation, Sirong complimented. Tom, still holding his knife and fork, set them down at the mention, leaning forward with his hands placed on the table, earnestly asking, "What Eastern dishes do you prefer? Perhaps I could cook for you?" This statement momentarily startled Sirong. The black-haired boy across from him gazed at him sincerely, gratitude and shyness coloring his features, apologetically stating, "Since I am staying with you, I ought to do something in return." The flicker of emotion that rose within Sirong suddenly dimmed. What a pity. It was not entirely sincere, nor was it filled with genuine gratitude. Staying? He placed the napkin he had just used upon the table. Fully aware that this was merely a child's misguided attempt at extending his reach, yet he readily acquiesced to the boy's intent. With so much happening in the past few days, he had postponed this matter. Sirong, wearing a gentle smile, softly remarked, "A name without righteousness leads to words lacking sincerity. You needn't trouble yourself. Fortunately, I have no engagements today. Shall I accompany you to the Ministry of Magic to finalize the adoption procedures?" Tom was taken aback. He gazed at Sirong as he summoned Bruce Malfoy, with Abu scurrying over to join the fray, and the group made their grand entrance to the Ministry of Magic. It was here that Tom Riddle first experienced the intoxicating allure of power, wealth, and influence. Sirong wielded power, Malfoy possessed wealth, and together, power and wealth granted them dominion. In the presence of such authority, the Minister of Magic greeted them with obsequiousness, resembling a servile hound. Eagerly addressing Tom as young Master Riddle, the dark-haired boy's pupils seemed to dilate slightly as he surveyed the ministry's grandiose decor, revealing an unintentional glimmer of ambition. Chapter 11. The Inquisitive Golden Bird. The wizarding world was keenly attuned to Sirong's actions. Tom could comprehend this. After all, The Eastern professor was known for incinerating the entire offices of the Daily Prophet at the slightest provocation and possessed combat prowess rivaling, if not surpassing, that of Grindelwald. He was, without doubt, a figure of significant peril. Consequently, the rumor that Tom Riddle, a first-year student, soon to advance to his second year, was to become Sirong's adopted son spread like wildfire, and in the blink of an eye. The entire magical community was aware. Albus, who was in Germany at the time, was taken aback upon hearing the news. The faded golden-haired bird, Gellert Grindelwald, was even more astonished. He dragged Albus along, clutching his phoenix, and hurried back, knocking on the door of Amber Manor in the dead of night. Sirong, heaven knows what it feels like to hear the clang of the iron gate after just entering meditation. He sighed silently, donned a flowing azure robe, and appeared at the castle's entrance, peering through the ornate golden filigree at the overly excited figure before him, narrowing his eyes slightly. Gellert, have you been rather idle of late? Of course not, Gellert exclaimed, his tone slightly distorted with excitement, the corners of his lips unable to suppress a smile. But you adopting a child is monumental news. He began to feign a pitiful demeanor. I would traverse great distances from Germany just for him. And you won't even let me in? As he spoke, he began to question him. Truly, he had quite the fiery temperament, Sirong mused, observing Albus, who was both embarrassed and sheepish as he covered his face, and he gave his partner a sharp pinch at the waist. He glanced at the distorted visage of the golden-haired bird, lightly waved his hand, and said, "Come in, but keep it down. The child is resting." Gellert was barely able to contain himself. He was known for his exceptional execution. Anything that piqued his interest he would immediately investigate, yet he was also a whirlwind. Impossible to restrain. The object of his curiosity was right beside him, yet he could not meet the boy instantly, a true torment. However, this torment was not as intensely acute as when he was unable to see Albus. Albus, somewhat sheepish, retrieved 2 neatly stacked gift boxes from his enchanted pocket and handed them over, saying, "Rome, these are congratulatory gifts for you and Tom." Once he uttered that first sentence, the rest flowed easily. He gently shook his head in amazement. "I never expected you would be willing to adopt Tom. It truly surprises me. If I recall correctly, just before last Christmas, you refused to privately tutor Tom, didn't you?" Sirong smiled politely, not intending to reveal the true reason. Perhaps, even he was uncertain of the underlying motivation. Was it sympathy, guilt, or perhaps lingering self-pity from his own tumultuous childhood? He decided to change the subject. "It is rather late. Tom has already gone to bed. Why don't you both rest for the night and join us for breakfast in the morning?" Gellert raised an eyebrow, a playful smirk curling one side of his lips. Rome, you are truly a far cry from the person I first met. I am quite curious to see what sort of heavenly phenomenon has made you so concerned." Sirong did not respond to this remark. He waved his hand, declining the gift boxes from Albus, and smiled graciously. "You may give them to him directly tomorrow. It would be inappropriate for me to accept your gifts. As for Gellert, you will understand once you meet him tomorrow. Now, do take some time to rest." Albus, somewhat resigned, retrieved the gift boxes, knowing Rome remained steadfast, never accepting any gifts with strings attached. At times, he pondered that his friend was excessively principled. One might say he truly embodied the qualities of the gentleman from Eastern legends. Chapter 12. The first encounter of 2 Dark Lords. The following day, Albus appeared somewhat lackluster. It is worth noting that Gellert's patience had never been commendable, and though he had become somewhat restrained after meeting Sirong, he was still far from amiable. Last night, the rascal was unable to sleep and chose to disturb him, leaving Albus with little rest. Sitting at the breakfast table, he could not help but stifle a yawn as he was frequently asked when Riddle would finally make his appearance. Sirong gently lowered his gaze, smiling, "Young man, one should always seek ample rest. Why the rush?" Gellert displayed a hint of disdain. "You are merely a few years old. Speaking so sagely is rather tiresome." However, he did not complain for long. The boy he had been eagerly anticipating finally descended the stairs, clad in a well-tailored suit, impeccably free of any wrinkle. His jet-black hair was meticulously styled, making him appear particularly sprightly. Upon noticing the 2 guests in the living room, he paused in surprise on the staircase but quickly descended smoothly, wearing a gentle smile as he greeted the 2 he recognized. Professor Dumbledore, good morning. And this gentleman is?" He turned to the flamboyant, golden-haired man beside him, surprised to discover the strikingly unique, icy dual-colored eyes. Before he could await an answer, he had already deduced the identity of the newcomer, Gellert Grindelwald, the formidable figure who had dominated Europe in recent years, commanding legions of followers. Sirong perceived this realization, but, adhering to decorum, introduced, "This is Gellert Grindelwald, an exceptionally talented wizard with grand aspirations." This introduction further astonished Tom. He was aware of the cordial rapport between Sirong and Grindelwald, but had not anticipated Sirong's high regard for the man. Yet, It was not the opportune moment for inquiries. He nodded briefly, managing a smile as he greeted, "Good morning, Mr. Grindelwald." Unconsciously, he gazed at those distinctive eyes as Sirong persistently continued with his introductions. "Gellert, this is my adopted son, Tom Riddle." Gellert scrutinized the lad before him and, with a non-committal nod, remarked, "He appears quite promising. Rome, your taste has always been commendable." However, he shifted the conversation, inquiring, "Since he is your adopted son, why does he not bear your surname?" This question momentarily stumped the newly bonded father and son. Sirong tilted his head slightly, pondering for a moment before responding. "I have yet to consider that question. Traditionally, upon adoption, a name change is indeed necessary to inherit the family line. However, his situation is unique, and we cannot adhere to the conventional process." After a moment's contemplation, he looked to Tom and asked, "Do you have any thoughts on this? If you wish, I can bestow upon you a new name." Tom appeared somewhat bewildered by the inquiry. He paused, and in the interest of etiquette and to diffuse the awkwardness, he managed a brief smile, feeling somewhat uneasy as he replied, "Professor, I have not yet contemplated that matter." "Then let us set it aside for now." Sirong discreetly exhaled in relief, beckoning, "Please, take a seat. The breakfast spread is quite lavish today, and we even have the German sausages brought by Albus and Gellert." Gellert's gaze flickered between them, his lips curling in a subtle disdain. Behold, this seemingly rule-abiding, yet utterly unpredictable elder. Chapter 13. The Phoenix doesn't tea hurt so easily. Perhaps it was due to Gellert Grindelwald's inherently nonconformist nature that he was particularly attuned to the scent of his kind. During breakfast, he cast several furtive glances at Tom, sensing something amiss. Everything about this Riddle seemed so normal, so exceptional, even exhibiting a level of tact and understanding. Yet Gellert felt an unsettling dissonance. But what was amiss? By the time breakfast concluded, he had yet to pinpoint the source of his peculiar sensation. Throughout the meal, it was mainly Albus who engaged in conversation with Sirius. Gellert himself spoke little, instead suggesting they set up a table and chairs in the garden, bringing along a pot of tea and some Eastern pastries to chat among the roses. Tom sat quietly, listening intently, his obsidian-like eyes occasionally glinting with flashes of insight. Abruptly halting mid-discussion about the developments in Europe, Gellert shifted his inquiry. "Tom, with such remarkable talents, it is unlikely you hail from some obscure lineage." His tone grew increasingly shallow, partially due to Albus's firm squeeze on his waist, urging him to silence, and partially because he recalled Albus mentioning the boy's origins, a Muggle orphanage. Yet, that shouldn't be the case. Thus far, this Riddle had displayed a certain sophistication. He was not entirely rigid or timid. In his gaze, there was not a trace of lifelessness or fear, but rather a calm and ambition that seemed inconsistent with the environment of an orphanage. However, he undeniably originated from one. This revelation, confirmed by Albus and corroborated by Sirius, could not be false. Thus, there was only one possibility. The child indeed possessed talent. But this gift manifested not solely in magic, but also in his distinctive character. Gellert squinted, casting a suggestive glance towards Sirius, but his elderly friend merely regarded him calmly, as though he comprehended everything. Gellert suddenly halted, a smirk gracing his lips. This matter did not require his concern. A wave of boredom washed over him. Once again, it seemed as if everything lay within Sirius's foresight, rendering the situation unbearably mundane. He yawned and leaned against Albus's shoulder, soon drifting into slumber. Those dark eyes, which he deemed akin to his own, regarded him thoughtfully for a moment before shifting away, observing the two conversing across from them. A hint of compliant amusement gracing his features. The fiery phoenix soared around them, landing atop Tom's head when weary, letting out a sharp call. Tom's expression darkened instantly. Albus couldn't suppress a soft chuckle, lowering his voice to remind, "Fox." Fox tilted his head in discontent, perching on Tom's shoulder, his long tail brushing against the boy's hair. In a fit of annoyance, Tom grasped Fox by the neck with one hand and by the legs with the other. When he caught sight of Sirius's gaze, he abruptly yanked the crimson bird into his embrace. He halted, sensing he had revealed a hint of weakness, and looked up at Sirius. To his surprise, instead of the slightest reproach, he found that the Eastern professor's eyes, as tranquil as a mirror-like lake, rippled with a hint of affectionate indulgence. That afternoon, the pair took their leave, grasping the phoenix's tail feathers as they departed. A few sparks igniting the rose garden of Amber Manor, releasing a beguiling fragrance reminiscent of warm roses. Tom hesitated for a moment and softly inquired, "Professor, I think I might have hurt Fox earlier." Sirius chuckled softly, ruffling his hair. "You children should be lively and spirited. Besides, if Fox truly felt pain, he would have pecked you by now." Tom, was he just stifling a laugh? He looked up, his hair tousled by that elegant hand, observing the other's widening smile devoid of malice, only a gentlemanly grace. No wonder he felt no discomfort. Tom mused. What a remarkable individual. Chapter 14. Poor Pocket Watch. You shall be worn out. Tom did not rush into Sirius's life. Upon arriving at Amber Manor, he restrained himself as if he were a guest, spending most of his time in the library, emerging only to pose questions or during meals. At these times, Sirius would glance at him, take a sip of his tea, and remind him, diligence is commendable, but one must also engage with others. Albus is your brother. Do not hesitate to seek him out. He will take care of you. Tom would obediently smile and indeed make his way to Malfoy Manor. Once a child steps outside, their spirit tends to run wild. Initially, he returned for dinner each evening, but gradually, he began to stay away, only emerging from the fireplace when the dim lights of Amber Manor flickered on and the tranquil chirping of insects echoed from the lake outside. Sirius was indifferent to his whereabouts, always seated by the grand window that overlooked the fireplace, waiting for his return before feeling at ease to retreat to his room. This pattern repeated once, twice, and then several more times. On that particular day, Tom arrived at Malfoy Manor, having heard that the Prince family had welcomed a daughter. Accompanying Albus to offer congratulations, he observed the Prince Patriarch, whose features radiated joy at the arrival of the child, as he stood quietly. Tom couldn't help but gaze out the window, witnessing the magnificent evening glow. Would that person be waiting for him? His frequent checking of the time drew a gentle pause from Albus beside him. Young Malfoy caught his actions, frowning slightly, yet continued to engage with the prince, discussing the procurement of beauty potions. Before long, he approached Tom, holding a cup of grape juice, his lips curving into a cool, polished smirk. You're quite reckless with that pocket watch. I doubt your godfather intended for you to use it like this. Tom hesitated briefly, his thumb rubbing the mother of pearl at the center of the watch, tucking it into the inner pocket of his coat. It was the very communication piece Sirius had previously gifted him. The golden filigree embraced the iridescent pearl, its shadows shifting with the passage of time. Akin to the watch's hands, said to reflect time illuminated by the sun. He chose not to correct Albus's misinterpretation, relaxing the furrow in his brow, and with a genteel smile, replied somewhat insincerely, apologies, but I believe Professor Sirius is waiting for my return. Albus's smooth smile faltered slightly. He turned his profile towards the bustling banquet, the platinum strands of his hair capturing an unspoken elegance under the lights, eliciting gasps of admiration from several young ladies. Without a moment's hesitation, young Malfoy turned his attention to the bashful beauties, flashing a languid and flirtatious smile. Yet, Tom understood the coolness concealed within those eyes. In those gray-blue depths, jealousy lurked, masked by a facade of magnanimity. Even the signature Malfoy smile seemed tinged with a touch of frost. Tom heard him grit his teeth, muttering, "You are truly fortunate." He smiled as he replied, "Of course, it is an honor to be taken under the wing of the professor. If you do not mind, I shall bid farewell to Mr. Prince." Ub looked at him, his eyelashes casting a shadow over his eyes. Yet, as Tom took a step, he sidestepped to block the deliberately aloof dark-haired youth and casually reminded him, "I believe the godfather would not mind your tardiness in delivering blessings to others." This remark held a deeper implication. The Prince family had seldom made public appearances in recent years. Such a rare occasion of welcoming a new addition warranted their invitation. Departing at this juncture would likely entail relinquishing numerous benefits. Tom was well aware of this. He merely wished to gauge Malfoy's attitude, which indeed astonished him. For the sake of Sirong, young Master Malfoy was willing to swallow his pride, acknowledging this inexplicable brother of his, and even reminding him of the opportune moments in this world of fame and fortune. He lowered his gaze, allowing a smile to escape, and fetched a glass of orange juice from the side, gently clinking it against Ab's goblet, filled with grape juice. "Well then, thank you for the reminder, brother." Chapter 15. The Privilege of Youth. The term caused him to stiffen abruptly. He averted his gaze, discomfort etched on his face. Fingers tightly gripping the slender stem of the goblet, stubbornly retorting, "Who reminded you? I merely did it for the godfather's sake." Tom gazed across the banquet hall, a knowing smile playing on his lips, choosing not to respond. This silence seemed to further agitate young Master Malfoy. It dawned on him that Riddle, despite his shortcomings, was still a clever Slytherin. How could he not realize the impossibility of leaving early? Infuriated and embarrassed, he clutched the goblet and stormed off to another part of the room. Thus, when the acceptance letter to Hogwarts arrived once more, Ub reappeared at Amber Manor. Sirong was astonished to discover that the relationship between these two young lads had considerably improved. Youth, indeed, was a privilege. The gallant attire and spirited aspirations of the young could easily dissolve past grievances with a mere smile. He chuckled softly, refraining from exposing this development to avoid inciting the children's embarrassment. "All right, gentlemen, it is time to embark on our quest for school supplies." The Malfoy-styled gilded cane was presented before the two. While Tom appeared somewhat puzzled, Ub instinctively grasped the metal handle, pouting as he seized his brother's arm. Tom sensed something amiss, but before he could prepare himself, a myriad of landscapes cascaded past his eyes, and Diagon Alley materialized before them. Was this the unique magic of Sirong? It certainly felt unlike apparition, devoid of any discomfort. He, relying on his height, cast a sidelong glance at the professor clad in a tailored suit. Sirong raised a hand to pat his back, gently reminding him, Tom, what would you like to purchase first? Striving to suppress his expression, endeavored to exhibit the benevolent tolerance expected of an elder brother. Damn it, why must he, a prophet-minded Malfoy, engage in self-sacrificing acts of kindness here? He muttered internally while forcing a feigned annoyance. Hurry up, it's crowded here. Tom found it challenging to articulate his feelings at that moment. He understood that Sirong's adoption was merely a scheme he had orchestrated. Yet the professor's demeanor perpetually led him to believe otherwise. Each unique gesture of kindness from Sirong felt like an elixir, dissolving the icy barriers within his heart. He lifted his gaze to Sirong, observing the flawless profile of the man. After a pause, he smiled softly and said, let us head to the bookstore first, Professor. That day, Tom walked between the towering shelves of books. Unlike before, he scarcely took note of the titles surrounding him. His entire focus was consumed by the warm, slow pulsing emanating from his heart. It felt as though something peculiar was entwining itself around his heart. He seemed both joyful and melancholic, ultimately culminating in a slight bitterness within his chest, akin to a worm gnawing at that strange warmth. Had Tom been a few years older, with a deeper understanding of emotions, he would have recognized the sensation for what it was. But at present, he was oblivious, brushing aside the inexplicable sentiment and, with a naive confidence, gleefully selected brand new books, relishing his escape from the realm of second-hand tomes. He declared, Professor, I wish to procure some fourth-grade books. You see, I have already completed the third-grade curriculum. Sirong nodded with a smile. I anticipated you would want these. However, he produced a book list for grades 4 through 7 and handed it to Tom, adding, you may find the higher-grade books useful as well. This list was obtained from Headmaster Dippet, and we can purchase them all. Tom paused slightly, the suppressed emotions resurfacing, compelling him to unconsciously clutch his heart. Of course, he did not forget to accept the list, murmuring his thanks. Sulking at the side, ground his teeth and turned to gaze at Sirong silently. Sirong glanced at him and smiled reassuringly. I recall that a new broom, the 7-star sweeper, has recently been released. I have already reserved one for you, which we shall fetch shortly. Young Master Malfoy's subtle jealousy vanished without a trace. Tom prided himself on his understanding of young Master Malfoy's thoughts, but often found himself bewildered by his actions. He could not fathom why the affluent would revel in the seemingly tedious and messy sport of Quidditch. Nor could he comprehend why he would trust Sirong enough to abandon the decorum expected of a Malfoy in his presence. In truth, Tom's freedom to roam was predominantly spent at Malfoy Manor, where he engaged in two activities, immersing himself in the family's extensive library and enduring the company of the difficult young Malfoy. A month of companionship had sufficed to unveil the essence of the Malfoy heir. Abraxas, while seemingly composed, elegant, and cunning, yearned deeply for the approval of his elders, particularly that of his father, Brewster, whose standards were exacting and praise scant. Consequently, he channeled his rare moments of childishness toward Sirong. Indeed, found in Sirong the rarest of tolerances, commendations, and the gentle warmth that was seldom afforded by male elders, which rendered him all the more attached to the professor. Tom cast a gentle glance at the Eastern professor who was strolling between the shelves, feeling as though he had made an unprecedentedly astute move. With a single remark from Sirong, Abraxas was willing to tolerate this ambitious half-blood and extend his protective care. He smiled softly, accepting the books from Sirong's hands, meeting the professor's gaze with obedient attentiveness. Chapter 16. I have finally transcended those of lower status. Have I not? As the familiar whir of the Hogwarts Express echoed once more at Platform 9, Tom and Ub had long since learned to coexist harmoniously. The dark-haired boy and the golden-haired youth stood side by side, clad in matching robes embroidered with subtle patterns, exuding a semblance of fraternal camaraderie. Sirong felt a swell of satisfaction. It was worth noting that in years past, there had been no shortage of elder disciples vying for the favor of the younger brothers, nor were there a lack of elder sisters scheming against their younger counterparts. Fortunately, he had encountered an exceptionally kind elder brother, and his adopted son had found himself a commendable sibling. As for him, while he may not possess the boundless kindness of his mentor, he was not an entirely inadequate guardian. He gently patted the shoulders of the two young lads, urging them to look out for one another, and retrieve their luggage from the small bag, handing it to them. Tom nodded obediently, exclaiming, "Thank you, Professor." Abu pursed his lips, evidently disapproving of his ostentatious demeanor. Yet, upon meeting his superior's gaze, he obediently smiled, acknowledging, Understood, Godfather. Sirong cast his eyes downward, admonishing Tom. I have no concerns about you, but Abu, you ought to be more amicable with your classmates, especially the girls. Maintain a respectable social distance. After receiving a barrage of counsel, Abu climbed into the carriage, lethargically grasping Tom's hat, and in a subdued tone inquired, Where are we headed? I presume you would not wish to be crowded with that bunch of muggles? Releasing his grip, he nonchalantly added, Follow me. Tom cheerfully acquiesced, indeed. He swung open the door to the boardroom, where a gaggle of little snakes was enthusiastically sharing holiday anecdotes. Upon noticing their arrival, they greeted Tom and Abu with even greater fervor, welcoming their presence. Tom smiled faintly, accepting their warm hospitality without surprise. In that fleeting moment, Abu perceived an alternate version of Sirong. He recalled his father's assessment of the Godfather. That Oriental fellow seems indifferent to everything. Yet it appears he has everything under his control. That demeanor is truly irksome. Subsequently, he was even more fervently handed over to Sirong. He had, through his childhood obedience, inadvertently secured himself a godfather. Abu felt inexplicably vexed. However, with Riddle, his frustrations were plentiful, though thankfully, his younger brother was astute enough to not cause him too much distress. He glanced out the window, observing the muggles bidding farewell on platform 9 and 3-4. A hint of disdain surfacing on his otherwise calm visage. Muggles, he said with a cold expression, forcefully drawing the curtain shut. This utterance seemed to trigger some pure-blood switch. Before the echoes of his words faded, someone retorted with palpable derision. It's always like this, crammed with a bunch of filthy muggles. It's truly unbearable. Wouldn't you agree, Riddle? Tom smiled. Of course, thankfully I have finally extricated myself from those inferior beings. Haven't I? The crowd erupted in cheers. In this era, pure-blood aristocrats virtually dominated every facet of the wizarding world. Despite the increasing encroachment of muggles, they remained a formidable force. From a young age, they were indoctrinated with the belief that pure blood is destined to rule all, thus they would never tolerate impure and lowly bloodlines. With that in mind, shouldn't we celebrate? Congratulate Riddle for escaping the mire? Another round of laughter ensued. Walburga Black sat composedly aside, her every movement adhering to the refined protocols of pure-blood aristocracy. She was a thoroughbred, and thus harbored little fondness for Riddle. Yet, that was a relic of the past. Ever since Professor C adopted Riddle, whispers circulated that he was a child abandoned by some illustrious family. Perhaps a bastard? Walburga had contemplated this possibility. Otherwise, it was hard to fathom how Riddle ended up in a Muggle orphanage. However, this prospect was certainly more palatable than the notion of Riddle being a Muggle. Was it not? It was precisely this rationale that made her amenable to Riddle joining the ranks of purebloods. At this moment, witnessing the crowd's jubilation, she calmly proposed. In truth, by the time we arrive at Hogwarts, it will be evening. However, we still need to partake in the sorting ceremony for the new students. Why not schedule the banquet for the first weekend of the term? The crowd cheered even louder. No one cared about the banquet's title. For the little snakes from affluent families, they merely sought an excuse to host a grand celebration, liberated from parental oversight. Such a commotion. A flippant voice emerged from the doorway, and the crowd turned to see a flamboyantly dressed brown-haired boy, Ignatius Pruitt. Oh, Ignatius! The crowd exclaimed. We were just saying we need to celebrate Tom's escape from the filthy muggles. Ignatius perked up. Indeed, that certainly warrants a celebration. He tossed aside his handbag and sat beside Abu, exclaiming joyfully, Oh, Tom, Abu, it's been ages. Abu merely stared at the scattered Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, gradually revealing a faintly cordial smile. Chapter 17, Slughorn. The Hogwarts Express hummed along, arriving at its destination. The enigmatic Hogwarts castle loomed across the distant lake, its narrow windows glowing with a warm, golden light, while dozens of small boats quietly docked along the banks of the Black Lake. However, the boats traversing the Black Lake must yield to the first years, necessitating that older students switch to carriages from Hogsmeade Station. Naturally, Abu remained with Tom, while Abu's friend Ignatius Pruitt followed closely, wearing an inscrutable smile. Another individual, Walburga, watched Lucius board the carriage with a sense of reassurance. They appeared oblivious to everything around them, chatting amiably as they boarded the carriage, beckoning Tom. Come on, Tom. This is a driverless carriage. Tom responded with an unchanging expression, casting a subtle sideways glance. It seemed only he noticed the towering, rugged creatures with massive black wings. For a brief moment, he even locked eyes with one of those horses, witnessing its pupil-less, gray-white gaze. He averted his eyes, maintaining his impassive demeanor as he entered the carriage. The carriage began to move slowly, passing through Hogwarts' magnificent, intricately wrought iron gates. Tom beheld the winged golden pigs carved upon the stone pillars flanking the entrance. It was unclear what Ignatius had said to provoke Walburga's swift reprimand, but soon they caught sight of the castle's pointed towers, making their way to the Great Hall under Professor Slughorn's guidance. He was an affable professor, and the students engaged with him freely, exchanging jokes and laughter. Unsurprisingly, he took a liking to Tom. Or rather, this professor had an affinity for all talented individuals and was keen on inviting these high-achieving students to join his slug club. Abu had been a member for 3 consecutive years. Naturally, since last year, Tom had also been welcomed into this circle. Did you spend your holiday cultivating the fields, Professor? I see the dirt on your trousers. Ignatius called out. Oh, come now, Ignatius. Slughorn shrugged. I was merely here to welcome you little rascals. He greeted Abu with a smile. Good evening, Abraxas. Did you enjoy your holiday? Abu nodded, transforming into a somber and silent figure in front of outsiders. His lips curling into the signature Malfoy smile. You know, Professor, this year, Professor C has monopolized a lot of Tom's time. Slughorn smiled at Tom. Ah well, that's unavoidable. Oh, Tom, how are you getting along with C? Tom slightly curved his lips, nodding politely. Quite well, Professor. Slughorn chuckled heartily, his eyes crinkling with warmth. Yes, I heard from C that you and Abu are getting along splendidly. I must say, last year I even suggested C adopt you. It's fortunate he changed his mind. The smile on Tom's lips faded slightly, becoming somewhat rigid. Slughorn feigned a slip of the tongue and waved dismissively. Oh. No matter, Tom. I'm just relieved that you are getting along well now. Tom's smile remained unaltered, even politely nodding, though his gaze grew colder. Changed his mind. What a curious choice of words. Ignatius interjected. Speaking of which, Professor, I heard you penned a groundbreaking potion paper over the summer? Slughorn swiftly diverted the conversation, enthusiastically sharing his thrilling experiences of potion brewing during the summer with the others as they made their way toward the castle. Behind the group, Tom maintained a facade of calmness on his face. He paused, casting a cold glance at Slughorn in the distance. Abbott stopped beside him, seemingly indifferent, and remarked, Slughorn's little tricks, surely, you are not swayed by him, are you? He directed his gaze toward the potions professor surrounded by students, sneering. He is merely a spider weaving a web for the top students. Tom shot him a look. Ah, it seems you harbor some disdain for him as well. Abbott smirked coldly. How could I be pleased? I spend each month dealing with this greedy spider, giving him the chance to bask in Malfoy's glory. Just endure it for now. Mr. Malfoy, he said languidly, fiddling with his pocket watch, it is getting late. I assume you would not wish to miss the sorting ceremony for the new students? Tom resumed his facade of the exemplary student, nodding, of course. Chapter 18. I adore those who crave power. Tom and Abbott lingered at the end of the line as they entered the Hogwarts Great Hall, taking their seats at the house table, awaiting the sorting ceremony for the newcomers. As Tom settled into his chair, his gaze drifted toward the staff table, where he indeed spotted Sybil, perched at the very edge, having already shed her outer wizarding robes to reveal the light green ensemble she wore that morning. Leaning against her staff, she appeared lost in thought. A smile involuntarily crept across his face. Reflecting upon it, Tom had never truly understood when his feelings for Sybil had blossomed. He became aware of his desire for her due to a youthful, tempestuous dream. Yet he could not pinpoint when his affections had begun to take root. Years later, as he revisited the remnants of his memories, he would come to realize that perhaps it was at this very moment he had unknowingly become captivated by that extraordinary figure, unable to divert his gaze any longer. The sorting ceremony concluded swiftly, and Slytherin gained 15 new students. Tom's world suddenly felt more vibrant. He mingled effortlessly with the upper years and easily won over the first-year snakes. No one dared to oppose the headmaster's adopted son, especially with Tom's carefully crafted demeanor of kindness and gentleness. Within a month, all but forgotten were Tom's initial coldness and aloofness upon entering. Professors deemed him benevolent and ambitious, while classmates regarded him as gentle, patient, and good-natured. Sybil found great solace in this, often preparing an abundance of osmanthus cakes, always offering some to Tom upon his visits. Only Abbott, who had discerned Tom's true nature from the outset, remained unfooled. Of course, there may have been one other, Ansel Arnold. He was a Ravenclaw boy with tricolored hair dyed in shades of gray, pink, and blue, his eyes a pale gray. Now in his 4th year, he had already garnered the approval of many professors due to his vast knowledge. This young man was astute, exceptionally so, yet he was not particularly popular among students. His observations, though often incisive, were delivered with a sharpness that not all could bear. During the first-year Christmas break, Tom found himself with nowhere to go and thus remained at school, where he encountered the acerbic Ansel. Tom admired his disdain for fools, while Ansel saw through Tom's facade of gentleness and genuinely anticipated that Tom would accomplish great things. I adore those who crave power, he declared. Tom had once questioned, Ansel, yet you do not crave power. You possess a highly educated mind, yet willingly stand in the muck with a bunch of mundane, foul individuals. To which Anseal replied, "No one can escape this mire, Tom. As for my lack of desire for power, it is merely due to my own laziness. I eagerly await the emergence of someone who compliments me. I envision that person reveling in power, wealth, dominating Europe, commanding the winds and rains. I confess, I have no desire to change this world. I simply enjoy the feeling of following such a person." The two found an instant rapport. It was hard to say whether they were merely comrades or kindred spirits. Even Tom's scheming regarding Sybil's guardianship was not without Anseal's strategic input. When Tom returned to seek him out once more, Anseal, with his colorful hair, wore an enigmatic smile. "Do not smile so foolishly," Tom frowned. Anseal composed himself somewhat, teasing, "Ah, our beloved Professor Sybil's most cherished ward has arrived?" Noticing Tom's silence, he shrugged lightly, lamenting, "Truly heartless of you, considering the excellent advice I provided." Tom let out a soft hum of acknowledgement. He did admit that Anseal had been instrumental in this matter. Sybil was indeed a person of a cold exterior yet warm heart, compassionate toward the weak. Anseal continued to wallow in self-pity. "Humph, with the new semester starting, you do not come to seek counsel from your strategist, but rather rush off to engage with the students and professors. I must be quite fallen from grace. Speak. What brings you here?" As the conversation progressed, his tone grew less amiable. Tom regarded him with a bemused expression, peeling away the guise of the exemplary student, directly stating, "Since you consider yourself my strategist, would you care to join my knight's order?" Anseal blinked, momentarily taken aback as he gazed at Tom with surprise. While he believed Tom to be a person of potential, he had not anticipated such rapid developments. Intrigued, he sat up straight, leaning forward, eager to listen. Tom revealed a controlled smile, reclining comfortably on the sofa. "The Walpurgis Knights. What say you?" Anseal's face lit up with satisfaction. No European could resist the allure of knightly culture, and the name Walpurgis stirred something within him. The erudite young Ravenclaw had certainly heard of it. Walpurgis, originating from a traditional German festival known as Walpurgisnacht, celebrated on the night of April 30th, was said to be a time when the forces of life and spring triumphed over death and winter. During the festivities, bonfires were lit atop mountains. Anseal had to admit he was indeed a peculiar creature, pursuing feelings without regard for morals. Simply the name itself compelled him to join this knight's order, to become the strategist behind all. He had a master before him, and he would be the architect of all actions. "I join," he declared succinctly. Chapter 19. How does pure blood flourish? Anseal had initially been captivated merely by the name of the knight's order, but Tom revealed to him even more delightful surprises. The order now boasted 6 members: Abraxas Malfoy, Walburga Black, Lucius Black, Ignatius Pruitt, Corvus Knott, and Violet Burstrode. There was no need to elaborate on Abbott. Their half-summer spent together had not been in vain. Ignatius, as Abbott's close friend, was naturally swept into the fold. Walburga and Lucius, being the eldest of the Black family still at school, were both in the 4th year. Just like Abbott and Ignatius, Walburga wholeheartedly supported Tom's ideology, and coupled with her identity as the headmaster's adopted son, it was enough to persuade her to take the risk. Corvus Knott, the male prefect of Slytherin, was in his 7th year and particularly sensitive to shifts in power dynamics. As for Violet Burstrode, she was the younger sister of the female prefect, Doria Burstrode, and like Tom, was a 2nd-year student. It is said that the female prefect also intends to join, but due to her family's pressing demands for marriage, having even taken 2 leaves of absence to meet the heir of the Potter family, she finds herself unable to attend. Nonetheless, her concern for the Knights remains, especially since several heirs from prominent families are involved. Joining the Knights undoubtedly provides an additional layer of security for her family's future. Thus, she has unceremoniously thrust her sister, Violet, into the fray. How unexpected! Anseal gazed at Tom with admiration, a flicker of fervor igniting in his eyes. "Tom, you are truly a master of great potential." Tom smiled and gently shook his head. "Anseal, at this moment, what we require is contemplation." They exchanged smiles and engaged in lively conversation. That evening, Walpurgis and the Knights held a modest gathering. A round table was adorned with an array of delicacies, predominantly desserts, from which one could readily infer the nature of the occasion. The heirs of several pureblood families regarded Anseal with a certain aloofness, their forced smiles veiling icy scrutiny. Yet they maintained harmony out of respect for Tom. Anseal was unyielding, sitting with crossed arms and a derisive smile. Tom paid no heed to the undercurrents swirling between them. In truth, the loyalty of his advisor was assured precisely because of the strained relationships he held with others. "Ladies and gentlemen," he raised his glass of juice. "This is the inaugural gathering of Walpurgis and the Knights, where we convene for the luminous future of purebloods. I imagine you may wonder why I have invited a half-blood from Ravenclaw to join us." Tom cast a glance at Anseal, adorned with a gentle smile learned from Slytherin. Forgive my frankness, but such a notion is rather narrow-minded. Our goal is the flourishing of purebloods. However, the wizarding world is replete with half-bloods and Muggle-borns, accounting for nearly 70% of the population. Under these circumstances, to achieve grand ambitions, it is imperative to embrace half-bloods, to acknowledge the noble wizarding blood coursing through their veins. This reasoning resonated well, remaining rooted in the prosperity of pure-blood lineage, and the 6 individuals present were in agreement. Tom continued, "Ladies and gentlemen, the future of pure-blood prosperity must inevitably be built upon the obedience of half-bloods and Muggle-borns. Do you concur?" Ansel straightened in his seat almost instantaneously, gazing at Tom in surprise. Although he was already aware of this man's ambition and intelligence, such a grand and inclusive idea, could it truly have originated solely from Tom? His eyes gleamed as he regarded Tom, akin to a famished wolf spotting a succulent feast. Chapter 20. No ruler would ever contemplate digging their own grave. Abbott nodded silently. They had deliberated these matters during the summer break. In actuality, his and Tom's initial conception was to eradicate all tainted bloodlines. Half-bloods could be tolerated. But how could they accommodate the filthy Muggle-borns, whose blood was deemed inferior? Just as they were about to solidify their principles, Slytherin invited them to dinner. Abbott cautiously inquired, "Godfather, with the increasing number of Muggle-borns in the wizarding world, what is your perspective on their existence?" Slytherin, with an air of inclusivity, seemed to discern something and recounted tales from the Eastern dynasties, thereby altering their viewpoints. The logic of governance lies in ensuring that the common folk live in peace and contentment, thereby safeguarding the longevity of one's dynasty. As the saying goes, the people are like water, and the ruler is like a boat. Water can carry a boat, but it can also capsize it. If purebloods wish to establish their empire, they must at the very least respect all Muggle-borns. Abbott, Tom, you must understand that even the most insignificant insects cannot be entirely eradicated. What an intriguing thought. They engaged Slytherin for several days on this topic, absorbing numerous governance tales from ancient Eastern realms, thus refining the foundational ideology of Walpurgis and the Knights. They could never be at odds with the vast majority. Although Muggle-borns were reluctant to admit it, they indeed constituted half, or even more, of the wizarding world. If they did not harbor concerns, why then advocate for the revival of pureblood supremacy? Walpurgis furrowed her brow deeply, appearing poised to voice dissent. Abbott and Tom exchanged glances, rising to capture everyone's attention. Indeed, the Malfoy heir's weighty presence warranted their restraint in expressing dissatisfaction. Abbott, with a perfectly angled smile, his gaze tinged with disdain, declared, "I know what you are all thinking, your disdain for the Muggle-borns and their tainted bloodline. I share that disdain, to an extreme." His gray-blue eyes shimmered with cold calculation as he stood before Slytherin for the first time. Leaning against the table, his demeanor was detached. His towering height of 6 feet created an imposing presence, particularly as his gray-blue eyes narrowed, almost revealing the future elegance of the Malfoy patriarch. He spoke coldly. "But my friends, the flourishing of purebloods is not achieved by vanquishing all the foolish masses, but by ruling over them. What we aim to establish is a pureblood empire, not a blood-soaked wasteland. Have you considered the terror that a policy of exterminating Muggle-borns would incite? Have you contemplated whether purebloods could rest peacefully atop mountains of gold in a chaotic world? The answer is no." Tom stood, seamlessly interjecting, "We are the privileged class. My friends, it is always the lower classes that contemplate rebellion. No ruler would ever think to dig their own grave." This remark plunged the assembly into contemplation. Even the naive second-year Violet cast cautious glances around. She did not fully grasp the complexities of the discussion, nor was she particularly interested. But her sister advised her to align with the opinions of the majority. After all, she was merely a second-year student, and these individuals would not trouble her. With this thought, she felt slightly reassured, quietly awaiting the responses of others. Ignatius squinted in surprise, a smile gradually spreading across his lips. Such thoughts hardly seemed capable of originating from Malfoy's mind. Could it be that Riddle had conceived them? He leaned back in his chair, raising his hand in a rather languid manner, grinning as he proclaimed, "I concur." Corvus not raised his hand in agreement as well. Walpurgis frowned lightly. She understood that perhaps Professor Slytherin's influence had swayed Malfoy's decision, yet her aversion to Muggles made it difficult for her to immediately accept such a notion. However, her sister, Lucinda, was more agile, gently tugging at her robes. Walpurgis glanced at Tom, and upon seeing the confident smirk on the dark-haired boy's face, she slowly raised her hand. "I concur." Lucinda followed suit. Violet sighed with relief, her eyes sparkling as she raised her hand. I also concur." The assembly shifted their gaze to the silent Ansel, who suddenly let out a laugh, flashing a smile more audacious than Ignatius's. He regarded them with a disdainful demeanor, lifting his hand to declare, "I unconditionally support all of Tom's decisions." Ansel raised his hand, meeting Tom's gaze, where he saw the glimmer of ambition. "Onward, my master. Regardless of the decisions you make, whether they are wise or utterly misguided, I will support you unconditionally. I await the outcome of your endeavors." Chapter 21. I simply wish to learn your language. Thus, the Walpurgis and the Knights established their foundational principles. The members have excelled in their secrecy, such that even within Slytherin, few have heard of this small group. Those who frequently gather together are merely perceived as having a close relationship. As November approached, the discussions within the Knights fell into stagnation. The Quidditch season commenced, and both Ub and Ignatius, being members of the Quidditch team, were about to face the most intense training. Tom found himself cursing the Quidditch matches countless times in his heart. Such a tedious game of tossing a ball had indeed delayed the establishment of his Knights. However, he was at a loss, so he simply clutched his books and made his way to Professor Siren's office to indulge in the free encyclopedias. Having been in school for over 2 months, Siren had hardly seen the boy. Their encounters were most frequent in class, and even Tom's recent endeavors were revealed to Siren through Dumbledore, who spoke of the boy's commendable performance. Given this, Siren refrained from interfering with Tom until today. When Tom knocked on the door and politely inquired if he might study there, Siren looked down and smiled gently. "Of course, but has someone upset you?" Tom hesitated, realizing that his emotions had been discerned, and his back instinctively stiffened. This seemingly casual perceptiveness heightened his vigilance. Today, Siren could read his feelings with just a glance. If this individual were to discover his plans, would he support him? Tom dared not take that risk. Inwardly tumultuous, he maintained a faint smile on his face and replied, "Nothing much. It's just that the Quidditch season has begun, and Ub has been called for training. I haven't seen him in quite a while." Siren smiled at him, his eyes reflecting a hint of helplessness. "You are in a higher year. Your schedules do not align, so it is only natural that you see each other less." Tom silently exhaled in relief. Siren lowered his gaze, choosing not to confront the boy before him, gestured to a nearby chair, indicating for him to sit, and said with a smile, "However, I have heard from other professors that you have been performing quite well recently." Tom chuckled, unconsciously puffing out his chest. "Well, I suppose so." He paused slightly, hesitating before saying, "Professor, I actually came to ask if you could teach me Chinese." Siren's smile faltered for a moment, and after a few seconds, he inquired, "Why this sudden desire to learn?" "I believe Chinese is not a commonly used language." Tom raised his gaze, inadvertently meeting Siren's eyes, instinctively softening his breath as he replied, "I simply wish to learn your language, Professor." He somewhat regretfully added the latter title. When he first entered the magical world, it was Siren who guided him to Diagon Alley, and at that time, he had reminded him of how to address him. Yet, for some reason, despite being accustomed to addressing others in a certain manner, he often forgot to do so in front of this individual. Siren sat in the armchair, half-lidded gaze fixed on those dark eyes. He had long perceived that this child was not as innocent as he appeared. However, as he had informed Brewster, a 12-year-old required guidance. How much harm could he possibly inflict? Moreover, if he was not mistaken, this child had just revealed a sincere sentiment. But for what purpose? Siren swiftly reined in his thoughts, gently lowering his gaze with a smile. "If you are willing to learn, I would, of course, be delighted to teach you. But I have a principle that students should see things through to completion. Should you start learning, you must not leave until you have mastered it." Tom suddenly relaxed, an involuntary smile breaking through. Of course. From that moment on, Tom frequently visited Siren's office. Following the customary routine, he would first complete any assignments at hand, have dinner there, and then study Chinese for 2 hours until curfew. With half an hour remaining before curfew, Siren would always remind him to return to his dormitory, which invariably left Tom feeling a sense of regret. He cherished the time spent in Siren's presence, though Siren remained oblivious to his true self. Deceived by the facade of obedience Tom presented, perhaps it was the professor's own naivety that made him so easily fooled. In his company, Tom always felt at ease. Moreover, each time he looked up, he could see the figure of Siren, quietly engrossed in reading, half leaning against the armrest. Chapter 22. I just suddenly thought of you. Before the conclusion of the Quidditch season, Tom had nearly grown accustomed to this scene, even when he went to the library to borrow books or complete his assignments. If he looked up and did not see that person, he would always feel that something was amiss. Siren seemed to have developed a habit as well. Each time Tom knocked on the door, he would find Siren presenting a plate of exquisite Chinese pastries, smiling as he beckoned him to come and try them. Every time Tom pushed open the door to such a sight, he would unconsciously ease his breath, the coldness he had once swallowed in the orphanage slowly dissipating from his bones, granting him a semblance of warmth. It was during these tranquil days that the Quidditch championship was decided. Having narrowly missed the House Cup last year, this year's Slytherin team was exceptionally fierce. In the final match against Gryffindor, Ignatius collided with two opposing chasers, and all three fell simultaneously. Siren. The inter-school Quidditch matches are not like the decisive battles for resource allocation among the immortal sects. Why escalate matters to such a degree? Indeed, these children require lessons on thoughts and morality. Yet soon after, conveyed to him with difficulty that Ignatius had fallen from a height of 20 feet, breaking his right arm and leg. At Siren's side, Tom remarked, "See, this is the consequence of participating in such a foolish match." Siren, feeling helpless, had to make a trip to the hospital wing to express his condolences and subtly remind them to adhere to the rules of the game. By the time Ignatius recovered and was discharged, it was already mid-December, and the various houses were tallying the students who would remain at school in preparation for the Christmas holiday. Tom gazed at the list of students remaining posted by cockroaches on the notice board. A warm surge of emotion filling his heart as a hint of pride curled his lips. This year, from now on, he would have a home to return to. At that moment, his desire to see Siren reached its zenith. Following the pull of his heart, his robe billowing, he dashed towards Siren's office. Breathless as he knocked on the door opened. Tom stepped inside, finding Siren retrieving the osmanthus cake he had previously prepared, along with a stack of pastries shaped like flowers that he had never seen before, causing him to smile broadly. Siren, placing the pastries down, looked up at him and cheerfully asked, "What brings you here? Is there something urgent?" Tom shook his head, standing at the door with a smile in his eyes. "It's not that. I just suddenly thought of you." These words made the long-estranged celestial being's fingertips tremble, both surprised and momentarily stunned as he gazed at him, witnessing those dark eyes, which mirrored his own, radiating a warmth he had once possessed but had since been worn away. Indeed, it was the right decision to remove this child from the orphanage, Siren thought to himself, daring not to meet his gaze again, gently lowering his eyes with a smile before raising a hand, beckoning him over. "Come and try this. I made some date flower cake just yesterday." Tom smiled as he approached, sitting across from him and taking a piece of date flower cake at his suggestion. The rich fragrance of dates and the dense texture caused him to squint his eyes in delight. It was indeed delicious, if only it were a tad sweeter. Yet he knew that Siren favored these semi-sweet confections, and should he mention it, he would likely never witness Siren eating anything else. Yes, this had become Tom's recent hobby, observing what Siren enjoyed eating. He had long harbored a curiosity, but prior to establishing a rapport with this reclusive professor, he found it inappropriate to broach such personal matters. However, Sirong was exceedingly fastidious, and Tom felt a twinge of helplessness. This individual was always so particular, with a sparse array of culinary preferences. He claimed to dislike meat due to its pungency, found vegetables unpalatable for their dryness, eschewed overly sweet puddings, and had no affinity for ice cream. Upon further contemplation, it occurred to him that sour and spicy flavors were also off the table. Although he could tolerate the slight bitterness of the various unsweetened bitter teas that adorned Sirong's daily table. After sampling numerous dishes, Tom discerned that Sirong favored the not overly sweet Yorkshire pudding and a subtly sweet medley of vegetable and fruit salad. If Eastern confections failed to please him as well, Tom genuinely felt at a loss for what to entice him to consume. Lost in thought, he swiftly finished an entire plate of date flower cake before, with an involuntary glimmer of anticipation, he asked, "Professor, might we return to Amber Manor for Christmas?" Tom's eyes sparkled as he gazed at Sirong, appearing hopeful, yet knowing full well that the professor would be unlikely to refuse such a request. Indeed, Sirong nodded. "Of course. At that time, we can have the house elves procure some Christmas decorations that I believe you will find delightful." His gaze softened as he regarded the raven-haired youth before him, a hint of tenderness flickering in his eyes. Christmas, a holiday that held no significance for him, one that failed to stir his emotions, was nonetheless capable of igniting joy in Tom's heart. It was likely that this child had never experienced a proper Christmas during his years at the orphanage. Contemplating this, Sirong uttered a thought that had taken shape in his mind. Let us bring some joy to this child. Life is but a fleeting century, and there are so few days of happiness. Thus, he resolved to use this Christmas to compensate for the boy's past disappointments. Tom nodded enthusiastically and said, "Professor, there's something I wish to inquire about." "Yes? On Christmas Eve, I would like to invite my classmates from Slytherin over for a gathering. Is that permissible?" "You know it's a Slytherin tradition." Sirong paused momentarily. He had anticipated that after years of solitude, this child would prefer to spend a genuine family Christmas with him, his adoptive father. Yet, this unexpected request left him momentarily taken aback. However, having witnessed countless stories, he quickly composed himself and replied, "Abu has indeed mentioned that every year, Slytherin hosts a gathering, organized by the more affluent families in rotation. If you wish, you may invite them to Amber Manor. However, I am not well versed in such festivities. So if you have any questions." Tom smiled with an air of confidence. "Rest assured, Professor, Abu, and I will handle everything. With that, Sirong smiled down. Very well. Chapter 23, Memories of Yunnan. That night, as was customary, Sirong reminded the child of the time to return to his dormitory and rest. Tom, oblivious to any oddity, cheerfully bid him farewell and departed. The office fell into an eerie silence, a stillness that felt almost desolate. Another Christmas had arrived, New Year's here. A time for renewal. Sirong closed his eyes, propping his arm on the armrest, and in a moment of foggy reverie, glimpsed scenes from the past. It was many years ago on Yunhing Mountain. He was merely 7, disheveled and struggling to survive in the mortal realm. On one occasion, having snatched a bon, he dared not be seen and crouched in a corner, devouring it ravenously, while overhearing the young scions of noble families discussing the grand event of Yunhing sect's disciple recruitment. At that time, he had nothing and thought that things could not possibly get worse, so he secretly followed one of them to Yunhing Mountain. The celestial peak loomed high, with thousands of steps leading to its entrance, towering into the clouds as if it connected to the heavenly realm. Fear welled within Sirong, and he looked down at his tattered garments, grimy and unworthy of ascending the pristine steps, prompting him to seek a pool to cleanse himself. Yet, there were no decent water sources at the base of the mountain. He eventually found a pond, but slipped into the muddy water, only to be noticed by a celestial being soaring overhead, who cast a spell to pull him out. Now, his feet were even muddier, and the clinging wet fabric of his ragged clothes only accentuated his disarray. Feeling utterly embarrassed, especially in the presence of a celestial figure with white hair and youthful visage, he felt even more ashamed as the immortal, adorned in a flowing robe and a crown of purple gold lotus, radiated brilliance. The celestial being, undeterred by his state, waved a hand and magically removed the dirt and moisture from him, crouching before him with a benevolent smile, and inquired, "Child, how did you come to this place?" Sirong took a hesitant step back, explaining, "I heard others speak of a grand competition here, and that by participating, one could join the Yunhing sect to cultivate the way of immortality. I followed them here, but upon reaching the mountain gate, I found myself too filthy and sought a place to wash up, only to." He felt his cheeks flush with shyness. The celestial being, unfazed, continued to smile kindly and asked, "If you followed them, why do you appear so unkempt?" Sirong felt even more embarrassed, his face turning crimson as he stammered, "I was too afraid to let anyone see me, so I quietly followed them through the forest." The celestial being nodded in understanding, standing up and looking down at him with a gentle smile. "Child, since you have come to Yunhing Mountain, you must enter the sect. After the 3 trials, I hope to see you in the Grand Hall." Sirong was taken aback, looking up to see the figure dissipate like mist. When he finally returned to the mountain gate, having struggled up the 1,000-step ascent, and, in a daze, passed the 3 trials, he found himself standing in the Grand Hall of the Yunheng sect alongside other young lords bedecked in finery, where he indeed spotted that kind-hearted immortal, Yunya Daoren. At that time, both Yunhua and Yunqing Daoren wished to accept him as a disciple, but Sirong knelt before Yunya Daoren, bowing deeply with a clear voice and resolute expression, declaring, "I wish to enter the teachings of the esteemed Yunya. If I may fulfill this wish, I shall not disappoint your guidance." Yunya laughed heartily, saying, "No need to quarrel. This child is destined to be with me." Chapter 24, Once. He too had an undeniable fondness. Thus, Sirong was taken to Yunya Peak. Here, with an elder brother already present, he became the cherished and indulged little disciple of his master and senior brother. In such a grand sect as Yunheng, the number of new disciples each year was limited, ranging from over 30 to barely a dozen, and these disciples would each apprentice under different masters, rendering it unnecessary for numerous celestial beings to conduct trivial classes. Consequently, the Yunheng sect established a school to impart fundamental knowledge to its novice disciples. Sirong was among them, adorned with a jade crown, a gold necklace gifted by his master, and clad in a flowing white robe. He wore a protective peach blossom pendant at his waist, embellished with jade tassels crafted by his senior brother, a small satchel crafted by his senior brother on his back, and a protective vermilion powder on his brow. Stepping out, he was no longer the disheveled child, but rather a beloved young celestial lord. Even after a millennium, Sirong vividly recalled his first spring festival upon entering Yunya Peak. At that time, he still carried the timidity of a mortal in despair. Yet his master's kindness and his senior brother's gentle guidance slowly nurtured his confidence. That year, during the new year, Yunya Peak was adorned anew, with paper cuttings from the mortal realm, bright red lanterns hanging, and even bamboo tubes stacked to create a bonfire. The senior brother patiently accompanied him, grasping his hand as they tossed bamboo into the fire, listening to the crackling sounds it made, and laughing as he covered his ears. Encouraged by this, he boldly threw the bamboo tube into the flames, and then turned to leap into his senior brother's embrace. The master looked on nearby, smiling at their antics. He would later learn that every year during the mortal new year, the various mountain lords would travel through the human realm for half a month, ensuring that no bandits or demons would disturb the festive season, thus safeguarding the well-being of the populace. At that time, the master had petitioned the sect leader for many days before finally persuading him to send his eldest disciple to take on the responsibility of patrolling the mortal realm in his stead, simply to keep him company. The master and his senior brother held the welfare of the people in the highest regard, yet their willingness to temporarily set aside their duties revealed an undeniable favoritism. Over the course of 3 years, by the time he graduated from the academy, he had transformed into an ambitious young man, still retaining his pure talent and compassion for the weak, with dreams of slaying demons and upholding justice. Alas, his kindness and fervor were devoid of cunning. Scenes of countless blades flashed before Sirong, as if he had returned to that fateful moment, confronted by the dark eyes of mortals and cultivators alike. Just as those swords were about to descend upon him, he jolted awake, gasping for breath, his fingers trembling violently, disoriented and unsure of the time. After a while, he became aware of his surroundings, feeling lost, and suddenly realizing he was drenched in cold sweat. The memories of that old incident resurfaced. Sirong leaned weakly against the back of his chair, his hands hanging limply, a rare display of despondency. The fear of that event haunted him relentlessly, a fear so profound that it discouraged any recollection. Before encountering that incident, he had been a promising disciple of the immortal sect, yet afterward, he struggled to restrain the kindness that had been gradually eroded. A lost soul. This fear clung to him like maggots to flesh, lingering even after a millennium, capable of robbing him of peaceful rest. Sirong let out a bitter, self-deprecating laugh. Truly, what a fate. He retrieved a bottle of celestial wine from his sleeve and took a swig. Having grown accustomed to the blandness of mortal alcohol over the years, he found it insipid, with the only pleasure being the different fruit aromas. However, suddenly consuming the potent celestial spirit felt as if it were scorching his insides, and the tipsy haze of his mind only deepened with the alcohol. He longed to drink this bottle as he had on his first encounter with celestial wine, eagerly awaiting the return of his indulgent senior brother to take him home, where he would inevitably be teased by the master. Yet, he found himself in a foreign land. So be it. Chapter 25. I do not wish to keep calling you professor. As the Hogwarts Express ceased its humming once more, the students aboard returned home, heralding the commencement of the Christmas holiday. However, Sirong had scarcely seen Tom for nearly 10 days. He sat in the vast hall, somewhat lost in thought as he gazed at the ornate ceiling. Had he never kept Tom close by, he would not have felt the emptiness of the place. Yet now, Tom was preoccupied with mingling among the Slytherin students, visiting the Black family today, the Bulstrode family tomorrow, busy to the point of disappearing. He could only catch a glimpse of Tom's hurried profile in the mornings before he left and late at night upon his return. By day, Sirong engaged in necessary social interactions and business affairs, and by night, donned the unique silk garments of the East, moving a chaise lounge beside the fireplace to sit, resting his cheek on his hand, eyes closed as he awaited the child's return. However, the wait grew unbearably long, and in his boredom, he fell asleep. Outside the expansive floor-to-ceiling windows, daylight had long faded, replaced by the deep night sky, leaving only the flickering light of the burning fireplace. After the midnight chimes rang, amidst the occasional crackling of the firewood, a young man clad in an exquisite suit emerged from the hearth. The boy, with black hair and dark eyes, appeared slightly fatigued, lowering his head to pinch the bridge of his nose. Upon looking up and spotting the Eastern professor breathing lightly by the fireplace, he paused in his steps. It was Tom. He stood frozen in the center of the firelight, gazing at the porcelain-like visage illuminated by the flickering flames. In that rosy glow, the figure reclined on the chaise lounge, nearly curled into itself, the right hand resting on the left shoulder, cheek nestled against a plush pillow. Yet he wore only a thin, pale purple silk robe, with his left hand gently hanging outside, revealing a glimpse of his snow-white wrist, dazzling in the dim light. Tom instinctively held his breath, as if his heart had suddenly surged with torrents of blood, rushing through his body and causing his fingertips to tingle. He unconsciously softened his steps, cautiously stepping out of the fireplace, oblivious to the ash that clung to his shoes, gently draping his outer robe over the figure's shoulders. He bent slightly, studying the man's jade-like face, a disbelieving thought blossoming in his heart. Was this person waiting for him? How could someone as despicable as himself have such a silent guardian? Sirong felt Tom's spirit, and with a slight haze, he opened his eyes, meeting those dark orbs. He smiled and raised his hand, asking, "You're back? How could a gathering of children last so late?" Tom grasped his hand, softly affirming, "I won't do it again." Sirong gently twisted his wrist, freeing himself from Tom's delicate hold. After so many years, he had grown unaccustomed to physical contact with others. In that sense, he was not a fitting guardian. Sometimes, Sirong felt indifferent towards the child, especially knowing how sternly Bulstrode had educated up. He seldom interfered with Tom's decisions and never intruded upon his social interactions, only offering guidance in thoughts and studies. This seemed to stem from an arrogance that had nearly been worn away, as he held enough confidence to resolve any troubles the child might bring. He rose and pulled Tom up by the arm, inquiring, "Did you have fun today?" Tom paused slightly, then replied with a soft Did this person genuinely believe he had merely visited a friend's house to play? Such naive thoughts made him chuckle lightly, easing some of his tension, and he nodded, responding, "Today, I visited the Potter family. Miss Doria, the prefect, is about to become engaged to the heir of the Potter family, and they invited us for dinner." Sirong chuckled, "You went just like that? Didn't you bring a gift?" Tom shook his head, grasping Sirong's right index finger like a child clinging to a parent. Yet his expression was calm, even tinged with a hint of resignation. "How could we?" Sirong laughed softly and shook his head, lifting his unheld hand to ruffle Tom's hair. "Ah, how could I forget? Our Tom is very clever." He led Tom upstairs, bringing him to the door of his room, gently nudging it open. "It's quite late. You should go rest. Who knows where you'll be off to tomorrow?" Tom nodded slightly, placing his hand on the doorknob but suddenly hesitating, turning to look at him, earnestly calling his name. "May I call you that?" Sirong paused gently, surprised by his request. Tom simply gazed at him, almost calmly explaining, "I don't wish to keep addressing you as Professor. We share a closer bond, do we not? Besides, the Potter family can address their elders in such a manner." Sirong hesitated. He was unsure how to convey to this child that his age might surpass the combined ages of everyone in the Potter family. Yet, upon witnessing the earnestness and anticipation in Tom's eyes, he felt it inappropriate to hold a child's youthful indiscretions against him. Indeed, during that summer of their first grade, had not the boy consistently addressed him by name in their correspondence? He exhaled softly, nodding in silent acquiescence, "If that is your wish." Chapter 26, So Much Like a Rose. It was the first time Tom unabashedly uttered Sirong's name. In truth, according to their custom, had Tom truly referred to Sirong in full, it would have been Rong Si, a pronunciation strikingly akin to Rose. Hence, Sirong permitted this audacious child to call him Rong. After all, calling one's guardian Rose seemed all the more audacious and paradoxical. Tom raised an eyebrow, silently accepting this peculiarity. Years later, in the intimacy of their chamber, when Tom, now the ostentatiously respectable minister of magic, whispered sweetly into the ear of a certain celestial being, calling him "my dear Rose," Sirong would not be grateful for this revelation. Ahem, yet at present, the obstinate youth was still in his tender years, while the more accommodating was considerably older, and whether their affections had begun to blossom remained uncertain. For now, the pressing matter was the impending Slytherin internal banquet to be held at Amber Manor. It was the first time Amber Manor would be bustling with guests. The little serpents, now out of school, were heirs of pure-blood families, adorned in their bespoke robes, stepping forth from the fireplace with an air of aristocratic dignity, yet instantly coming alive upon seeing their friends, revealing their unique, youthful spirit. I was already there, having arrived early. He had tied his shoulder-length hair with a dark green silk ribbon, donned a black formal robe, and pinned a rather aggressive emerald serpent brooch to his chest. The refracted light casting a cold, unfeeling sheen upon his slate-blue eyes, which were driven by self-interest. He merely stood there, yet even so, the inherent arrogance of the Malfoy heir exuded from his very core, manifesting an air of unwarranted superiority. In contrast, the dark-haired youth, Tom Riddle, appeared remarkably gentler. His obsidian-like hair was slicked back and held in place with gel, revealing a smooth forehead and a pair of eyes that, while seemingly gentle, occasionally betrayed a hint of coldness. Tom, too, wore a tailored black robe, and the white shirt with a pleated collar lent him a distinctly classical elegance, while the velvet black bow tie, once adjusted, conferred an air of gentlemanly sophistication. He sported a lavish emerald brooch that sparkled beautifully under the light. Together, they bore a striking resemblance to brothers. Tom turned, a smile gracing his features as he welcomed the arriving little serpents. Amidst the entanglement between Tom and Ub, Sirong made an appearance at the banquet, but merely showed his face before excusing himself, claiming, "I cannot indulge in your revelry," and retreated to the master bedroom on the second floor, completely ceding the spotlight to Tom and Ub. Tom watched him ascend the stairs, then turned his gaze back to the banquet unfolding before him. The Slytherin banquet was never merely a gathering, perhaps in their school days. They approached it with a hint of innocence, their shared experiences allowing them to momentarily overlook familial interests. Yet now, outside the confines of school, they represented their respective family interests. Indeed, there were even naive children under 11 years old mingling with astute young adults just reaching maturity. However, this did not intimidate Tom. He excelled in the art of persuasion. Most little serpents harbored ambitions deep within, yet were acutely aware of the need for caution. They yearned for advancement, but lacked the means to seize opportunities. They aspired to great deeds, but lacked the cunning. Such individuals were easily manageable. For instance, there was the younger sister of the prefect, Dorcas Bulstrode, Violetta Bulstrode, an undoubtedly Slytherin girl, yet raised in innocence by her family. However, her sister was not so easily deceived. Another category encompassed those who had matured, yet clung fervently to their pureblood lineage, exemplified by Walburga Black. Lastly, there were those who were considerably more composed and astute, such as the two prefects, Corvus Knott and Dorcas Bulstrode. Stood beside Tom, holding a cup of juice. Surrounded by familiar faces from pureblood families. They had already met the heirs still in school, although Tom frequently attended gatherings. The atmosphere of those occasions had rendered them merely acquaintances, preventing any deepening of their relationships, especially with those offspring of pureblood families who had yet to enroll or had just graduated. Chapter 27. Those Different Eyes. Walburga was eager to introduce her brother to Tom. Her typically aloof demeanor was infused with a rare warmth as she led them to a composed yet lively black-haired boy, saying, "Ollivander Black, my cousin, will be enrolling next year." Ollivander looked at Tom and politely greeted him. "Mr. Riddle, congratulations." Tom smiled amicably on the surface, yet his eyes scrutinized Ollivander, eventually lingering on those innocent eyes. They were indeed very naive. Though black like his own, they differed from both Tom's and Walburga's. His eyes were dark and devoid of light, reflecting an indifference to life and an insatiable thirst for power, only shimmering with a hint of brilliance when he pretended to be obedient in front of Sirong. Walburga's eyes were cold and detached, tinged with the weariness that follows the fulfillment of desire, often expressing disdain for whatever captured her gaze. Yet, Ollivander's eyes were as pure as those of an ordinary 9-year-old child, untouched by the machinations of pure-blood families. Truly a rarity. Tom gently patted his shoulder, saying, "I look forward to seeing you at the Slytherin Long Table next year, Ollivander." Ollivander appeared somewhat shy, his eyes shimmering with excitement as he nodded. Meanwhile, another black, Alfred, lounged carelessly against a Roman column, a glass of champagne in hand, his carefree smile surveying the bustling venue. It took Walburga some time to locate him, and she chastised. "Alfred, you're only in second year." Seizing the cup from her brother's hand, she declared angrily, "If you don't rein it in, I shall inform Mother about your little escapade with Father's red wine." Alfred bowed his head, yet his expression was one of defiance as he tilted his head toward Tom. Beaming and waving, "Hi, Tom." He approached Tom, leaning in to whisper, "My sister has quite the temper. By the way, how did you convince Professor C to host a banquet at Amber Manor? I'm not saying Professor C is unreasonable, but why can't we have a banquet in the Muggle world, just like Muggles do on picnics?" A paused, unsure how to respond to this unconventional member of the Black family, while holding his juice cup. Tom replied with a smile, "Alfred, I'm afraid the Muggle world is currently embroiled in war, and I doubt you would wish to witness such devastation." Walburga immediately transformed into the fiery dragon Ub had described, tugging at her brother's ear while apologizing to Tom and promptly whisking him away. Ub couldn't help but let out a quiet chuckle. "That Alfred, as you can see, Tom, is quite the troublemaker. We all wager he will be the one disowned by the family in this generation." Tom maintained his exemplary student smile, appearing exceedingly proper, even in his speech, which was notably measured. Had it not been for Ab's knowledge of his disdain for Muggles, it would have been difficult to discern his emotional inclinations. The black-haired youth remarked that he seemed rather close to Muggles. Abbott shrugged. After all, his mother was also a girl from the Crab family, and such absurd notions were beyond her. He wondered whom he resembled. "Well, perhaps we should go and greet the next guest?" Thus, the evening passed in a flurry of activity. The banquet did not last long, given that the protagonists of the evening were all children. The parents of the pureblood families were understandably uneasy, and Sirong, known for his aloof demeanor and dislike for hosting, concluded the gathering by 10 o'clock. The little snakes departed in droves. Many of the children found it hard to part from Tom, thanks to Tom's keen understanding of human nature. If he wished to cultivate a friendship with anyone, he could achieve it effortlessly. Sirong emerged to bid farewell to the children, observing Tom as he sent off his friends one by one. Due to the impending Christmas Eve, Abbott needed to return to Malfoy Manor and did not stay overnight. He tossed a handful of flue powder and vanished into the emerald flames of the fireplace. Sirong guided Tom upstairs, standing at the balcony on the second floor, watching the house elves busily tidying up the remnants of the banquet. Glancing sideways at the vibrant Tom, he smiled and asked, "Did you enjoy yourself?" Tom nodded, standing beside him as they surveyed the scene below. He softly inquired, "Rome, do you not seem to enjoy the festivities?" A rhetorical question, of course. Sirong turned to him, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he shook his head lightly. Interacting with others always required considerable effort. He raised his hand, intending to ruffle Tom's soft hair, but upon noticing traces of hair gel, he instead patted the boy's shoulder. You should get some rest. Tomorrow night is Christmas Eve. I suspect children of your age would be inclined to stay up late, waiting for Santa Claus. Tom was at a loss for words. There was no need to be so childish. He inwardly scoffed at the notion but obediently replied, looking up at Sirong with a smile. Regardless, though you dislike noise. You were willing to let me host a banquet. Thank you. Sirong paused, chuckling lightly. Perhaps it is better for you children to be a bit more lively. Tom smiled, wished him good night, and turned toward his bedroom, pushing the door open. Chapter 28. Absurd Greed. Christmas Eve. Countless individuals celebrated the birthday of the long-deceased Jesus. Tom stood on the second floor of Amber Manor, gazing at the magnificent floor-to-ceiling windows not far away. Conventionally, Christmas Eve was meant for families to dine together. Yet Sirong had vanished after lunch. He felt somewhat ridiculous. He did not trust Sirong, nor did he harbor any affection for him. He considered family a burdensome encumbrance, having always believed that he merely envied other purebloods for their ancestral legacies. Yet here he was, anticipating a so-called family dinner? How absurd. Tom silently mocked himself. He was merely seeking to confirm his standing in Sirong's heart, in order to exploit it better. Finding himself rather disinterested, he opted to return to his study to learn. However, before too long, a heavy knock echoed on the wooden door. Tom's heart leapt. He seemed to hope it was Sirong, yet simultaneously feared it might be him. Despite his denials, a subtle yearning for family betrayed itself in the minutiae of his expression and actions. Tom Riddle, the Allo student at Hogwarts, was adept at studying magic, executing every spell he had learned with ease. Though he could have opened the door with a simple incantation, he unconsciously rose, his heart pounding like a drum, and opened the door. He hesitated for a few seconds, quite rare for him. The black eyes before him seemed to suppress some emotion, hesitantly and cautiously lifting to reveal the unique figure of his Eastern professor. Sirong wore his usual expression, brows lowered, exuding a gentle tolerance as if nothing in the world could disturb his equanimity. He noticed the significantly taller black-haired youth, the smile in his eyes deepening as he softly said, "Merry Christmas Eve, Tom. This is the new year for you here. Let us not study tonight. I've prepared some Eastern delicacies. Would you care to taste them?" Tom stood momentarily dumbfounded. He had assumed this person was only capable of baking pastries. Yet here he was, cooking as well. He stood frozen, staring as Sirong's delicate, pale hand rested before him, as if struck dumb by some unexpected delight. Sirong waited patiently, mimicking his mentor's manner, taking hold of the boy's wrist and gently leading him downstairs. Below awaited a resplendently adorned Christmas tree, its lights casting a kaleidoscope of colors, beautiful enough to separate him from the sorrows of the world. The inviting aroma of delicious dishes wafted through the expansive dining room, carrying a warm, comforting fragrance. Following the scent, Tom beheld a table laden with an array of unfamiliar delicacies. He did not recognize them but felt an inexplicable sense of long-awaited fulfillment. His not-so-innocent black eyes glanced complexly at the Eastern professor beside him, hesitating before taking a seat. The person across from him gazed at him with gentle oblivion, smiling as he said, "Merry Christmas." Tom's heart stirred sharply. In that moment, he tightened his grip on the knife and fork, casting a sullen and obsessive glance at the man opposite him. "Merry Christmas, is it?" he retorted, "Wrong. Will you say Merry Christmas to me every year?" Tom blinked, concealing the turbulence in his gaze, smiling obediently while inadvertently revealing a hint of the long-suppressed yearning and longing. "Sirong." He softly whispered the name in his heart, suddenly overwhelmed by a sense of absurd greed. "Sirong, forever by my side." Chapter 29. He would willingly die in those days when he had nothing. Under Sirong's encouragement, Tom savored his first taste of Eastern cuisine. Each dish captivated his palate from the very first bite. He inquired about the names of each dish and even the methods of preparation. At that moment, he believed he was merely trying to learn how to cook these dishes to endear himself to Sirong, hoping to keep him by his side for better manipulation. Yet perhaps the ever-growing concern had already alerted him. His heart had silently surrendered to Sirong. For instance, the foreign foods that lost their flavor after that night. For instance, all Eastern dishes paled in comparison to the ones from that Christmas Eve. Sirong simply observed him quietly, watching this child who understood not the nuances of emotions. He lowered his head and took a bite of the shrimp dumpling, feeling it lacked the flavor of those made by his elder brother from years past. He couldn't help but smirk at himself, a being of eternal life, foolishly trying to carve a boat in the river of time to retrieve a sword. Yet he had to admit that he missed those days, missed the very beginnings of everything. How many years had passed, and he still found himself reminiscing about that time. He was young then, required to study at the sect's academy, with one day off every 4 days. On days off, He would complete his assignments in the company of his mentor or elder brother. If both were fortuitously present, he would sit beneath the bamboo grove with his mentor, listening to his elder brother practice swordplay while the mentor played the guqin, the tranquility akin to a dream. He longed to return to that day. If he could go back, he would willingly die in those days when he had nothing. As he raised his gaze, he encountered the profound thoughts of the child from a distant land. Lowering his eyes, he observed the impeccably tailored suit draped over his arm. This scene momentarily halted him, leaving him unable to discern whether it was sadness or a newfound clarity that enveloped him. Sirong smiled softly, gazing almost nostalgically at the chopsticks in his hand before gently setting them down and ladling a bowl of fish porridge for the child. Try it. This porridge is quite delectable. Tom obediently accepted it and inquired, Rong, I had no idea you could cook, let alone so well. Sirong smiled in response, saying, as long as you enjoy it. Once again, he evaded a direct answer. Tom lowered his gaze, stirring the delicate porcelain spoon in the bowl, suddenly looking up to ask, Rong, will you teach me to cook? Sirong paused, then softly replied, all right. As the child regarded him with a look of astonishment, he chuckled gently and added, consider it your Christmas gift. Tom frowned slightly. He could never quite comprehend Sirong. Yet, while his mind continued to process, his heart and soul instinctively made a choice, prompting him to ask, did I not originally have a Christmas gift? The moment the words escaped his lips, both of them froze. Sirong lifted his eyes to meet his, sighed softly, and with a graceful twist of his wrist, produced a beautiful, deep-hued wooden box, extending it toward him with a semblance of helplessness in his smile. If you say it out loud, there will be no Santa Claus sneaking into your room at midnight to leave gifts by your bedside. Tom fell silent. An overwhelming pang of bitterness surged within his heart. How could this person say such a thing? In his presence, he felt as though he had become someone else entirely, which both repulsed and captivated him in an inexplicable way. He gently lifted his gaze and asked, do you give up a Christmas gift in this manner as well? Sirong hesitated, shaking his head gently. That child has a family. I would never visit Malfoy Manor on Christmas Eve. Tom smiled faintly, finding it hard to understand the reason behind his own amusement. Was he laughing at their shared state of being homeless? This was indeed a commonality between him and Sirong, was it not? Reflecting on this, his spirits lifted once more as he reached for the modest, restrained wooden gift box, reminiscent of Sirong's own demeanor, and opened it to reveal a remarkably simple, live-clasped silver bracelet. Compared to even the most impoverished families, this gift appeared rather meager. Tom was genuinely taken aback. He did not believe this reflected Sirong's true capabilities. His perception of this individual was akin to the exquisite timepiece he had been deceived into acquiring, a serene yet invaluable treasure from the noble East. He looked at Sirong with a thirst for knowledge, eager to uncover the unique qualities of the bracelet. Sirong did not disappoint him. This is a token of my acknowledgement of you, he said. Do not blame the simplicity of this gift. Sirong smiled gently, his voice warm. In our culture, elders always prepare such a live-clasped silver bracelet for children, wishing for their longevity and safety. Now that you are my child, though I am not skilled in this tradition, I still wish to present you with one. Furthermore, he lifted the silver bracelet, cradling Tom's left hand with the other, tenderly placing it upon his wrist while reminiscing with a smile. This bracelet was bestowed upon me by my master as a protective talisman, encompassing both protection and storage. With it upon you, I shall feel at ease. Tom paused, his eyes reflecting a hint of complexity. He was not fond of overly simple items. He adored extravagance, lavishness, and power. He had previously cherished the golden timepiece adorned with intricate designs that Sirong gifted him. However, yet he swiftly set aside the bracelet's appearance and leaned in, almost with urgency, to ask, protection and storage? Sirong nodded gently. Indeed, in this realm, where magic is not particularly potent, this bracelet will suffice to shield you from all attacks. All attacks? Tom pressed eagerly, his dark eyes igniting with fervent ambition. Including dark magic? Including the 3 unforgivable curses? Sirong paused, then nodded. Yes, but I do not believe you will encounter enemies wielding unforgivable curses. Hogwarts is quite safe. And so is Amber Manor. He casually dismissed the doubts, concealing a hint of admonishment. Yet Tom did not perceive it as such. He had never witnessed Sirong question anything. He merely interpreted it as the naive concern of this Eastern professor. Thus, he relaxed and continued to inquire. And what about storage? At this moment, the ambition in his eyes softened, revealing a childlike curiosity. Sirong chuckled lightly and replied, though this bracelet appears unassuming, it possesses hidden depths, capable of storing, well, up to 100 cubic meters of items. I believe that should suffice for your needs. Tom's interest piqued. He turned the bracelet on his wrist and asked, but how do I store things? The bracelet cannot simply be opened like a box, can it? He murmured, suddenly realizing something. By thought. His dark eyes glanced toward the wooden box that had originally held the bracelet, tentatively lifting his hand to place it upon the box. With a mere thought, the box vanished from his grasp. Tom's face remained impassive, yet his eyes betrayed a flicker of surprise. Incredible, he murmured, looking at Sirong in awe. Is this a powerful alchemical item? Your master must be a formidable alchemist, no? Sirong chuckled, shaking his head gently, a rare expression of admiration and pride shining through. The title of alchemist does not do justice to my master. He gestured toward the bracelet, reminding him, it has yet to acknowledge you as its master. Acknowledge me? The unfamiliar term ignited Tom's excitement further. What must I do? He inquired eagerly. Sirong gazed at the bracelet and softly said, you need to drop a single drop of blood upon it. Yes, after that, it will recognize you as its master. Unless you choose to remove it voluntarily, it will not fall off. Even if, by chance, it ends up in someone else's hands, it will merely be an ordinary bracelet. Tom regarded the silver bracelet on his wrist with newfound understanding, realizing how much he had underestimated Sirong. He quickly followed Sirong's guidance to establish the bond with the bracelet. After completing the process, his heart raced with excitement as he looked across at the composed Eastern professor, his curiosity deepening. Who, exactly, was this person? He refrained from asking outright, but turned instead to inquire, does it have one too? Sirong appeared slightly taken aback. The child had not pressed for his background. Instead, he seemed preoccupied with the unique favoritism among children. Amused, Sirong patted Tom's head and explained, no, he does not have one. The items my master bestowed upon me are all carefully preserved. I never give them away. Tom lowered his gaze, softly responding with an mm. He felt as though he had become a stranger to himself, refraining from pursuing further advantageous queries or probing into Sirong's origins to acquire more treasures. But that was all right. He was now Sirong's adopted son. There was no need to rush any plans. Happy birthday, Tom. After that, Sirong began teaching Tom to prepare Eastern delicacies, dishes, soups, and desserts. The boy was remarkably intelligent, quickly mastering the techniques, and the flavors were not far from perfection. At the very beginning, the child was covered in flour, adopting a fierce demeanor that prevented him from laughing out loud, which was undeniably endearing. For over 10 days, Tom had remained at home, learning by his side while he worked, and when he took a break, he would eagerly ask to learn how to cook. This arrangement infused their mundane routine with a touch of delight. Sirong chuckled softly, suddenly realizing that having a child by his side was rather pleasant. Did his own master once think of him in this way? As he reminisced, he innocently affirmed to himself, it must have been so. He was well aware that Tom possessed a unique mindset, occasionally revealing profound thoughts, yet he never anticipated that such a sincere child would catch him off guard. December 31st, 1939, Sirong distinctly remembered this day. He knew it was Tom's birthday and contemplated whether he should venture into the Muggle world to procure a cake, hoping to make amends for past shortcomings. He set out early, intending to return home to prepare breakfast and wake the child, but upon his return, he was greeted by the sight of Tom delicately extracting freshly made wontons from a bracelet, carefully dividing them into 2 small bowls, and attentively arranging the dining table. Standing at the doorway with the cake in hand, Sirong couldn't help but chuckle at the child's quick grasp of the bracelet's usage. And he quietly observed the unanticipated glimmer of anticipation in Tom's eyes. It was as though he was gazing at a reflection of his younger self. However, back then, he had the love of his master and senior brother, which allowed him to nurture an innocent and ambitious nature. Whereas this child had forged such a character through a painful childhood. Indeed, he had endured fewer hardships than Tom. He had been taken under his master's wing at the age of 7 and had not tasted the bitterness of the mundane world until his master passed away. But this child, he had only met him at 12. At 13, he was taken in by this cruel and selfish person, finally finding a place to call home. A wave of tenderness surged within Sirong. His gaze softened further as he watched the child almost finish setting the table before stepping forward to compliment him. Who is this industrious little prince? Upon hearing his voice, Tom quickly turned around, exclaiming, Rong, you're back. He paused, noticing the intricate cake in Sirong's hands, and after a moment of hesitation, asked in a somewhat stilted voice, Didn't you say there would be a birthday dinner for me tonight? There should be a cake at the dinner. Sirong approached him, gently ruffling his hair, and replied warmly, Slytherin is a rather unique house. You probably won't get to enjoy much cake at the dinner. While they are yet to arrive, let us quietly celebrate your birthday. He placed the cake box on the long table, smiling as he said, Go on, open it, Tom. I thought you deserved to celebrate your birthday properly, to make up for the regrets of the past, like that cake shop on Vauxhall Road that you once mentioned. Tom fell silent. Indeed, he had spoken of that cake shop, using a tone filled with longing to evoke sympathy, describing how he had saved up for a second-hand diary and had stood outside the shop for a long time, enviously gazing at the window without daring to enter. He never expected that Sirong would remember, He stood there for quite some time before finally approaching to open the cake box. He was slow in his actions, and Sirong made no attempt to rush him, simply watching him with quiet patience and tenderness. When Tom opened the box and beheld the beautiful cake inside, memories from the past surged forth. He recognized this cake, the sign of that cake shop, the favored choice of wealthy young lords for their birthdays. He looked up at Sirong, who unexpectedly produced a whimsical, colorful birthday hat from somewhere and placed it atop his head, while colorful candles were suddenly inserted into the cake. Sirong gently said, "Happy birthday, Tom." Tom gazed at him, and the colorful candles between them were ignited, releasing tiny fireworks in the morning light. He looked into Sirong's enchanting black eyes. How strange it was. They were undeniably the same eyes. Yet they seemed entirely different. The man urged, "Make a wish, Tom." Tom closed his eyes, the somewhat unfamiliar sound of the birthday song echoing in his ears, a tune that lifted the corners of his lips. He sincerely wished, "I want Sirong to always be by my side." Chapter 32. He yearned to understand Sirong's past. Following that day, for quite some time after Hogwarts commenced, Tom found himself perplexed by this wish. He had long harbored doubts about his talent for parseltongue, tracing back to Salazar Slytherin and the legend of the Chamber of Secrets. Logically, he should have wished to successfully find the chamber and uncover the treasures buried by Slytherin. Yet, why had he wished for Sirong? He deceived himself into thinking it was merely because this Eastern professor was of substantial means. As long as Sirong remained by his side, he could continuously receive extraordinary treasures from the East under the guise of birthday gifts. For instance, he sat at his dormitory desk, recalling the birthday gift the man had given him, a beautiful sky-blue porcelain vial. Little did he know that the pills within that vial could swiftly replenish his magical energy spent in battle. How intriguing. He gently squinted his eyes, silently exploring the unadorned silver bracelet on his wrist. While he was cautious due to his special feelings for Sirong, he felt compelled to maintain this relationship in daily life, strengthening their connection. He asked Sirong, "Have you ever adopted anyone else?" Receiving a reassuring answer, he inquired, "Everyone says dark magic is evil, yet you seem to disagree, Rome?" The other chuckled, explaining that human hearts and magic were never intertwined. He then asked, "When is your birthday?" Only to be met with silence. Pressing further, Sirong replied, "Tom, I can no longer remember." In that moment, the usually gentle and calm Eastern professor revealed a hint of melancholy, his jade-like fingers delicately caressing a smooth white jade piece, pausing for a long while. In that instant, an idea sprang forth in Tom's mind, a notion that should have no place in a heart like his. He desired to understand Sirong's past fully. He wanted to delve deeply into this individual, rather than merely gleaning scraps of information when the man willingly divulged them. Once this thought emerged, it spread like a spark igniting a forest, swept up by a tempest, and became impossible to extinguish. Thus, after one of the gatherings of the Walpurgis Nights, he could not resist asking Abbot, "Abbot, do you know anything about Rome's past?" Abbot cast him a curious glance before gently shaking his head. "The master has never told anyone. He likely does not wish for us to know. You should refrain from probing." Tom maintained a calm demeanor and nodded slightly. He understood Abbot well. He knew that should any conflict of interest arise between him and Sirong, unless it pertained to the great cause of pure blood revival, this Malfoy heir would unconditionally stand with Sirong. Therefore, he chose to abandon Abbot as a source of information and sought out his unique advisor, Anser Arnold. When he shared this notion with Anser while seated in the Ravenclaw common room, he was met with a boisterous laugh, filled with absurdity and mockery. Tom furrowed his brow, a hint of annoyance creeping into his voice as he inquired, "What are you laughing at?" Anser chuckled breathlessly. Initially, he had followed this man's ambition, hoping that he might fulfill his own languid aspirations and ultimately stand atop the world, commanding the winds and rains. At that time, he pondered that while he was indeed eager to pursue an ambitious master, should that master lack any capability, it would be a betrayal of his loyalty. However, Tom would not disappoint him. The teachers spoke highly of Tom, and many Ravenclaw students praised him effusively. Although the Hufflepuff and Gryffindor students were begrudging, they could not deny Tom's prowess. The eventual outcome filled Anser with great satisfaction, as he energetically took up the Knightly Order expansion strategy presented by Tom, meticulously refining it. Before long, tales of the Walpurgis Knightly Order began circulating within Slytherin. It was said to be a select group that only the most exceptional students could join, comprising several of the wizarding world's most powerful pureblood families. Those who joined the Walpurgis Knightly Order would receive formidable support from these families after graduation. Furthermore, it was rumored to be founded by Tom Riddle, Slytherin's most outstanding student, who naturally garnered the full backing of Professor Slughorn. Whispers suggested that this small assembly could potentially influence the future of the magical realm. Soon, this news reached the ears of all the esteemed students at Hogwarts. It was an effortless dissemination, thanks to the cunning and astute potions professor, Slughorn, who was dedicated to establishing a network of exceptional students. Anser once believed he was following a calm, rational, and extraordinarily gifted master, unencumbered by any useless emotions. Yet, Tom's latest notion began to sow seeds of doubt within him. Professor Slytherin? Again, Professor Slytherin? This marked the second idea Tom had presented him regarding Professor Slytherin. The previous suggestion of having Slytherin adopt Tom could still be justified as a means to secure a kind-hearted, pure-hearted ally for the future. However, to delve into Professor Slytherin's past? That was a notion born purely out of concern for Slytherin, utterly unrelated to their grand ambitions. Anser gradually stifled his boisterous laughter, casting a meaningful glance at the frowning, dark-haired youth, and replied, "At your service, my master." While it was true that this matter bore no relation to their greater endeavors, he was nonetheless intrigued to witness what emotions a person like Professor Slytherin could exhibit. He resolved to assist his poor, yet to find clarity in his own feelings. Master in winning over the ethereal Professor Slytherin. Chapter 33. What kind of small group has this child created? In the course of Anser's investigation, the end-of-term examinations quietly approached. Students were overwhelmed with their studies, wishing they could return to class, vowing to pay better attention. Amidst such a tense atmosphere, Tom's tranquility was particularly striking. Slughorn repeatedly expressed admiration for Tom, affirming that the boy's composure in the face of challenges would undoubtedly lead to great accomplishments in the future. Professor Slytherin shared this sentiment, though he never voiced it. Meanwhile, the Walpurgis Knightly Order experienced some expansion. As the second-year final exams drew to a close, the order had grown from a meager 7 members to 17. The motivations behind those wishing to join were complex. The weak sought protection, the ambitious yearned for prestige, and some individuals of a more ruthless disposition were subtly drawn to Tom's emerging aura. All were among Hogwarts' finest students. Ultimately, however, only those who were wholly devoted to Tom and the fundamental principles of the Walpurgis Knightly Order were accepted. In this initial filtering process, the extreme purists and the excessively peaceful were turned away, leaving behind those with, to varying extents, surging ambitions. Professor Slytherin was vaguely aware of this, particularly when Tom inadvertently inquired about a certain emblem. It was a sunlit afternoon when Tom invited Slytherin to meet by the Black Lake. Arriving punctually, he found the dark-haired youth seated beneath the verdant willows. A low square table was adorned with homemade Eastern pastries, a pot of fragrant black tea, and 2 pristine white porcelain cups. On either side of the table were cushions of distinct Eastern design. Tom reclined on the cushion to the right, his long legs outstretched, leaning against the willow tree. Perhaps due to a proper diet, he had grown remarkably tall. What a delightful occasion. He heard a familiar voice call from behind, prompting him to turn and behold Slytherin clad in a pale moon-white silk shirt, paired with impeccably pressed trousers, exuding a refreshing air amidst the summer heat. He smiled and gestured toward the adjacent cushion, welcoming. "You have arrived, please take a seat." Slytherin settled onto the cushion, mimicking Tom's posture against the slightly rough tree trunk, and inquired, "What is it that necessitated this meeting? Couldn't it have been discussed in the office?" The sunlight was dazzling, shimmering across the water's surface, causing him to squint slightly, yet a rare, comfortable smile graced his face. Tom observed his profile, arching an eyebrow as he followed Slytherin's gaze. Remaining silent for quite some time, the two of them began to feel drowsy under the summer sun. Just as Slytherin was becoming somewhat dazed, he suddenly heard the rustle of parchment, followed by the light, casual voice of the youth beside him. "Slytherin, what do you think of this design?" Slytherin stirred awake, accepting the piece of parchment that was offered. Upon inspection, he found a somewhat grotesque illustration, a fearsome skull with its mouth agape, from which a large python emerged, coiling and twisting like a tongue. He frowned slightly and queried, "Where did you find such an ugly design?" Tom, who had initially held a hint of amusement, fell silent for a moment before asking, "Is it truly that hideous?" Slytherin nodded gently, shifting the parchment to the right to point out, while the skull does symbolize rebirth, it predominantly represents death and malevolence, especially with a snake emerging from its mouth. Snakes typically embody fear and symbolize darkness and evil. However, they also possess a unique connection to life, embodying humanity's hopes for death, rebirth, and even immortality. I perceive this design not merely as a simple emblem, but rather as a totem for a particular group. This group is not entirely righteous. It seeks to intimidate others while yearning for eternal life. Tom gazed at him, momentarily stunned. What Slytherin articulated perfectly aligned with his original conception. Noticing Slytherin frowning as he placed the parchment on the table, Tom inquired, "Do you believe the creator of this design to be a villain?" Slytherin gently shook his head, stating, "The delineation of good and evil is inherently complex. The creator of this design may also be one who, albeit misguidedly, seeks to protect humanity. Even we, in our time, walked a path of bloodshed. He continued, however, Tom, you are still quite young, at a stage where your thoughts are still in flux. It would be wise to keep your distance from such matters for the time being. His tone was calm, yet it subtly surpassed mere tranquility. Tom fell silent, suppressing his surprise, and retrieved the parchment, realizing that Slytherin was not fond of this emblem. He silently crumpled the parchment into a ball and tucked it into his pocket before smiling and gazing out at the glistening lake. Once again producing another piece of paper to inquire, what of this design? Sirong took the paper once more, his furrowed brow relaxing slightly. On the parchment was depicted a circular emblem, composed of 2 concentric rings, with a space left between them, as if awaiting the inscription of certain characters. The inner ring illustrated a pitch-black mountain, at the base of which burned a crackling campfire, while atop it perched a wizard's hat. Ascending further, a golden line bisected the design, the left side adorned with falling snow against a pale blue backdrop, and the right with swaying green willows set against a verdant background. Walpurgisnacht, symbolizing the convergence of winter and spring, denoting death and rebirth. Though Sirong was unaware of the significance behind Walpurgisnacht, he felt that this emblematic design was far more acceptable than the previous one, nodding in approval. He cast a sidelong glance at the youth who leaned casually against the willow tree, a playful smile gracing his lips as he accepted the sheepskin parchment. What kind of small organization has this child established? Chapter 34. Silken Tresses, Threads of Affection. Tom, sensing Sirong's gaze upon him, turned to meet his eyes, a smirk creeping onto one side of his mouth, radiating a mix of triumph and pride. Yet, under the sunlight, this mischievous grin revealed his youthful exuberance. A rare sight indeed. Sirong regarded him with a smile, suddenly realizing how endearing this typically composed boy appeared when he let loose. He leaned back against the willow, squinting up at the sun, which cast a shadow over his vision, rendering the surrounding scenery somewhat indistinct. Feeling languorous from the warmth, he inquired, "The results are about to be released. How do you feel about this exam?" Tom glanced at him, then down at the silk shirt cinched at his waist, his gaze inadvertently lingering on the defined waistline before he awkwardly averted his eyes. "Do you prefer the emblem?" he asked, flashing an aggressively charming smile as he met Sirong's gaze, noting how his fair skin appeared almost translucent in the sunlight. "Of course, it's no trouble at all." He regarded Sirong's profile and suddenly declared, "Sirong, I wish to go out and play during the summer break." Sirong paused slightly, turning to look at him. The lingering warmth of the sun cast a shadow over his features, making it difficult to discern the boy's expression. He blinked slowly and asked, "Where would you like to go?" Tom smiled cleverly, evading the question. "I want to go out with just the 2 of us on an adventure. Can you and Uncle Malfoy allow us to go out alone, without following us?" The professor opposite them gently shook his head. "You're only in your 2nd year, Tom. By the time you reach 5th year, I will permit you to go out. Until then, perhaps you should explore London with Ub." Tom chuckled, replying, "But Ub will be in 5th year next term, and I'll be in 3rd year. A summer's difference doesn't really matter, does it?" Sirong lightly tapped his forehead, smiling warmly yet firmly, indicating that negotiation was not an option. Tom obediently nodded, though a fleeting glimmer passed through his eyes. Once he stepped beyond the gates of Amber Manor, who could say for certain whether he would venture to London or elsewhere? He grinned and presented Sirong with a cup of strawberry pudding. "We usually indulge in Eastern pastries, so let's try the local pudding this time. I made it myself." Sirong felt a surge of warmth within as he lifted the cup of translucent, strawberry-hued pudding. Surprisingly, it was not overly sweet. Satisfied, he took a second spoonful, prompting Tom to realize that Sirong enjoyed this flavor. A slight swell of happiness filled Tom's heart, leaving him perplexed as he pressed a hand to his chest. They spent their time by the lakeside until the stars blanketed the sky. Tom gazed up at the cosmos, saying, "Sirong, we previously studied Eastern languages and scripts, but I still struggle to express the beauty of this place." Sirong smiled, retrieving a stack of sheepskin parchment, and began to describe the scenery before them. "This is Black Lake. We are leaning against a willow tree, a canopy of stars above us, with the sound of cicadas in the air." Years later, Tom would still vividly recall those few Chinese words. He would never forget that night, feeling the willow branches sway gently in the breeze, occasionally brushing against Sirong's silk shirt before parting. The summer cicadas seemed to carry an unsettling heat, causing the Black Lake to ripple with sound. He gently tugged at Sirong's flowing hair, inquiring, "How do you say hair in your language?" Sirong pulled the strand from Tom's grasp and, gazing at the gently undulating lake, explained with a smile, "It estofa, but you must remember not to tousle someone else's hair." "Why?" Tom asked, curiosity piqued. He received an unexpected response. Sirong chuckled softly. "You must know that we are inherently reserved, especially when it comes to expressing affection. Hair, referred to as Jingxi, sounds similar to Jingxi, which signifies love. Tom appeared momentarily struck by this revelation. His heart fluttered, slow yet steady, as he gazed at Sirong's lustrous hair, blinking slowly. Chapter 35. Sirong could hear the rhythm of Tom's heartbeat. The fleeting stirrings of youthful affection were cast aside as summer approached. Tom and Ab sat within the confines of the governor's carriage, their eyes, of differing hues, gleaming with shared ambition. They had far more pressing matters to attend to. Their summer was meticulously planned, brimming with engagements. They needed to deepen connections with all the graduated pureblood heirs, and those yet to enroll, to win over more supporters for their ideology, and to frequently visit Nocturne Alley in search of darker magics. Yet Tom had orchestrated a secret endeavor to confirm his identity as the heir of Slytherin. He even kept this from Up. Until all was settled, he would not place his trust in a family whose very name suggested treachery. This entire summer was of utmost importance, but for Tom, that secret mattered more than anything else. If he could ascertain his lineage, if he could confirm his noble descent from Slytherin, if he could find his father, everything would change. He would discover the means to dominate all of Slytherin, to stand equal to or even surpass the Malfoys. As for the name Riddle, perhaps it was merely a pseudonym his father had casually chosen. However, he resolved to keep this from Sirong. He did not wish for that individual to know he remained preoccupied with his past lineage, consumed by the desire to reclaim his heritage. Did this imply he wished to part ways with him? Sirong was not one to cling. He would likely accept the reality with a calm demeanor, then encourage him to return to the Slytherin family, or perhaps the Gaunt lineage. Tom dreaded witnessing such a scenario, even as the thought of confirming his Slytherin blood drove him nearly to madness. When they arrived at Platform 9 and retrieved the key to return to Amber Manor, the summer's critical affairs began to unfold. Tom became increasingly busy, scarcely engaging with Sirong. Yet each night, he would sneak into the kitchen to prepare breakfast for Sirong for the following day, even if it was merely a pot of seafood porridge. Occasionally returning early in the evening, he would craft an array of pastries, neatly placing them in a box to ensure Sirong had something to eat. He believed himself to be discreet, as that Eastern professor had been secluding in his room, claiming to be engaging in a form of meditation. Yet Sirong could still hear the cadence of his heartbeat. Every evening, he could hear the crackling of the burning powdered flue from the fireplace at the serene Amber Manor, followed by the soft padding of footsteps. Yet, while the footsteps may be light, the young man's robust heartbeat remained unchanged. Sirong could always perceive that, at the moment he stepped away from the fireplace. The boy's heart was steady, but it would soon quicken, its sound resonating like a drum. As the boy entered the kitchen, that heartbeat became irregular. At times like the pounding of war drums, at times soft and gentle, almost unbelievable. Was this child in love? Sirong pondered, and he felt his once relaxed arms stiffen slightly, a light sensation of falling in his heart. What? His gaze flickered, incredulity washing over him as he looked at his own arms, gently furrowing his brow. However, the image of the breakfast the boy had prepared on the dining table from the first day, he saw it suddenly intruded upon his mind. He had nearly paused on the staircase. A wave of serene joy flowed from his heart, as if he had returned to a millennium ago, to the days when he was cherished by his master and cared for by his senior brothers. But he closed his eyes tightly, beginning to question the origin of this absurd infatuation, ultimately finding no discernible reason, and simply attributed it to the rapid growth of the child. Tom was already as tall as him. Yet, the youth had always been composed, more often caring for others, making it difficult to view him as a child. However, a slight agitation arose from the depths of his heart. Sirong gently clenched his hand, exhaling silently. It was all right. The child had grown up. Looking at the previous students, especially Abu's in his third year of romantic escapades, soon, Tom would also attract a host of girls vying for his attention. And he would, at Tom's graduation and wedding, offer his blessings. Everything would end there. Chapter 36. The Escape. Thus, the next day, upon Tom's return in the dead of night, he discovered that the breakfast on the table lay untouched. He paused, his already heavy heart sinking further. The truth he had uncovered at the Gunter family had already filled him with disgust, and now, realizing Sirong had not eaten, a wave of intense displeasure surged from within him. He strode towards the dining table, lifting the pastry box beside it, only to find the pastries untouched as well. A stronger anger swept over him, nearly causing him to tremble. Not eating again. He felt a surge of annoyance as he ascended the stairs with a stern expression, quickly reaching the second floor and knocking on Sirong's door. "Rong, are you there?" His voice was calm, yet the heartbeat laced with fury betrayed his emotions. Sirong remained silent for a long while, but eventually rose to open the door. He wore a simple, dark robe, plain as if it had grown naturally from the earth. The youth seemed quite angry. Sirong paused, a gentle smile curving his eyes, half concealing his thoughts, and softly said, "You're back." Tom, brimming with frustration, found himself at a loss for how to express it upon seeing Sirong's calm demeanor. He remained silent for a considerable time, seemingly wanting to disclose the humiliation he had faced at the Gunter family, or perhaps to question why the man hadn't eaten, but ultimately, he merely said, "I see you haven't eaten today." Sirong met his gaze, then averted his eyes, chuckling softly. "Yes, I didn't manage to." He simply could not bear to see the child distressed. Yet, he also could not allow himself to sink into this absurd infatuation, so he continued, "Tom, I see you've been busy lately, and it's quite fitting that you're not home for meals. Recently, Albus has invited me to Austria. We have matters to attend to, so you needn't trouble yourself cooking for me." He paused, placing a hand on Tom's shoulder. "Take good care of yourself. And don't make me worry." Tom fell silent again. He gazed at the Eastern professor before him and inquired, "When will you be back?" Sirong looked down, smiling softly, and replied calmly, "Before the school year begins." Tom's heart sank. His absence would indeed make it easier for him to act, but he raised his gaze, clasping his hands behind his back, silently clenching his fists, yet managing a faint smile. "All right." The sweltering summer concealed the youth's actions, while the cacophony of cicadas drowned out the elder's emotions. The following day, Sirong visited Malfoy Manor, exchanged pleasantries with Brewster, and without seeing Tom, proceeded alone to Numengard. Grindelwald had prepared an elaborate spread of dishes that were exceedingly sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy to welcome him, including snails glistening with blood-stained meat. "Sirong, those dishes are unpalatable, even for Dumbledore. Of course, except for the desserts." He calmly set down his fork, lifting his gaze to the smug golden bird across from him, almost exuding a hint of menace. "Gellert." Grindelwald had no choice but to relent, clapping his hands, causing the table of food to silently vanish, replaced by a spread of well-cooked dishes, along with some less sweet puddings. He pouted defiantly. "Didn't you say you started eating recently? Why are you still so picky?" Sirong picked up a spoon, revealing a tranquil smile. "Gellert, I believe you've been quite active lately, and I doubt you wish to duel with me at this time." "Ah, Rong is angry again." Dumbledore sighed, exasperated by Grindelwald's persistent provocation towards Sirong, and could only force a smile. "Rong, you know how he is." Sirong looked at the spoon scooping up strawberry pudding, watching the silver spoon glimmer beautifully under the light, while the pink translucent pudding shimmered with colors, and asked with a smile, "Then why are you enamored with him?" Dumbledore relaxed, shrugging. "You know, I was deceived by his genius appearance. Even to this day, I find it quite helpless." Grindelwald chuckled with pride, raising an eyebrow. "It's too late to regret, Al." He reached out to wrap an arm around his lover's waist, reclining in his chair with a flourish. "So, Rome, after all these years, haven't you found someone you like?" Sirong gently lowered his eyes, remaining silent. Thus, the golden bird became animated. "Oh, how dull. Look at your lack of ambition." Sirong raised his gaze to him. "Gellert, existence itself is inherently mundane. Moreover, I shall not become infatuated with love. Why waste others' time?" Grindelwald frowned at him. "Then what is your purpose in life?" This question caught Sirong off guard. In the past, he had devoted himself to the path, striving to uphold justice in the mundane world, vanquishing demons and monsters. Yet mortals did not require deities. Mortals were not fearful of demons either. They themselves were their own gods and demons. So now, what was the purpose of his existence? Chapter 37, The Deathly Hallows. This question was almost piercing, and Sirong found himself at a loss for an answer. He could only change the subject, asking, "Are you still searching for the Deathly Hallows?" "You know, Rome, if I didn't care about the Deathly Hallows, I wouldn't have designated it as the mark of a saint." Grindelwald replied, producing the uneven Elder Wand and gently caressing it. "Years ago, I acquired the Elder Wand. But for some reason, I always feel it isn't as powerful as I imagined." Sirong sighed silently. "Gellert, I believe you've guessed that the so-called most powerful Elder Wand simply submits to the strongest. Thus, it lacks any loyalty." He lifted his spoon and gently stirred the pudding in his cup, producing a faint, melodic clink. He added, "As far as I know, the wands here are loyal solely to their masters, chosen by them alone." Grindelwald fell silent, contemplating this, and with a hint of reluctance, he remarked, "But if the Elder Wand exists, then the invisibility cloak and the resurrection stone must exist as well. According to legend, whoever unites the Deathly Hallows will become the Master of Death." Unable to restrain himself, he stood up and began pacing. "Can I truly relinquish this so easily?" Sirong remained silent for a moment, smiling wryly. "Very well. It is only when a person has traversed the river of death themselves that they comprehend the essence of life and death. Likewise, certain experiences can only be truly understood through personal encounter. No matter how convincingly others might speak, their words are often dismissed as mere alarmism. Experiences, by its very nature, non-transferable. Moreover, all beings are ensnared by power, wealth, love, and hatred. Whatever the motivation, there is always something that compels them to pursue. He could not even articulate the reason for his own existence, perhaps rendering him unqualified to impart wisdom to others. He raised his gaze to his friend across from him, his shoulders relaxing slightly, and suggested, "Perhaps you could delve into the family legacy of the Peveril brothers. There might be something to uncover." Grindelwald looked at him with a measure of surprise. "I thought you would never involve yourself in any of this." Sirong smiled gently. "Fate is already set. No matter how one might wish to evade it, one cannot escape." He lifted his eyes, revealing a pair of black orbs that seemed to embody warmth while simultaneously exuding a chilling stillness, and continued, "Regardless, I hope you achieve your desires." Perhaps this glimpse of worldly inclination from Sirong led Grindelwald to believe he could draw him into his own fold. In any case, the latter began to reveal his revised thoughts and strategies to Sirong. The latter had long been aware of Grindelwald's shifting stance, but he had not anticipated such a significant deviation. This golden bird had pivoted to collaborate with the Ministry of Magic, skillfully deceiving them, and had somehow managed to persuade the Minister of Magic, proclaiming that wizards should attain equality with Muggles rather than kneeling before them. Initially, the minister, having heard of Grindelwald's past conduct, frowned in disgust. "Grindelwald, the Muggle Protection Act is our guiding principle. It cannot be altered for your sake. Your absurd claims would plunge the entire wizarding world into a dreadful predicament." Gellert smirked, a blend of indifference and mockery. "I believe you misunderstand my intent, Minister. What I propose regarding the equal standing of wizards and Muggles is that we must evolve to a level comparable to that of Muggles." The minister scoffed at this notion. Chapter 38. Moffing Gunter has killed 3 Muggles. "We already possess magic, Mr. Grindelwald," the minister stated. "I had anticipated you to be a radical above all wizards, but instead, it seems you are merely a coward." Gellert's lips twitched slightly. His cold, indifferent eyes bore into the minister's, causing the latter to suppress his amusement. It seemed that binding this man would expedite his ascension to the minister's position. He chuckled coldly, yet seemingly with a hint of friendliness, unveiling a projection of Muggle technology, imposing tanks charging into battle, brilliant explosions illuminating the office, leaving the minister drenched in cold sweat. Grindelwald casually shook his head, his tone dripping with sarcasm. "Look, Minister, witness the terrifying technology of Muggles. Perhaps one day, when they discover us, many wizards will not have time to draw their wands." He dramatically released his clenched fingers, simulating an explosive boom, before breaking into a triumphant smile. The minister wiped his brow and inquired, "So, what is it that you desire?" Grindelwald rose, spreading his arms wide in a commanding manner, his tone calm, yet fervently impassioned. "I merely wish for wizards to possess the ability to defend themselves against such technology. At the very least, we must reform, Minister. If you support me, you shall become a hero prepared to face adversity. Should you continue to scoff, then I have nothing more to say." He lowered his arms, speaking in that uniquely calm, yet taunting tone. "Regardless of your endorsement, I shall steadfastly pursue the greater good." With that, he turned to leave. The minister hurried to his feet, calling after him, "Mr. Grindelwald." After a moment of silence, as if making a monumental decision, he declared resolutely, "I will support you with all my might." Grindelwald turned back. "Oh," the minister affirmed. "First, you must seize the power of discourse. To my knowledge, the wizarding community is about to hold elections for the president of the Wizarding Federation." Sirong, aware of the unfolding events, observed the minister's skilled coercion and allure, reminiscent of Gellert's earlier attempts to persuade him. The initial intimidation followed by enticing propositions and the artful manipulation of concepts, coupled with his persuasive rhetoric, could have easily ensnared anyone less detached than himself. Indeed, confronted with his friend's renewed invitation, Sirong resolutely declined. "Gellert, if you remain undeterred, I would rather stay with Nick for a while." Gellert, recalling that damned skeleton, Albus's friend, no less, who obstructed his attempts to recruit Sirong, found himself grinding his teeth in frustration. "Very well," he finally relented. "I shall not incite you further." Thus, Sirong embarked on what he hoped would be a genuine vacation. Yet, his respite was short-lived. On the 10th day of his arrival at Numengard, an owl diligently delivered the morning edition of the Daily Prophet, which boldly proclaimed, "The last scion of the Gunter family has killed 3 Muggles and has been apprehended by Aurors, confined within the temporary prison of Azkaban." Sirong felt an inexplicable sense of unease. The Gunter family, the sole branch of Slytherin in Britain. Suddenly, he recalled a few months prior, during the final exam month at Hogwarts, when Tom had unexpectedly asked him, "Sirong, why is it that among the myriad of magical creatures, only Parseltongue is regarded as malevolent?" He had elaborated on the origins and evolution of Parseltongue, using Slytherin as a classic example. Tom then inquired, "It is said that Slytherin's descendants inherit his gift of Parseltongue?" How had he responded then? He seemed to recall saying, Yes, Slytherin is the only family that can pass down the ability to speak Parseltongue through blood. In that instant, Sirong felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Chapter 39, Twisted Jealousy. Sirong faintly sensed something amiss, but he fervently wished it were not true. He barely had time to bid farewell to Albus and the others, leaving a note behind as he vanished from Numengard. However, upon landing in the drawing room of Amber Manor, he was greeted by a lively group of students chattering and laughing on the sofa. He quickly located Tom. The dark-haired youth, exuding a gentlemanly demeanor, was bent over, speaking to Walburga. Upon noticing Sirong, a flicker of surprise crossed his features, swiftly replaced by delight as he rose and hurried to Sirong's side, his voice gentle with a hint of anticipation. Sirong, why didn't you tell me you were coming back? Sirong could hear the rhythm of his own heart pounding. Despite the presence of numerous children, Tom's heartbeat resonated with an unparalleled intensity, seemingly overshadowing the rhythms of those around him, echoing in his ears. That heartbeat was steady and robust, pulsating with joy, devoid of even the slightest trace of panic or fear. Sirong felt a gentle relief wash over him. Perhaps he had been overthinking. He offered a tender smile, acknowledging that the earlier busyness had concluded and he had returned early. Are you entertaining guests? He inquired, his gaze drifting toward the seating area, where he noticed Abbott sitting there, remarkably close to Tom. At that moment, Malfoy seemed to shine with a radiant glow, a detail he had overlooked moments before. As Abbott caught his gaze, a twisted smile of jealousy crept onto his face. He rose defiantly, lifting his wine glass in a distant toast. Godfather, welcome home. Sirong felt a headache beginning to form. He could almost empathize with Abbott's feelings watching Gellert and Abbott's daily antics. However, for the moment, he could only maintain a placid smile, gently nodding to the small serpents nearby, offering simple reassurance. In that case, please entertain your guests. I shall retreat to my study to tend to some matters. Abbott's eyes followed his retreating figure, a sense of grievance and coldness evident in his expression. His grip on the delicate stem of the glass tightened, almost to the point of shattering it, while his other hand clenched into a fist behind his back, the knuckles turning a ghostly white in the unnoticed corner. Sirong paused momentarily. That heartbeat was all too familiar. It was the children's jealousy over their parents' affection for others. Perhaps he should invite Abbott for a conversation later. As if sensing the shift in atmosphere, the small serpents exchanged few words before discreetly excusing themselves, leaving Tom and Abbott to sit silently in adjacent armchairs, their legs crossed. After a while, Abbott let out a cold laugh and said, Godfather truly cares about you, Riddle. Tom tilted his head, a smile gracing his lips with an almost provocative undertone, replying, Indeed. Abbott's smile vanished entirely. His jaw clenched slightly, as if he wished to express anger but restrained himself, knowing Sirong was upstairs. He rose abruptly and strode toward the fireplace. Abbott, the familiar voice from above halted Malfoy's air in his tracks, his eyes reddening. Yet, he stubbornly refused to turn, unwilling to let his once-favored godfather perceive his distress. Sirong sighed silently and appeared beside him in the next moment, gently embracing him and soothingly stroking his back. Good boy, today I was preoccupied with external matters. I thought something had happened to Tom and failed to notice you, which must have hurt you. Abbott could not suppress a pout, his eyes growing even redder, the depths of his usually stoic gray-blue eyes brimming with grievance and nearing tears. He clenched his teeth, stubbornly insisting, I don't need an explanation, I don't care. Sirong felt a twinge of helplessness. Children often spoke contrary to their hearts, while adults frequently masked their true feelings. He gently coaxed Abbott back to the sofa, retrieving a gift he had brought for the boy. Unbeknownst to him, Tom's previous smugness had dissipated, leaving behind a tranquil yet envious indifference. Chapter 40. My preference is not for Abbott. After Sirong managed to soothe Abbott and send him home, he turned to find Tom wearing an impassive expression. Sirong stood there momentarily at a loss for words, his heart heavy with resignation. Tom's flat tone broke the silence, asking, Rome, do I not receive a gift? Sirong exhaled in relief. So, it was merely a matter of a gift. With a flick of his wrist, he produced a beautifully wrapped box, saying, Is this not it? I simply forgot to present it to you earlier. Tom chuckled lightly, rising to take the gift from his hands, examining it curiously without opening it, instead remarking, Abbott claims you favor me, yet I feel nothing of the sort. Sirong blinked in surprise, momentarily taken aback. What? Tom continued, his tone shifting to a more accusatory one. What did you mean when you said you thought I was in trouble? It doesn't seem like concern to me. You're worried I might do something wrong, aren't you? Although phrased as a question, his tone held a definitive certainty. Sirong remained silent. Tom gave a self-deprecating laugh, lowering his gaze to the gift in his hands. I should have known, you wouldn't care for me. Even my own father and uncle despise me, avoiding me at all costs. How could I expect you to feel differently? The corners of his mouth fell, a hint of bitterness creeping in. Just as he prepared to turn away, he felt a sudden grip on his arm. "No," Sirong said, "it is because I care about you that I rushed back. As for whether I fear you might err, Tom, right and wrong are but consequences. I will not judge good and evil based solely on superficial rules, let alone determine what is right or wrong." He gently grasped the young boy's wrist, turning him to face him, softly saying, "Tom, since I have acknowledged you, it signifies my care for you." The glimmer in Tom's eyes dimmed slightly. "You only care now because you've acknowledged me? What is it that you truly care about? Me, or merely my identity as your adopted son?" He did not dismiss Sirong's goodwill, responding quietly. Yet, he remained unsatisfied, unwilling to accept that this person would embrace Abbott, soothing him like a child. The bitterness surged within him, intertwining with a sense of inexplicable sorrow, nearly clouding his reason. "But you hold Abbott, you comfort him, yet you've never done the same for me." Sirong regarded him, his brow lightly furrowed. A hint of unspoken worry etched across his features. He seemed about to speak, yet restrained himself, whether from unwillingness or fear, merely raising his hand to pull the youth into his embrace, soothingly stroking his back. "All right, do not be sad. In truth, my preference is not for Abbott." He gently closed his eyes, silently condemning his own thoughts and demeanor. Tom tucked the gift into his bracelet, slowly tightening his arms around Sirong, akin to a serpent coiling around its prey. He rested his chin on Sirong's shoulder, quietly asking, "Then why did you go to Austria? Was it to avoid me? Do you not like me?" Sirong found himself momentarily speechless. How could he articulate his feelings? How could he express such absurd, unexpected emotions that felt almost like a cruel joke? An ancient being, moved by the care of a child? Bitterness welled up within him as he shook his head gently. "Tom, I certainly do not despise you. It's just that Gellert is stirring up trouble in Europe, and I must investigate. That is all." Chapter 41. No spell can harm him. Did Tom believe him? Certainly not. However, since Sirong had stated it thus, he could not repeatedly press for further explanations, creating unnecessary complications for himself. He feigned trust, pretending to be the obedient, charming, and harmless adopted son, hoping that during this brief summer, Sirong would remain by his side. Fortunately, that indeed seemed to be the case. Sirong appeared startled by his question, abandoning thoughts of neglecting meals. In Tom's eyes, he was behaving so obediently that it brought him satisfaction. Yet, the moment that thought arose, Tom sensed something amiss. When did Sirong's simple act of eating become a source of his contentment? Why did he feel anger over whether Sirong ate or not? As this question emerged, all the previously unconsidered issues began to feel inexplicably intertwined. Tom found himself increasingly incomprehensible. This time, he wished to take a break from Sirong to reflect on himself. The arrival of the Hogwarts acceptance letter saved him. With a calm expression, he stumbled into the fireplace in a flurry, leaving behind a hasty remark. "Rome, I'm going to Diagon Alley with Ub. You needn't accompany us," before vanishing into the flames. At that moment, Ub was leisurely seated in a plush armchair at Malfoy Manor, slowly unwrapping his fifth-year acceptance letter, and was pleased to discover the headboy badge nestled within his envelope. Almost immediately, he heard the familiar sound of hurried footsteps. Was there a hint of urgency? Ub chuckled and casually inquired, "What is the rush, Riddle? This frantic behavior isn't like you." The instant Tom stepped out of the fireplace, he regained his composure. Or rather, he was calm as long as he was not in Sirong's presence. He retorted, "All right, Ub. You have all the time in the world to admire your glorious headboy badge. Now, we must head to Diagon Alley, and before school starts, we need another visit to Nocturne Alley." Only then did Ub lazily rise. He possessed a certain charm that Tom lacked, a kind of decadent romanticism typical of the aristocracy. Of course, Tom scoffed at it. He firmly believed that in the face of power and wealth, any emotion was merely an impediment. Yet, this did not preclude him from donning a mask of affection with utmost sincerity, should he ever need to wield such emotions to achieve his ends. They stepped into the fireplace together, their dark wizarding robes billowing in the flames. One could almost glimpse their future, commanding and surrounded by throngs of admirers. They adeptly purchased their school supplies, and then donned hoods, blending into the crowd as they slipped into Nocturne Alley. The gleaming Malfoy appeared to be more accustomed to opulent surroundings. Despite having visited far more frequently than Tom, he still displayed signs of distaste and aversion. Unlike Ab's overt disdain, Tom traversed the filthy streets of Nocturne Alley with an expression of calm, blending in seamlessly among the unsavory dark wizards. He dared to be audacious, for he trusted Sirong and the silver bracelet that always adorned his left wrist. Because of Sirong's promise, no spell could harm him. Tom tucked away the various ominously infused materials they had acquired into the bracelet, marveling at the practicality of Sirong's gift. At that moment, Sirong, who had been meditating, gently opened his eyes. What was that dark essence? What dark materials had been placed into the bracelet? He sat upright on his meditation cushion, a slight frown creasing his brow. Unaware that his secret had already been unveiled, Tom bid farewell to Ub and calmly made his way to Borgin and Burke's. He inquired, "I was wondering if any magical artifacts from renowned figures have surfaced, perhaps relics from the founders of Hogwarts?" Borgin lifted his gaze, peering over the counter at him, and cracked a smile, revealing a set of smoke-stained yellow teeth. Chapter 42, Hogsmeade Application Form. After school commenced, Tom became busier than ever. Previously, Sirong might have thought the boy was diligently studying. But now, could a child who had formed a small circle to gather dark-infused potion ingredients truly be merely focused on his studies? Although one might say that the path to darkness is a matter of personal choice, and achieving enlightenment is dictated by fate, there are always certain things in this world that should remain untouched. He sat quietly in his office, awaiting the boy's visit. He yearned to discern whether Tom trusted him, to know when the boy would finally speak the truth to him. Yet, disappointment awaited him. This semester was pivotal for the development of the Order of the Phoenix, compounded by the search for the Slytherin's chamber and the investigation into the Founder's lost treasures. Tom's days were filled to the brim, so much so that he would often forget Sirong during the day, only to be reminded of him in the silent solitude of night. As it turned out, their first encounter outside of class did not occur until a month into the school year, when the third-year students were permitted to visit Hogsmeade, necessitating the signature of their guardian. Sirong, gazing at the long-unseen youth, suddenly realized how much the boy had grown. Perhaps it was the difference in growth rates between East and West. Despite being only 14, Tom's features were already well-defined, and standing at an impressive height of 6 feet. He towered over Sirong by several inches. Sirong found himself momentarily at a loss for words. He lowered his gaze to the Hogsmeade application form in his hands, moving his lips as if to say they hadn't seen each other in ages, but instead merely signed with a gentle smile, softly wishing him a delightful time. Tom paused, responding with a quiet as he accepted the application form. The boy's voice had also undergone a transformation. Sirong noted with a twinge of nostalgia that while other children's voices might crack awkwardly, Tom's had deepened, resonating with a warmth akin to his own. He lowered his gaze, his fingertips trembling ever so slightly, sensing the dark essence concealed within the bracelet on Tom's wrist, yet he remained silent. It was as if he allowed Tom to stride toward his predetermined destiny. Indeed, fate was set. Why should he interfere? At that moment, however, Tom suddenly seized his still-raised wrist, as if inviting him, and asked, "Rome, aren't you coming with us?" He smiled, a warmth inherited from Sirong. Fully aware, he said, "You've likely never been before, and even if you have, you wouldn't truly enjoy it. So, will you join us this time?" Sirong felt the boy's hand resting on his pulse, the heat sending tremors through him. He twisted his wrist, deftly freeing himself from the boy's grasp, and chuckled, "No. You children have fun. I wouldn't want to intrude." Tom felt his heart sink slightly. To be fair, he didn't particularly care for Hogsmeade. This outing was merely to find some common ground with those foolish purebloods and to buy some magical sweets for Sirong. He had initially thought that having Sirong along would make the trip less tedious, but now it seemed otherwise. He hesitated, his lips twitching as if his expression momentarily twisted. However, that was but a fleeting moment, and soon Tom's face broke into a gentle smile as he said, "Then you stay at Hogwarts. I'll get some sweets for you, some not-too-sweet wizarding candies. They've released new varieties for you to try." Sirong smiled softly. "All right, the earlier you go, the sooner you'll return." Chapter 43, Everything I Give, He Will Taste. That day, everyone donned their favorite attire, especially the well-off Slytherins, who looked like a vibrant bouquet. Yet, Tom remained clad in his Hogwarts robes. However, no one would mock his attire for its simplicity. Instead, they praised his understated elegance. Tom wore a faintly sardonic smile. "Look, it is power and wealth that compel these people to bow down." The upperclassmen had visited Hogsmeade numerous times before, and as they frolicked ahead, Tom noticed Ub and Walburga exchanging knowing glances at the sight of the third years following Dumbledore along the path by the Black Lake, heading toward Hogsmeade. Dumbledore led the group, and as he approached Tom on the way, he inquired, "Tom, how have you been getting along with Roan lately?" Tom appeared somewhat perplexed by his question, yet he responded, "Quite well, sir." Dumbledore smiled with a hint of concern. "I can't shake the feeling that you two have been rather distant lately, compared to last year." Tom's gaze dropped, his pupils shadowed beneath his lashes. Had Dumbledore noticed? It wasn't that he wished to distance himself from Sirong. Rather, each time he drew near that individual, he felt himself spiraling out of control, a sensation that repulsed him. Fortunately, Sirong was not one to pry deeply, which had allowed their superficial tranquility to persist. Early in the school year, Abu had posed a similar inquiry. Yet, had it truly become apparent to outsiders? Noticing Tom's silence, Dumbledore said, "Tom, you should have a candid conversation with Sirong. He is not one to bear grudges." Tom thought, how could he express that there was no conflict between him and Sirong? Confronted by Dumbledore's concerned gaze, Tom's expression stiffened, and he forced a hollow smile. Internally, he cursed. What business did that meddlesome Dumbledore have in matters between him and Sirong? Thankfully, this was his first outing to Hogsmeade, and Dumbledore, the ever-inquisitive professor, was merely leading the group, hence he refrained from further probing, swiftly moving ahead to instruct the rambunctious young wizards about the return time. Tom stood calmly in line. He turned his head and saw, in the distance, the members of the Walburga Knights, eagerly awaiting him outside the group. The third-year students were finally free to roam. With a gentle smile of a diligent student, Tom declined numerous invitations and made his way toward Abu and the others. What did Dumbledore say? You look rather off. Abu inquired. Tom let out a soft exhale, choosing not to answer, but instead asked, Abu, do you think I've been at odds with Sirong lately? Abu feigned surprise, raising an eyebrow. Why do you ask? Isn't the Godfather usually indifferent to our studies and social lives? Upon noticing the intensity in Tom's gaze, he smirked slightly. Well, you have been acting strangely. You've been reluctant to accompany me to the Godfather's office, and he has asked about you several times. Indeed. Tom's expression darkened, and he frowned, asking, why have you never mentioned this? Abu shrugged, flashing a smile at a girl who pretended to pass by for the third time. The Godfather told me not to tell you. Perhaps he still sees you as a docile little lamb, thinking you're diligently studying? Tom was momentarily speechless. He furrowed his brow, reasoning that Sirong could not be so simple-minded, yet recalling Sirong's seemingly innocent demeanor left him uncertain. After all, if that person truly had insight into everything, why would he willingly grant Tom full access to the vault at Amber Manor? This implied that Tom could seize the entire wealth within. Moreover, his recent expenditures had significantly exceeded those of an average pure-blood family student. While Sirong received monthly bills from Gringotts without ever expressing dissent, Tom gazed uncertainly at the bustling streets of Hogsmeade, his gaze drifting past the post office, the Three Broomsticks, Zonko's joke shop, and finally settling on the most renowned establishment, Honeyduke's. He sighed silently, deciding to postpone these thoughts. Let us first buy some sweets for Sirong. Abu paused, turning to him with uncertainty. Does the Godfather eat sweets? Tom lowered his gaze slightly, inadvertently revealing a hint of tenderness as he softly replied. He tries whatever I give him. Chapter 44, Candy Amber. For Tom, visiting Hogsmeade felt like stepping into an absurd fantasy. He cherished his time, wishing to devote every moment to grand endeavors, regarding fleeting pleasures as a waste. He held disdain for those with such short-sightedness. Perhaps it stemmed from never having felt love in his childhood, leading him to shy away from the joys derived from indulgence. He understood his lack of support. Even now, under Sirong's guardianship, he remained acutely aware that both power and wealth were fleeting, perhaps augmented by Sirong's close ties with Malfoy, allowing Tom to experience the privileges of power. Yet, all of it was transient, reliant on Sirong's compassion and leniency. How could it be deemed lasting? Tom glanced at the silver bracelet on his wrist, his brow furrowing slightly. Perhaps it was his greed, perhaps his malice. He desired Amber Manor, coveted Sirong's amassed wealth, sought to pilfer Sirong's treasures, and yearned for that gentle, untainted soul. Tom was startled by his own thoughts. He shook his head gently. No, he was still too weak. Sirong was capable of vanquishing Grindelwald with his current strength. Whether in pursuit of wealth or attempting to ensnare that individual, it was utterly impossible. In light of this, spending an entire day in Hogsmeade felt like the most foolish decision. Tom frowned, but then recalled the mountain of new candies nestled within the bracelet, his expression softening slightly. Purchasing sweets for that person, in hopes of garnering more affection, and thereby seizing that mountain of wealth, was not a waste of time. He found himself making excuses, overlooking that buying sweets was an endeavor others could undertake, and neglecting that preparing meals and pastries for Sirong was also an unnecessary task. He delivered the candies to Sirong's office, finding the latter seated exactly as he had left him, almost making Tom question whether Sirong had ever moved. Had this person even had lunch? Tom flipped open the pastry box, discovering a piece of date cake was missing, and felt a slight relief. Yet, he frowned again. This person was eating far too little. He regarded Sirong with a serious expression, extracting a new type of candy from the bracelet and placing it upon Sirong, the confections piling high above Sirong's waist, as if to bury him beneath the world's sweetest treasures. Tom tilted his head. He mused that if he were to gain strength in the future and found himself unable to keep this person close, he would bury him in candy, melting him into syrup. He envisioned turning Sirong into Candy Amber, storing him in an ice cellar for eternal preservation. This notion filled him with satisfaction, causing the earlier seriousness to melt away. Sirong indulged him as he piled the sweets upon him, lying docilely amidst the candy mountain, resembling a playful kitten intent on wrapping its favorite yarn around its owner. Tom chuckled at his own whimsical thought and gently gathered a handful of candies, asking, "Are these all for me?" What if I can't finish them? Tom grasped Sirong's hand through the candy. Honeydukes always has new products. You need to eat them all. Or rather, he hoped that this person would never finish the sweets, so that each time he saw them, he would think of Tom and never indulge in the chaotic offerings from others, forever consuming only the candies Tom provided. Chapter 45. Christmas, New Year. Where has that child Tom gone? Sirong pondered the thoughts of the child. The candies surrounding him evoked memories of his master enticing him with earthly confections. He had a remarkable talent, having established his foundation in just 10 years, no longer requiring sustenance. However, in his youth, he was mischievous and, having wandered in his early years, always envied the sumptuous feasts of affluent families. Eventually, he was taken in by his master and entered the realm of immortality. He endured countless trials with remarkable patience, yet his insatiable craving for delicacies could not be quelled. His master, exasperated, devised myriad methods to no avail, ultimately conceding that for every lesson he completed or quandary he resolved for mortals, he would be granted a portion of ethereal cuisine. These delicacies, crafted from spiritual herbs and mystical beasts, were of considerable expense. Previously, disciples practicing fasting had to endure their cravings, and if the temptation became unbearable, they would clandestinely consume ordinary food, which inevitably clogged their meridians and proved detrimental to their cultivation. The Taoist Yunya cherished this little disciple most dearly, and for the sake of his beloved pupil's future, he willingly splurged on spiritual beasts. The senior brother, upon learning of this, sought to economize. Each time he departed the mountain, he would return with hunted spiritual beasts and harvested spiritual herbs. He even went so far as to seek out renowned chefs in the mortal realm to learn the art of culinary creation, returning to delight his disciple with meals. Observing the joy on his face, he would affectionately pinch his cheeks in a mixture of exasperation and fondness. In time, he mastered the creation of confectionaries and pastries from the mortal realm. It could be said that whatever delicacies captivated Sirong's appetite, his senior brother could conjure them all. Whether it be candied hawthorn, roasted chestnuts, or sweet rice cakes, he excelled in them all. Both Yunya and his foremost disciple were exceedingly wary of Sirong indulging in common food, aware that it would obstruct his meridians and impede his future prospects. They had undoubtedly scavenged countless spiritual herbs and fruits from various sects and secret realms, demonstrating their utmost dedication. After all, the head disciple of Yunya Mountain was held in high regard. The master's expectations for him were simply to assist his senior brother, uphold virtue, and act with integrity. Should his character prove too fragile, he would rely upon his senior brother's protection for a lifetime, a promise the senior brother had never failed to honor. Yet, he felt a deep sense of guilt towards his master's kindness and his senior brother's affection, even if his soul were to descend into the underworld. Confronting his master and senior brother, he could still proudly proclaim that he had never committed an evil deed, steadfastly adhering to goodness and integrity, his nature unchanged. He had grown formidable, no longer subject to the whims of others. Reflecting on his past, Sirong could not help but smile nostalgically. He lifted his gaze to Tom and said with a smile, "Thank you for the candy. I truly appreciate it." Tom gazed at him, the satisfaction he felt moments ago plummeting into despair. This person was contemplating the candy he had given, but whom was he thinking of? Had someone else previously gifted him candies? Tom could not help but recall the expression on Sirong's face the first time he prepared a meal for him. It was similarly distant, as though his heart wandered elsewhere. Did others also prepare meals for him in the past? In that instant, a wave of jealousy surged within Tom's heart. It rendered Sirong momentarily surprised, causing him to glance up at Tom. This Christmas, Tom became even more fixated on the connections and power within the pure-blooded family, to the point that Abbe found it somewhat shocking. What had triggered this fervor in him? Abbe, burdened by Tom's relentless endeavors, was exhausted and could not sway his resolve. All he desired was to enjoy a peaceful Christmas. Sirong stood at the balcony of Amber Manor on the second floor, observing the tranquil, expansive house as night fell, gazing at the lavishly decorated Christmas tree, his eyes gently lowering. Christmas, New Year? Where had that boy Tom gone? Chapter 46. He willingly immersed himself in the bittersweet entanglements of the mortal realm. Sirong could not locate Tom, or rather, he could find him, but he was unwilling to utilize the connection of the silver bracelet to compel the boy to return home. Tom was an astute child, possessing his own plans and arrangements. He should not interfere. Indeed, Sirong shared a bond with the silver bracelet, allowing him to sense the dark aura of the materials Tom had placed within it, enabling him to discern whether the boy was under threat or to pinpoint his exact location. That silver bracelet was a gift from his master upon his apprenticeship, containing his own blood. He was the bracelet's first master. As Sirong raised his gaze to the opulent crystal chandelier, the profound reality of being in a foreign land struck him. His homeland was irretrievably lost. He retrieved the gift he had prepared for Tom, gently placing it at the boy's bedroom door before turning back to his own room. Throughout the entire Christmas holiday, the two shared little interaction. Tom no longer found time to prepare Eastern pastries for him. Sirong furrowed his brow at the empty pastry box, feeling a sense of discomfort. He self-deprecatingly smiled, realizing he had become quite spoiled. He almost felt shameful for attempting to seek the shadows of his master and senior brother within a child. Yet, it was he who should be caring for Tom. No matter how composed or adult-like the boy appeared, he should take on the responsibility of caring for him. As Sirong pondered this, Tom lay awake all night at the Broken Cauldron Tavern, his mind consumed with thoughts of Sirong, wondering if he would eat on time, what gift he would prepare, and whether Sirong felt indifferent about his departure. If Sirong cared for him, why did he not seek him out? He endured this inner turmoil, ultimately unable to restrain himself any longer, returning home on his birthday. He had prepared for the possibility that Sirong would not be at Amber Manor, yet he found him seated at the dining table, lost in thought, gazing at the lavish spread of Eastern delicacies. Sirong, clad in a pale lilac robe, reclined in a circular chair, exuding an air of solitude. His long, fair fingers lightly rested on the armrest, the silver-embroidered magnolia barely visible within his sleeve, embodying purity and grace. Tom stood frozen in place. Sirong seldom donned Eastern robes, typically opting for well-tailored Western suits in public to blend in. Only at Amber Manor, on rare evenings, could one witness him in traditional attire, the hem trailing on the carpet, moving with an elegance that resembled a celestial being. Previously, Tom had found this captivating. Now, he perceived it as an unparalleled elegance. After a while, he managed to tear his gaze from Sirong and looked towards the table laden with exquisite delicacies. "Did you make this yourself?" Tom asked softly. Sirong seemed startled, as if awakened from a reverie, slowly lifting his gaze to meet Tom's, blinking gently. It appeared he had not expressed emotions in quite some time. But after a moment, a warm smile graced his lips. "You're back? Was this year's Christmas busy?" Tom found it difficult to articulate his feelings at that moment. It was a blend of guilt and an inexplicable bitterness. Suppressing his emotions, he approached Sirong, gently grasping his alabaster wrist. In that instant, it felt as though the missing piece of his heart had been filled. Tom sighed softly. "I'm sorry for making you wait so long." Sirong smiled at him, his expression so tender it seemed almost ethereal, as if no matter if Tom brought him joy or sorrow, or whatever upheaval or fortune fate had in store, he would simply stand there, quietly accepting everything destined for him. When happiness arrived, he remained distanced, unable to feel it. When faced with hardship, he bore it with a heart that sought to alleviate the burdens of the world. Tom sensed that he could inch closer to Sirong's heart. Yet, he found himself reluctant to do so. He looked down at the wrist he held. In the past, Sirong would have immediately withdrawn, but now, he did not resist. Unable to control his instincts, Tom instinctively embraced Sirong, tightening his hold on the other's arm in silence. Like a serpent coiling around its prey or a dragon guarding its treasure, he whispered softly, "Rong, do not leave me." Sirong remained silent, allowing him to embrace her with an intensity that nearly stifled her breath, and after a long moment, she gently replied, "All right, I will not leave." In that instant, Sirong understood that she was forever severed from the path of immortality. She willingly succumbed to the bittersweet entanglements of the mortal realm. Chapter 47, The Gossamer Gift. Who tailors it? Tom held Sirong close, inhaling the ethereal and unique fragrance that enveloped her, reminiscent of the tranquil winds atop a high mountain and the warmth of gentle fireworks. Unable to resist, he leaned closer to her neck, feigning casualness as he breathed in her scent. Sirong subtly tilted her head, resting her hand on his shoulder, offering a gentle pat. It was then that Tom realized he ought to release her. Yet, he was reluctant to let go. However, considering that he had not yet mastered his strength and had indeed been absent for an entire Christmas holiday, not returning even for the festive day, he felt obliged to comply and graciously set her free. He caught a glimpse of Sirong's fair and slender neck, his gaze sliding down the beautifully warm curve into the embroidered collar of her garment, and he fought to avert his eyes. "Do I have a gift?" Tom boldly initiated. Sirong paused, still reeling from the possessive embrace of the youth, and found herself momentarily amused by the question. "Yes," she nodded, "but you must first accompany me to finish this meal before I give it to you." Tom couldn't help but chuckle, taking a seat beside her, which caused Sirong to momentarily freeze. The dark-haired youth shrugged lightly. "It's closer to you here." Sirong did not refuse. Instead, she instinctively curled her fingers. She cast a discreet glance at the young man, her movements remaining fluid and graceful. Tom sat at her right, positioned almost directly opposite her, leisurely yet fully attuned to Sirong's dining pace, serving food into her bowl with impeccable timing, rendering her unable to voice any objections while simultaneously showcasing his attentiveness. Perhaps there was a hint of contrition in his actions. Sirong averted her gaze, focusing solely on her meal, as if the perceptive instincts honed through countless years in the mortal world had fallen into a tranquil silence. Her right hand, gripping the chopsticks, hesitated slightly. She could subtly remind Tom to maintain the decorum expected between a guardian and a ward, preserving the necessary distance between elder and younger. The proximity felt too intimate, reminiscent of the time when her master held her in his embrace, coaxing her with sweets offered by her senior brother. She had to remind herself once more that Tom was her adopted son, not merely a reflection of her master and senior brother. She extended her chopsticks, delicately placing a piece of fish into Tom's bowl, lowering her eyes as she said, "I cannot eat much. You should have some too." Tom was taken aback. It was the first time Sirong had made such an intimate gesture of serving him. He gazed incredulously at the composed and dignified Eastern professor, witnessing her finally lift her gaze to him, softly wishing, "Happy birthday, Tom." Tom clenched his fist silently. He almost longed for another embrace, wishing to merge her essence with his very being. Yet he knew that such an act would mean she would cease to eat, so he restrained himself, allowing only a smile that couldn't contain his joy. The gentleness that graced the corners of the boy's eyes and brow was something he once believed would never manifest. He softly responded, peeling a shrimp for Sirong, his eyes shimmering with an unbidden brightness. After their meal, Sirong presented Tom with his birthday gift. It was an exquisite, almost transparent gossamer garment, crafted in the style of a vest. Tom twirled in front of Sirong while adorned in it, the light reflecting off the fabric, which shimmered with a silvery glow akin to stars. Gossamer. It was impervious to blades and flames, remarkably resistant to the encroachment of dark magic. Chapter 48. Countless roses kissed into white jade. Sirong was aware of the perilous experiments the boy had been conducting recently, the dark aura emanating from his bracelet growing increasingly potent. However, she respected each person's choice and destiny, rarely intervening despite her concerns. Or rather, she did not dare to disrupt the fates of others. Such cataclysmic events had occurred once, and it sufficed. Upon hearing Sirong expound on the garment's function, Tom was utterly enamored, to the point that Sirong suspected he wished to wear it while sleeping. She quickly cautioned him, "Gossamer binds individuals. In such a safe place as the manor, do not restrict yourself." Tom repeatedly gazed at his reflection in the mirror, clad in the gossamer vest, before turning to embrace Sirong once more. Previously, while seated, she had not perceived the height he had attained, but now, standing in his embrace, she realized he had grown quite tall. As if feeling the closeness was too intimate, Tom rested his chin on her shoulder, gently rubbing against her neck. Sirong could not help but clench her fingers. The neck and wrists were vital conduits of life, though she indulgently permitted Tom's touch. The inherent threat of such an act made her instinctively wary. Yet, his shallow breaths brushed against her ear, so near it felt as if their souls were mingling. Sirong involuntarily closed her eyes, her ears reddening inch by inch, and a blush crept across her cheeks, akin to the rising clouds at dawn. Tom raised an eyebrow in mild surprise, mischievously leaning closer to her ear and whispering, "Thank you, Rong. I truly love this gift." Sirong experienced a fleeting sensation of being regarded as a gift herself. She raised her hand, lightly patting Tom's shoulder, her voice slightly hoarse. "Tom, it is getting late. You should rest." Tom felt his once prized self-control wane drastically. He almost forcefully extricated himself from Sirong's embrace, reluctantly bidding her goodnight, before slowly retreating to his room. Sirong chuckled softly as she watched him enter his chamber, then turned her gaze to the dining table, where two sets of chopsticks and bowls lay nearly glued together, her brow furrowing with concern. They were too close. It seemed that the ties between them were becoming increasingly convoluted. While Sirong expressed her worries, Tom was already content. He stood before the mirror in the wardrobe, unable to resist admiring himself in the gossamer garment, and after a while, he reluctantly folded it carefully and placed it on his bedside. Look, Sirong always knows how to timely provide him with what he needs. This thought, mingled with the chaotic feelings he was yet to comprehend, softened his gaze, rendering it almost unrecognizable as Tom Riddle. At least, Ub would think that his soul had been replaced by something else. Tom smiled faintly, lying quietly in bed, and did not fall into slumber until the early hours. He dreamt of a hazy figure clad in a pale lavender eastern robe, the collar and cuffs adorned with embroidered silver magnolias, subtly glimmering. The figure strolled through a rose garden, seated in a circle chair amidst the blossoms, savoring exquisite red tea and indulging in subtly sweet eastern pastries. At that moment, a tall, handsome dark-haired youth approached from behind, gently embracing him, his well-defined right hand lifting the beauty's chin, leaning in to claim an endless kiss. The beauty was docile and gentle, allowing him to grasp her wrist and caress her neck, her cheeks flushed and ears marked with rosy imprints. It was Sirong. Tom could not restrain himself. He gently tugged at the beauty's garment. Like unwrapping a present, he peeled away layer after layer of the deep robes, laying them out among the roses, enfolding the exquisite Eastern beauty within the blooms. Countless roses were kissed into the alabaster. Amidst the intoxicating fragrance of the roses, he thoroughly possessed the one he had long yearned for. Chapter 49, No One Shall Impede Him. The following day, Tom gazed, somewhat dazed, at the disarray of his bed. Initially, his face flushed with a mix of embarrassment and anger, but soon, that blush faded, replaced by a clarity of thought. So it was no wonder his self-control faltered so profoundly in front of Sirong. Tom had to concede that he harbored a desire for Sirong. Indeed, desire. He seemed incapable of love, yet he was most reluctant to categorize Sirong merely as an object of his lust, ultimately hesitantly defining it as desire. Nevertheless, it mattered not. Desire could indeed be restrained. A person as upright yet rigid as Sirong would undoubtedly refuse such a request, and with his current abilities, he could never subdue this individual, nor enjoy the insatiable submission he had experienced in dreams. Fortunately, Tom Riddle excelled at restraint. At least he could masquerade his restraint until he achieved success. He descended the stairs but found no sign of Sirong below. Only a note awaited him on the breakfast table. Out for a matter, returning in 10 days. Tom silently exhaled in relief. Thankfully, this person was absent. Otherwise, he might not have been able to maintain his composure. His gaze drifted to the breakfast laid out before him, softening slightly. Although it proclaimed a return in 10 days, Sirong had yet to come back on time. Tom had no choice but to accompany Abbott to King's Cross Station and board the Hogwarts Express. He gazed absent-mindedly at the passing scenery outside the window and turned to Abbott beside him, asking, "Has Rong sent you any messages?" Abbott looked at him with a hint of puzzlement. "Why do you always ask about the Godfather? He has his own matters to attend to." This statement was, of course, reasonable, yet it did not sit well with Tom. He gently turned his head back to the window and after a long pause, queried, "Do you know what he has been busy with?" "He has never mentioned it to me." Abbott displayed a subtle air of pride. He crossed his arms and nodded. "Of course, the Godfather has numerous business dealings with Malfoy, although that part was somewhat forced by Brewster. There is also a segment related to the Muggle industry." At this juncture, Abbott slightly pursed his lips. "I truly don't understand. The Godfather is clearly a powerful wizard from the East, and one would expect such a formidable individual to hail from a pureblood family. Yet, he places such importance on those Muggles." Tom gazed out the window, seemingly listening, yet not fully absorbing the words. "Abbott, do you ever get the impression that sometimes, although Rong is looking at us, it seems as though he is gazing past us, at someone else?" Abbott suddenly fell silent. Indeed, it was so. He was uncertain where Sirong's patience with those children stemmed from. However, his father Brewster had successfully entangled himself with such a powerful person through his youth. In their childhood, Sirong would often be lost in thought as he looked at Abbott's golden hair, occasionally furrowing his brow as if dissatisfied with the hue. The source of that dissatisfaction seemed to lie in the fact that Abbott did not resemble the person from Sirong's memories. Abbott realized this because, at times, when Sirong took him to Diagon Alley or Hogsmeade, he could not help but be drawn to those with dark hair. In those moments, Sirong's gaze appeared to see the past, filled with both sorrow and ethereality. Thus, initially, when Abbott learned of Tom's machinations against Sirong upon being taken in by him, he felt a deep-seated panic. Tom was a person of profound scheming, possessing an appealing visage and dark hair. He feared that the Godfather would feel closer to this Riddle due to his dark hair. And indeed, reality aligned with his suspicions. As the train carriage fell into silence, Tom discerned the answer. He gently tugged at the corners of his mouth, uncertain whether to feel joy at Sirong's impartiality or to mock himself for it. He gazed out the window, his dark eyes deep as ink. This summer, he would seek out Sirong's past. No one shall impede him. Chapter 50. He has been abandoned. When would Sirong return? Tom looked at Dumbledore standing at the podium for the defense against the dark arts class, his eyes shadowed. The small snakes around him fell silent, fearing they might inadvertently provoke the wrath of the Slytherin head. Dumbledore looked at him, smiling with a hint of helplessness. "Rong, really? Why must he return to the East during Christmas? With only half a month left of the holiday, and now he is, as expected, unable to come back, leaving me to substitute. Furthermore, the beloved adopted son must be angry now." Dumbledore felt even more helpless, pondering, when Rong returns, what kind of tempest will he face? "I won't be able to assist him in any way." Everyone assumed Tom would not take the class seriously. Dumbledore cheerfully inquired, "So, who can elucidate the similarities and differences in the principles of the disarming charm and the stunning spell?" To everyone's surprise, Tom raised his hand. Dumbledore paused, then called out, "Mr. Riddle." Tom replied, his demeanor calm. "Both spells essentially channel magical energy to a focal point, interrupting the wizard's flow of magic. However, the disarming charm targets the wand, aiming to incapacitate the wizard's ability to cast spells, while the stunning spell targets the wizard themselves, intending to temporarily sever the flow of magic within them. Dumbledore regarded him with a sense of admiration, exclaiming, "Very well, Mr. Riddle. Slytherin gains 5 points." Tom sat down amidst the astonished gazes of his peers. He gently lowered his eyes, picking up a quill and beginning to note down the knowledge he had already mastered. This period of substituting classes continued for 2 months. As winter gave way to spring, the trees within the castle blossomed anew, yet Sirong had not returned. Tom could not help but feel a tinge of impatience. Due to that dream, he dared not confront Sirong directly for the time being. Yet that did not signify he wished to live a life devoid of Sirong's presence. Sirong, why had he not returned? At times, Tom believed that this person would never come back. Meanwhile, Slughorn, lacking in subtlety, approached to invite him to the Slug Club dinner. His irritation grew. Yet he politely declined on the surface, before ultimately succumbing to his impatience and knocking on Dumbledore's office door. "Professor." Dumbledore looked at him in surprise, asking, "Tom, is there something you need?" He glanced at the time, inquiring, "At this hour, shouldn't you be at Horace's dinner? He has always been quite fond of you." Tom nodded. "Yes." Professor Slughorn extended an invitation, "but I have a more pressing matter I wish to discuss with you." Dumbledore understood. "You wish to know Sirong's whereabouts?" Tom nodded, a rare display of anxiety and anticipation flickering across his features. "Professor, it has been nearly 3 months since Rome left. Yet he clearly stated he would return in 10 days. Dumbledore fell silent for a moment. After a while, he sighed gently. "I regret to inform you, Tom, that I too do not know where Sirong is. The only thing I can assure you is that he is not in danger." Tom remained silent, unwilling to relent. He pressed on, "You must have some idea of his general whereabouts, right?" "I only seek a rough indication." Dumbledore hesitated for a moment before saying, "Rong had some matters that required him to return to his homeland." Tom's heart sank suddenly. Rong had left? His mind was overtaken by this thought, as if it had jammed the machinery of his brain, leaving him filled with the notion. He had been abandoned. Chapter 51. Go to that distant foreign land. Here. They will safeguard it well. Tom stood there, his complexion ashen, his lips pressed tightly together. The sorrow in this world exists in layers. The most superficial sorrow resembles the sting of a pebble underfoot, easily brushed aside, forgotten in an instant. A step deeper, one may feel a heaviness in the heart, often lingering for days, yet eventually dissipating like mist. Further still, it strikes like a sharp blade, a piercing agony that may extend over months or even years. A mere recollection can feel like a fresh wound, impossible to forget. But the most unbearable sorrow is that which weighs upon the heart like a heavy stone, sinking deeper with each passing day. To voice it seems overly sentimental, yet when the urge arises, words evade him, leaving fragmented anguish that clings to the heart like a person hanging in the wind. Tom was unsure of which category he belonged to. He merely stood frozen, as if drawn into another realm, incapable of even curling his fingers. Dumbledore approached, concern etched on his face as he placed a reassuring hand on Tom's shoulder. "Do not worry, Tom. Sirong is strong, nothing will happen." Tom lowered his head deeply. He knew. He understood that the individual was formidable, unique, rare in this world. Yet, he raised his gaze, mustering a smile. "I know, Professor Dumbledore. It is late, so I shall not impose further." With that, he bid farewell and returned to his dormitory like a mere shell, standing stiffly at the door, resembling a rusted statue. He remained there throughout the night. Until the dawn of the next day, clarity dawned upon him. Sirong would return, for the Amber Manor and its riches lay here. Sirong would come back. Tom reassured himself. If he were in his position, he would never forsake such amassed wealth, nor abandon a place of privilege. In the distant east, Sirong, guided by memory, located the site of Yunya Mountain from years past. Yet, before him lay nothing. No towering clouds, no magnificent, austere mountains. And certainly, none of the people from those days. All that remained was desolation. Thousands of years of change had left this meaning behind. He stood there for a long time. Occasionally, emaciated, frantic survivors would rush past him, their clothing tattered. Initially, Sirong believed it to be a natural disaster. To his dismay, it was man-made calamity, war. He shut his eyes tightly. The date he had set to return to Amber Manor was now postponed. He chose to stay, retrieving medicines and treasures from his cosmic sleeve, even some immortal provisions. He remained to fortify the city and alleviate suffering. Yet gradually, he recognized that everything had changed since the past. Indeed, technology had advanced. All that he had once known was rendered obsolete. Sirong fell silent, seeking individuals capable of saving this nation, ultimately finding a striking red star. He entrusted all his gold bricks and treasures to them. He understood their needs, medicines, weapons, and time. Their enemies were far too many. He had attempted to vanquish the invaders with magic, but he had forgotten that he belonged to a millennium past. Guilt consumed him. He felt uneasy. He could not bear to leave this scarred land of China. Thus, he sought the local cultivators who guided him to the enemy's sorcerers, sealing these beasts within a grand formation. He could not take lives, the heavens forbade it. Instead, he trapped these beasts eternally within the array, allowing the valiant revolutionaries to confront only the hardships of the mortal realm, untroubled by spiritual afflictions. After completing this, he felt at a loss. He was unversed in the weapons of this land, unfamiliar with reform. He was merely a stray, still yearning to aid the mortals amidst calamity, never meant to govern kingdoms. His guilt deepened. Unable to find answers, he sought out the Red Star once more, approaching the talented individual capable of turning the tide, inquiring how he might assist further. This person was sincere, eschewing empty words, leading him to witness the warriors, after which they engaged in earnest discussion. Sirong then understood what he must do. He possessed wealth. Yes, he had assets, albeit in a distant foreign land. He could utilize that wealth to continuously supply this place with medicines, food, and funds. His cosmic sleeve made transportation remarkably convenient. The local cultivators informed him that logistics and the front line were equally crucial. Go to that distant foreign land. Here, they will safeguard it well. Chapter 52. He was a child destined to stir up turmoil. By the time Sirong returned to Hogwarts, it was already May. The end-of-term examinations loomed, and students were frantically gathered in the library, making the castle feel rather desolate. Sirong quietly observed them, suddenly filled with resentment. Resentment that these individuals could sit peacefully while the people of China suffered in dire straits. Yet, he understood that this was the greed of Muggles, seemingly unrelated to the wizarding world. Nonetheless, he remained angry, a sentiment that even dimmed his usual serene smile when he encountered Dumbledore. Dumbledore seemed poised to inquire. But Sirong, in no mood to listen to his friend, preemptively asked, "It is the examination week. We need not attend classes, correct?" His friend nodded in affirmation. Sirong acknowledged this, turning to leave. "Thank you for covering my classes during this time. I have some business to attend to, but I will return for the examination proctoring." Dumbledore's eyes betrayed concern as he hesitated, saying, "Tom is quite worried about you." Sirong's pace faltered. He recalled Tom, suddenly remembering the fate foretold during their first meeting, the forsaken child who would betray kin and friends, doomed to a bitter end. Yes, he was a child destined to incite turmoil. At that moment, Sirong's greatest aversion was to war. He resumed his steps, stating, "I shall not see him. I have more pressing matters to attend to." Dumbledore watched him depart like the wind, a frown creasing his brow as he sighed. He could not fathom what had befallen Sirong, a person who rarely displayed anger. Yet, Dumbledore was unable to ignore Tom's increasingly taciturn and somber demeanor. The following day, he summoned Tom to his office. He found himself at a loss for words, struggling to find the right approach. After a moment, he softly said, "Tom, Sirong has returned." This revelation caused the usually impassive young man's eyes to flicker with interest. After a pause, the youth inquired, "Where is he?" Dumbledore sighed internally. He had urgent matters to attend to. He came and then left again. He hesitated before adding, "He seemed troubled, likely having encountered something distressing. Do not hold it against him." Upon hearing the first part, Tom's expression darkened slightly. Sirong had returned, but had not sought him out. Yet, upon hearing the latter part, a sense of urgency surged within him, compelling him to step forward and plead, "Professor, I wish to return to Amber Manor." Dumbledore remained silent for a moment, ultimately agreeing to take Tom to the headmaster's office, securing 3 days of leave for the boy. With permission granted, Tom did not even return to his dormitory. He stepped directly into the fireplace of the headmaster's office and was whisked back to Amber Manor. He waited a full 3 days without catching a glimpse of Sirong. What could that person be preoccupied with? What was Sirong engaged in? He was busy inventorying assets, procuring scarce medicines, sourcing fabrics, and stockpiling grains and meats. He converted all his liquid cash into these necessities, leaving only the essential wealth to sustain business operations, and set aside 10 gold galleons for Tom, before entrusting all of this to the distant eastern Red Stars. By the time he returned, it was already the period of final examinations. Standing at the podium, he observed the anxious students below, each undergoing their assessments. Tom approached expressionlessly, navigating the exam with practiced ease, then turned to leave. Neither exchanged a word beyond the necessary. One was consumed by jealousy, disappointment, and bitterness, while the other bore the heavy weight of suppressed emotions. Chapter 53. The Record of Celestial Veins. This was the first time Sirong felt utterly devoid of any capacity for tolerance. It was also the first instance in which Tom received such treatment from Sirong. Each harbored their own burdens, yet summer vacation had commenced, necessitating their constant companionship. Previously, Tom had not deemed this significant, After all, he often mingled outside and seldom returned home. However, the situation had shifted. For the first time, he recognized the profound importance of Sirong's emotional stability and tolerance towards him. Before the summer break, Dumbledore sought out Tom and cautioned him, "Sirong has never behaved this way. He must be grappling with something distressing. During these days, he may not be able to attend to you, so do not take offense, do not add to his sorrows." Tom, who typically scoffed at Dumbledore, found it hard to refute the truth in his words. Boarding the Hogwarts Express, he recounted the situation to Answer, his hidden advisor. Answer's expression shifted to one of surprise, followed by a knowing smile. "Master, is this not the perfect opportunity? If you wish to uncover Professor Sirong's past and understand him, this is indeed an ideal moment. In times of inner turmoil, one is most susceptible to influence." His words were laced with temptation, an opportunity not to be missed, for when Sirong regained his composure, the moment would no longer be as favorable. Tom conceded that Answer's reasoning held merit. Yet, even in his turmoil, Sirong would not be easily swayed. Thus, he resolved to investigate Sirong's past while he was preoccupied. Sirong was an Eastern wizard, and Tom needed to delve into the East. However, that region was far too remote for him to reach alone, let alone find someone who could converse with him in a strange land. He needed to start with the Wizarding Federation, seeking out an Eastern wizard from there. Presently, he was an unknown entity. The Federation would not heed him. Clearly, the Malfoy family would not offer their assistance if he spoke the truth. With this thought, he turned to Abbe and said, "Abbe, Dumbledore informed me that Sirong ventured to the East. I fear he may have encountered some trouble there. Do you have any means to contact other Eastern wizards? They would likely be more informed about the situation there." Abbe furrowed his brow slightly, seemingly disapproving, yet ultimately refrained from contradicting him. 2 days later, Abbe arrived via the Flu network at Amber Manor, signaling that they could set off. He concocted an excuse, claiming that the Malfoy estate had recently invited a wizard to give a lecture which would be beneficial for them, persuading Sirong to grant permission for Tom to attend. Thus, the two youths embarked on their clandestine journey. Upon arriving in London, they entered the Leaky Cauldron, where they met the wizard who had brought them ancient texts from the East in room 207. The man, clad in a suit and donning glasses, appeared to blend seamlessly into the local culture. Perhaps this was a common trait among Eastern wizards, they mused. Abbe produced a small pouch and handed it over. 300 galleons, you may count it. The Eastern wizard smiled, accepting the pouch, unable to resist contemplating how many potions and provisions this could procure. He stowed the small package in his pocket, then produced 2 books. Tom frowned slightly upon seeing the titles, The Record of Celestial Veins and The Register of Immortals and Spirits. They appeared ancient, yet were clearly printed on new paper. Unmistakably a transcription. Abbe, having never studied the Eastern language, frowned in confusion and asked, "Shouldn't you explain a bit?" The Eastern wizard chuckled, reminiscent of a cunning fox. "Mr. Malfoy, that is a different price altogether. We had agreed on 300 galleons for the documented copies." Abbe exhaled sharply through his nose, then retrieved another small cloth bag from his pocket and tossed it towards the wizard. "I don't know how much is in there, just tell us about it." The man counted briefly, reaching 100, then, upon seeing the remaining pile, ceased wasting time, tucked the small bag away, and settled down leisurely, pouring tea. "Please, take a seat. Allow me to elaborate." Chapter 54, Junshun. Indeed, there was a Sirong, the immortal lord, in our history. But he was a figure from a millennium ago and has long since passed. This record of celestial veins contains such records. The Eastern wizard sipped his tea, seemingly reflective. The record of celestial veins, as the name suggests, is a genealogical record passed down through our Eastern sects. You may understand it as your family tree. Here, I have transcribed a portion of the Yunhing sect's lineage because the Sirong you wish to learn about was the 7th disciple of Yunya Peak within the Yunhing sect. He located the ancient records from thousands of years ago, pointing out Sirong's name to the two youths. It bore an annotation, Sirong, said to be a disciple of the Yunheng Immortal Mountain, 7th disciple of Yunya Peak, renowned for extraordinary talent in his youth. Later for unknown reasons expelled from the sect, drifting without trace, never to be encountered again. This was the entirety of the record. Tom gazed silently at the phrase expelled from the sect, drifting without trace, his eyes drawn to the year inscribed above, 2077 of the Yellow Emperor's calendar. He pointed to that year, asking, in terms of the Gregorian calendar, what year would this correspond to? The wizard paused, then slowly smiled. His calm eyes hidden behind his glasses, almost tinged with mockery, yet his tone remained placid, reminiscent of Sirong. At that time, there was no Gregorian calendar. This statement rendered both Abbe and Tom speechless. For the first time, they felt the weight of Sirong's age and, in that ordinary chronological reference, sensed the grandeur of Eastern civilization. The Eastern wizard paid them no mind, instead opening the other book, the register of immortals and spirits, explaining, in that context, immortal refers to cultivators. What you refer to as wizards, while spirits denotes those who have passed away. Those recorded in the register of immortals and spirits have all performed great deeds. As he flipped through the pages, he continued, the accounts in the record of celestial veins are the most comprehensive. However, due to Sirong's early expulsion from the sect, the Yunheng sect's records only briefly mention him, acknowledging his existence. After all, it is impossible for the immortal sect to sing the praises of such a wayward disciple. He paused, finding the relevant page, and displayed it to them, explaining, it is said that after being expelled from the sect, Sirong spent a century in seclusion, and everyone believed he had fallen into despair. Yet, a century later, a figure began to emerge in the mortal realm, a demon-slaying, benevolent individual who claimed the name Junshun. Abe could not help but interject, don't tell me this person is Sirong. The Eastern sorcerer smiled and remarked, you do not comprehend this, nor do you realize the profound implications of our discourse. The character inherently embodies the notions of tolerance and forgiveness. It is said that long ago, Sirong was destined to face severe punishment, likely to perish, had it not been for the unwavering protection of his master, the Taoist Yunya, who bore the brunt of the punishment for his beloved disciple. Although Sirong's life was spared, he could not evade being cast out from the mountain, and soon thereafter, Yunya himself succumbed to death. This individual sighed, casting an inadvertent glance at Tom, and continued, before the ascension of Taoist Yunya, he summoned Sirong to the platform and conferred upon him a courtesy name, calling him Junshun. This name is derived from the Book of Documents, which contains the phrase there must be endurance, signifying benevolence and virtue. He admonished Sirong to be forgiving towards others, to diligently cultivate his moral character, and to refrain from causing calamity to the world. Tom stood in silence, his lips sealed, yet his fists clenched tightly, veins protruding and knuckles whitening. Chapter 55. Sirong, could he not harbor resentment? Abe was taken aback by this divergent perspective, utterly at a loss for words. The room fell into an uneasy silence. Young Master Malfoy, after a moment of restraint, could no longer contain himself and inquired, but why would they treat the Godfather so unjustly? Look at him. Could he truly be the kind of person to harm others? The Eastern sorcerer found himself momentarily speechless. He recalled the correspondence he had with Sirong upon receiving news that Malfoy wished to acquire records about him. After all, they had once fought side by side on the land of Huaxia, and now they were both engaged in the endeavors of creating wealth and transporting goods, sharing many intersections and mutual appreciation. He was aware that the young heir of the Malfoy family was a godson of Sirong, and he also recognized that the silent dark-haired youth beside him was Sirong's foster son, whom he held in high regard yet did not interfere with. On that occasion, upon receiving Malfoy's message, he promptly contacted Sirong to arrange a meeting at a tea house in London. At that time, Sirong had remained silent for a while before offering a gentle smile. This was not a sudden whim of Abe's. It was evidently a scheme instigated by Tom. That cunning little cat. His tone was casual as he softly said, it's fine, Taoist Zhang. Inform them. It will also earn some galleons. The Eastern sorcerer, or rather, Taoist Zhang, reconfirmed, are you certain? You are a being from thousands of years ago. Will you not frighten these two children? Sirong turned to gaze out the window, and, after a pause, softly replied, it is fine. They should make their own choices. If they choose to leave me, it will spare me the trouble of severing worldly ties myself. Taoist Zhang could not help but furrow his brows, and after a moment remarked, Immortal Lord, while you are indeed the elder, I must say you are ensnared by your own circumstances. He probed further, what if these two children do not leave you? Sirong answered, then that is my destiny. Taoist Zhang could not help but feel a sense of regret. Although he had not spent much time with Sirong, it was evident to him that the events of the past held deeper reasons, particularly since he had already deduced from ancient texts that Junshun was indeed Sirong after descending the mountain. After being treated in such a manner, he still wished to protect humanity. All must concede that Sirong had not betrayed the name conferred upon him by his master, nor had he failed to embody the essence of Junshun. It was a pity that such a person, had he not been burdened by such past events, might have been able to boldly display his name on the immortal lineage record and proudly declare, I am a disciple of Yunheng. However, Yunheng Mountain had perished a millennium ago. Had Sirong remained with the Yunheng sect, he might have also faced calamity, and would not have encountered the fortuitous adventures of 1,000 years hence. Misfortune may indeed harbor fortune, and fortune may conceal misfortune. In the grand tapestry of existence, who can truly discern what is good or bad? At this moment, faced with the inquiry from the Malfoy heir, Taoist Zhang simply stated, that was a matter from thousands of years ago. Who can say for certain? Tom nearly ground his teeth in frustration. No wonder that person never took good care of himself. No wonder that when they first met, he resembled a mere wooden shell. No wonder. Finally, with gritted teeth, he asked the question that lodged in his throat. Sirong, could you not harbor resentment? Daoist Zhang shook his head. I do not know. Tom pressed on. Why would he still wish to protect those people? Why does he not think of killing them? Daoist Zhang regarded him, his gaze complex, and after a pause, he gently laughed. Mr. Riddle, all beings suffer. Allowing them to live peacefully is far more gratifying than inflicting pain. I have said all I need to say. I bid you farewell. He rose, took his black top hat from beside him, nodded gently, and exited, leaving behind two young men profoundly shaken in their beliefs. Abbe, known for his eloquence, and Tom, equally articulate, found themselves for the first time at a loss for words. Abbe softly inquired. I have always thought of the Godfather as a cherished scion from an Eastern pureblood family. Tom remained silent, rising to leave, his profile said in harsh lines. Chapter 56. I have always cared for you. When Tom returned to Amber Manor, Sirong was seated at a square table by the floor-to-ceiling window, savoring tea. It was a rare sight. Since Sirong's return from the East last Christmas, Tom had not witnessed him in such a leisurely state. He stood by the fireplace, his shoes dusted with ash. The man sat quietly by the window, cradling a cup of steaming red tea, the soothing aroma of incense wafting through the air, gazing at the resplendent sunlight outside, pure and exalted. Abbe followed closely behind him into the fireplace, and the two of them found themselves somewhat cramped within. His thoughts were entirely consumed by Sirong, prompting him to push Tom aside. Sirong turned back slightly, a smile gracing his features as he welcomed them, just as he had done on every previous occasion. However, the two boys were no fools and quickly realized that the words shared by the Eastern sorcerer earlier had been sanctioned by Sirong himself. Abbe suddenly found himself at a loss for words. He pursed his lips and softly called out, Godfather. Sirong responded gently. With that, Abbe felt a wave of relief wash over him, his gray-blue eyes settling into tranquility. His smile, usually haughty and often tinged with insincerity, revealed a hint of genuine affection only in the presence of Sirong and Brewster. At this moment, it bore the weight of a bittersweet release. Godfather, regardless of your identity, as long as you still acknowledge me, I shall find peace. Sirong looked at him, smiling affectionately. Abbe, I may have distant kinship, but if you call me Godfather, I shall indeed recognize you as such. I assure you, this will not change in the slightest. Abbe's shoulders relaxed completely. And what about me? Tom asked, his complexion pale. His dismal state rendered Abbe reluctant to exploit the moment. Godfather, I shall take my leave for now. You two may converse at your leisure. The considerate young Master Malfoy stepped back, departing amidst the green glow of the fireplace. Only the two of them remained. Tom felt nearly on the brink of collapse. Sirong, what of me? Am I as important to you as Malfoy? Sirong fell into a contemplative silence. Tom shut his eyes, a cold laugh escaping his lips. What should I call you? Junshin, or Immortal Lord? The person who relayed this information to us did so with your consent, did he not? What has prompted you to share this with me now? Have you suddenly realized that you do not wish for me as your foster son? Sirong continued to regard him calmly. He lowered his gaze to the translucent hue of tea in his cup and softly spoke. Tom, the choice lies with you. If you wish to remain by my side, I shall continue to treat you as I always have. If you choose to leave, I will respect your decision. Respect my choice? Tom gazed at him, his eyes tinged with red, his clenched fists trembling slightly, unsure if it was due to fury or sorrow. He quivered as he questioned. I fail to comprehend why you have not uttered these words to Abu, yet feel compelled to say them to me. If I were to depart, would you truly feel no sorrow? Do you not care for me at all? Tom was forced to confront the truth. He cared for Sirong, perhaps to the point of madness. He had always believed Sirong to be a wooden figure, devoid of anger or suspicion, someone he could easily manipulate. Admittedly, he had once appreciated the other's indifference. However, gradually, he found himself loathing that very apathy, yearning for those eyes, which were indifferent to all, to remain fixated upon him eternally. Why do you not care for me? He inquired. Yet Sirong responded, I have always cared for you. Chapter 57. If I truly harbored hatred, then everything in this world would be loathsome. The statement took Tom by surprise, leaving him momentarily speechless. He stared blankly at Sirong, who was basking in the sunlight by the window, observing the man as he lowered his gaze and sighed softly before rising and enveloping him in a gentle embrace. Yet, this embrace felt so insipid, as fleeting as a whisper of wind that could vanish at any moment. All right, Sirong said, you are far too grown to be thinking such chaotic thoughts. It seemed as though he was about to release his hold. Instinctively, Tom tightened his arms around Sirong's waist, binding him within the confines of his embrace. Even through the delicate white embroidered sash, he trembled slightly, like a puppy on the verge of abandonment. Please, do not leave me. Sirong, slightly lifted by Tom's grip, managed to gaze beyond the second-floor railing, catching sight of the corridor above. Those encompassing and gentle eyes held a tinge of regret as he murmured, "Tom, I have long since made a promise to you." Yet Tom was unwilling to let him go. His worries consumed him. He feared that this person would return to the distant east, that they would sever their nominal guardianship, and that he might never see Sirong again. He stubbornly clung to Sirong's waist, resting his chin on Sirong's shoulder. His eyes reddened with heartache as he softly asked, "Rong, do you not harbor any hatred?" Sirong closed his eyes, a gentle smile gracing his lips as he replied, "No, I do not." "Why?" Tom could not fathom it. Sirong chuckled softly. "Tom, they simply relinquished what is of little significance in order to survive or to attain the honor they value. It is merely human nature. If I truly harbored hatred, then everything in this world would be loathsome." Tom's lips quivered as he almost inaudibly asked, "Then do you hate me? You see through it all, don't you?" Sirong fell silent for a longer moment, feeling the increased pressure around his waist. He chuckled softly, a hint of breathlessness in his voice. "No, I could never bear to. Those who have wronged me so deeply, I do not even hate. Your childhood hardships, even if they were calculated, were merely in pursuit of a better life. Is that not the aspiration of every individual? Look at how many endure humiliation for survival, for wealth, for power, and how many resort to unscrupulous means." Tom's heart quaked, a sense of panic washing over him. Yet he heard Sirong continue, "They are all pitiable souls, Tom. The former is swept along by the currents of the world, helpless to do anything but be carried forward, while the latter has lost their very essence, wandering aimlessly. When they awaken from their dreams, it is to the piercing pain of reality." Sirong furrowed his brow slightly, his eyes concealing a depth of compassion. "Tom, war is a terrifying thing. I detest it. Can you promise me, do not tread towards such a future?" Tom leaned against his cheek, finally catching the soothing scent emanating from Sirong, reluctant to let go. Upon hearing Sirong's words, he immediately declared, "I will not allow war to scorch this land. Rong, I promise." Sirong's brow furrowed further, a deeper sadness etched upon his features. If only the land of Huaxiao would never suffer the ravages of war. How wonderful that would be. He allowed Tom to rest against his cheek, gently tilting his head towards the youth's neck. This subtle closeness was instantly detected by Tom, causing even the arm that encircled Sirong's waist to stiffen momentarily. Sirong, eyes closed, stifled the tears threatening to spill, and softly said, "Tom, at the very least, I hope you will never be the one to instigate war. Never." Tom embraced him, silently nodding, "I promise, Rong." Sirong's lips curled into a faint smile, unable to suppress a self-deprecating chuckle. Look at him. He claimed to wish to avoid entanglements, yet he could not resist the urge to intervene in this child's fate. Chapter 58 Love, perhaps? Sirong gently patted Tom's back, speaking softly, "All right, let go of me now." Tom hesitated, unable to part with him, rubbing his neck affectionately before reluctantly releasing his hold. He observed Sirong, noticing a lingering hint of worry etched upon the man's features. He reached up to gently smooth the furrow in Sirong's brow, saying, "Do not frown." Sirong paused, slightly tilting back. "All right." The sensation of the youth's fingertips lingering on his brow stirred a complex array of emotions within him. With a somewhat complicated smile, he brushed Tom's hand away and cautioned, "Tom, you must not do that again." Tom's hand lingered momentarily before slowly descending. He acquiesced softly but seemed unconcerned, pressing further with, "Rong, may I learn about your past? Do you not already know?" Sirong replied. Tom stepped closer once more, pressing against his side, his dark eyes pleading, "That is too vague. That man hardly divulged anything. For instance, why did you leave Yuning sect?" Sirong lifted his gaze to meet Tom's eyes, a slight smile tugging at his lips. But he did not answer the question. "Tom, I do not wish to revisit that matter. What about other things?" Tom pressed on, mirroring his tone. Sirong smiled lightly, his gaze dropping, accompanied by a sigh. "You are quite insistent." He adjusted his wide sleeves and began to walk away. Tom stood behind him, quietly observing the slender silhouette. This person had refused him, he thought, feeling a pang of disappointment, yet growing more resolute in his determination. For the remainder of that summer, he roamed about, seeking the treasures of Hogwarts founders or contacting purebloods to reinforce the Knights of Walpurgis. And Sayre, ever the gossip, inquired about his recent developments with Sirong. Tom glanced at him, fiddling with his wine glass. "And Sayre, I cannot disrupt Rong's rhythm, let alone breach his defenses to elicit anything from him willingly." And Sayre nodded knowingly. As expected, his hair, a mix of gray, pink, and blue hues, seemed rather eccentric, yet he possessed the air of a detached sage when deep in thought. "In that case, Master, your only opportunity lies in Professor becoming inebriated or disoriented." Tom shook his head lightly. Rong's lips are tightly sealed. And Sayre paused for a moment, then burst into laughter. "Master, I did not suggest you employ normal means. When dealing with someone like C. Professor, you shall never hear him speak of those unspeakable pasts directly. Even the little you and Malfoy learned about C. Professor's scant history was relayed by him through others. Master, what is happening to you? Has love clouded your judgment? If there are shortcuts to take, why must you wait for C. Professor to willingly share? Just as Tom was on the verge of anger, Enser finally ceased his mirthful laughter and explained, I meant to suggest employing some methods. For instance, he paused, gazing at the purple wood wand pressed against his neck, a wild smile breaking across his face as he raised his eyes to meet those dark orbs, finally uttering the remaining words. For instance, the incantation for legilimens. Particularly, after he had indulged in drink, one could truly act with impunity. Tom narrowed his eyes, pressing the wand more forcefully against this person's throat. Anseal took a step back, dramatically placing a hand over his heart, then pirouetted away with a flourish. Tom stiffly lowered his arm, almost instinctively caressing his wand, unable to suppress the memory of the silken robes adorning Sirong. Drunk? Love? He cast a self-deprecating glance at the resplendent moon hanging above the Amber Manor. Sirong was currently far too preoccupied to concern himself with him. This ethereal celestial being, detached from the mundane world, seemed ensnared by some earthly allure, returning to the Amber Manor only after a fortnight. It was not until the Hogwarts acceptance letter arrived once more, just 10 days before the new term commenced, that Sirong returned to the Amber Manor. Tom had gathered his school supplies, and upon entering the manor, immediately spotted Sirong's light, gray wizarding robe adorned with Eastern cuffs. His heart fluttered, and he hastened to the living room, where he indeed found the celestial being reclining on the sofa, attired in a suit. Chapter 59. Such a feeble capacity for alcohol, and yet you wish to intoxicate others? Sirong appeared weary. Indeed, were he not utterly fatigued, he would typically be seated by the window, properly savoring tea and incense, rather than nestled upon the sofa. Nonetheless, even in this state, his poise remained impeccable. Tom tread lightly, observing the fatigue etched on Sirong's brow. As he heard the gentle call of, "You're back?" he replied softly, delicately grasping Sirong's wrist, silently caressing it. Was it particularly arduous this time? Sirong managed a slight smile, a ghost of a grin, stating it was not overly taxing, merely disheartening to witness the plight of the displaced populace. Tom's heart stirred. Recognizing an opportune moment, he seized the chance to suggest, "Would you care for a drink? It might bring you some joy." Sirong chuckled softly. "Foolish child. What use is alcohol? It is but a fleeting anesthetic." Tom sat beside him, murmuring, "Even so, it serves as a solace. Just a little might ease your discomfort." He gently tapped the table, and an array of beverages appeared. Whiskey, martinis, Bordeaux, and a subtly sweet champagne, along with the appropriate glassware. Sirong tilted his head slightly before sitting up straight, hesitating. "You seem to be only 14. Tom rarely displayed a somewhat mischievous, yet composed smile before replying. "But I have long since sampled various wines." Sirong shot him a disapproving glance, lightly tapping the table. "Bring some fruit juices for the young master." Indeed, an assortment of orange juice, mango juice, and carrot juice materialized on the table, warming Tom's heart while also evoking a rare pang of bitterness. Sirong cared for him. Alas, in this concern, he regarded Tom merely as a child unworthy of even partaking in wine. "Very well, very well." Tom averted his gaze slightly and poured a glass of whiskey, extending it towards Sirong. This would also allow him to gauge Sirong's tolerance. Sirong took a delicate sip, the bitter flavor unfolding on his palate, accompanied by a hint of spice. He set the glass down with a delicate air, commenting, "Not to my liking." Tom, how could he forget that this was a being of exquisite taste in all matters culinary? He hesitantly inquired, "Sirong, do you typically abstain from alcohol?" Sirong passed the glass back to him, signaling his refusal, and succinctly stated, "I only drink fruit wines. Their flavor is not harsh." Tom, fruit wine. He had consumed numerous bottles of whiskey. As he hesitated, a realization struck him. Sirong was an Eastern celestial being. Perhaps he had once tasted the finest wines, smooth and perfectly sweet. With this thought, he posed the question to Sirong. Upon hearing it, Sirong couldn't help but chuckle, ruffling Tom's hair. "I see you are as astute as ever. It appears you possess considerable insight into the realm of libations." This was rare banter. Tom chuckled softly, his gentle gaze fixed on Sirong's profile, as he gently shook Sirong's wrist, saying, "Sirong, I wish to sample your wines." Sirong hesitated. "Tom, celestial wines differ from the ordinary spirits here. While their taste is pleasant, their potency is formidable. A mere sip for a mortal could lead to a 3-day stupor." Tom looked at him, grinning. "Then I am all the more eager to try." Under his unwavering gaze, Sirong found it difficult to resist, and with a resigned smile, he acquiesced. After all, with 10 days until the start of term, even a 3-day slumber would not be a great inconvenience. He waved his hand, and a bottle of azure-hued Lianhua Longjing wine appeared, accompanied by 2 small azure wine cups. Sirong cautioned, "This wine is called Immortal's Intoxication. Even the mightiest cultivator cannot withstand it. You are not to indulge excessively. Merely savor the aroma and take a small sip." Tom, brimming with confidence, poured a glass for Sirong and filled his own to the brim. Mischievously, he asked, "Is there any particular way to drink this?" "No particularities, just drink it directly," Sirong replied, taking a shallow sip, then displaying the empty cup's bottom to him with a flick of his wrist. His expression was clear, yet his eyes seemed to shine with an added brightness. Tom, observing his eyes, began to glean Sirong's tolerance, and with a smile, downed his drink in one go. Sirong did not have time to stop him before the alcohol flushed the youth's cheeks, and the once spirited black-haired boy suddenly slumped down. Sirong. He gazed at the boy sprawled on the sofa, bemused yet amused, ultimately taking it upon himself to carry the lad upstairs. Chapter 60, A Love Letter to Sirong. Tom slept for a full week. This surprised Sirong somewhat. He had prepared himself for the possibility that the boy might not awaken for a month, yet here he was, revived after merely a week. It seemed that Tom's tolerance for alcohol was indeed commendable. However, in the face of a mortal's intoxication, mere mortal spirits paled in comparison. He watched the drowsy youth as he stirred porridge, shaking his head slowly. "How is it? Do you still dare disregard my advice and consume so much?" Tom remained silent. His brow furrowed as he leaned against the kitchen doorway, awaiting the fragrant porridge. Who could have anticipated that a mortal's intoxication was so potent? Was it not said that Easterners were genteel? How could they produce such a fierce spirit? Sirong, having not heard his response, turned to glance at him, chuckling. "What's with that long face?" "Immortal's intoxication is brewed from spiritual fruits over 1,000 years old. At present, I am likely the only one with a few bottles left. Each time you drink, one less remains. I'm not lamenting, yet you seem upset." He extinguished the flame and gestured for the boy to take a bowl while holding the steaming clay pot in midair. Tom pouted slightly, summoning the house elf to bring 2 sets of bowls to the dining table. His voice was hoarse, clearly still recovering from the effects of the alcohol. Sirong laughed. "A few days ago, a book who came by, thinking you were so distraught that you had drowned your sorrows in drink and would not awaken." Tom, his expression darkened further. Sirong couldn't help but laugh heartily, a sound bright with mirth, reminiscent of a carefree youth. Tom's eyes widened slightly, any lingering discontent evaporating in an instant. He could not help but lean against the door frame, observing the celestial being gracefully carrying a clay pot towards the dining table. And a sudden wave of happiness washed over him. Tom had slept for a week, and just 2 days after awakening, he found himself back at school. However, as he stepped onto the Hogwarts Express once more, he was met with veiled glances from those around him, which stirred a sense of irritation within him. Turning around, he caught sight of that carefree, flirtatious platinum head behind him. It was clear that this scoundrel was the source of the rumors. Tom clenched his fists, struggling to contain his anger at Malfoy in front of so many witnesses. A sardonic smile almost escaped his lips as he began to retaliate in kind, feigning concern. I heard you cried several times over your godfather's indifference the other day. I trust your eyes have since returned to their normal size?" The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Goodness, who would have thought that the proud and gentle senior Malfoy would weep over his godfather's lack of affection? Feeling the weight of their covert gazes, upseethed with resentment. Yet, they were brothers, after all. There existed a baseline even in their mutual sabotage. Upon arriving at the school, they resumed their outwardly amicable facade. Dumbledore, witnessing their familiar camaraderie, expressed his approval several times in front of Sirong. By the 4th year, the children were ablaze with youthful exuberance. Tom often dreamt of Sirong, envisioning them as lovers coming and going together, imagining their intimate encounters in the confines of a bed. These dreams intensified the desires he had buried deep within his heart. Yet, he saw Sirong every day, gazing into those tranquil eyes like a placid lake. He gritted his teeth, suppressing the surging tide of affection within him, while the numerous love letters from girls left him utterly unmoved. Until one fateful day, he discovered a love letter in Sirong's office, one that the rigid celestial being had not yet disposed of. Initially, he assumed it was a letter from some girl meant for Sirong to pass along. However, the envelope clearly read, "To Dear Professor Sir." Tom froze in place, jealousy and anger flooding his mind, rendering him uncontrollable. Chapter 61, Love Blinds Reason. His eyes darkened. Yes, how could he forget that Sirong's striking visage effortlessly attracted admirers? He tightly gripped the pink letter, his face hardening as he crumpled it into a ball and set it ablaze in the rising flames. Without a second thought, he turned to leave, oblivious to the violation of Sirong's personal belongings. Thus, the celestial being noticed that Tom was ignoring him once again. Sirong was indeed somewhat perplexed. If Tom's previous sulk had stemmed from his comment about being away for 10 days yet returning after 3 months, this time there seemed to be no reason at all. He attempted to comprehend the boy's thoughts and, after several instances of being disregarded, finally called out to him after class. "Tom," Sirong said with a hint of helplessness. His eyes filled with understanding. "Could you share what is troubling you? You seem unwell lately." Tom could not suppress a cold smile. He tightly clenched his fists, knowing full well that his jealousy was unfounded. Was he truly expected to voice his affections? Standing at the podium, he lowered his gaze to Sirong's delicate fingers resting lightly on the books, their elegance captivating him. "I saw someone giving you a love letter," Tom murmured softly, as if bewitched by those hands, reaching out to grasp Sirong's wrist, sliding down to hold his hand. "Sirong, will you bring home a stepmother for me?" The question left the celestial being momentarily stunned. A hint of amusement mingled with a tinge of heartache arose within him as he reached out to ruffle the boy's hair. "No," he promised, "since my enlightenment, I have not contemplated marriage. Besides, at my age, how could I impose upon you children in such a manner?" For a fleeting moment, the boy's heart fluttered with joy, only to be submerged by Sirong's subsequent words. Tom once more clasped Sirong's hand, inadvertently tightening his grip, lifting his gaze to meet the other's, and with a gentle smile, asked, "Are you saying that in this lifetime, there will only be me by your side?" Sirong was momentarily taken aback. He hesitated, studying the youth before him, and for an instant, he seemed to discern affection in the boy's demeanor. "Affection?" He softened his voice, choosing his words carefully. "Tom, you will eventually have a family of your own. I mean marriage. At that point, you must leave me." In that moment, Tom's grip tightened even more, enough to cause Sirong's heart to flutter. He quickly eased his hold, whispering, "No, Sirong, I will not marry. I already have someone I cherish." Sirong's lowered eyelashes trembled slightly. However, as he was about to speak, he was interrupted by the boy. "Sirong, will you join me for a drink tonight?" Sirong looked up at him, reminding, "You are not yet of age." Tom smiled. "It's fine, Sirong. You know I have a good tolerance for alcohol." This left Sirong somewhat exasperated. He knew that children here matured faster, yet he had not anticipated that their penchant for drink would follow suit. Nevertheless, it was not unusual. Even in the East, young scions of noble families often indulged in banquets, inevitably succumbing to excess. He nodded in agreement, only to see the boy's eyes light up with delight. Tom grasped his hand, giving it a gentle shake, his dark eyes gazing up at him with a hint of mischief. "You can't drink ordinary wine. Otherwise, it will always be me getting drunk while you sip Eastern spirits. I'll have those drinks, all right?" Sirong, momentarily distracted by the boy's playful shaking of his arm, found himself captivated, and in his dazed state, he nodded, witnessing the triumphant glint in Tom's eyes. "Very well," he conceded, resigned to the folly of passion, having experienced the intoxication of desire firsthand. Chapter 62. "Tell me, did your senior take good care of you?" When Sirong found himself half drunk, yet saw the boy's eyes still clear and focused, he regretted his decision even more. Had he known Tom had such a high tolerance, he would not have agreed to partake in the celestial wine. In the face of such potent spirits, his own capacity for alcohol was meager, and after 3 rounds, he was already half inebriated. He may not have realized how he appeared at that moment. Tom gazed intently at him, his right hand gripping a glass tinted by the fiery whiskey, while his left hand instinctively reached out, intertwining with his right, a picture of innocence. As though it were his first experience with alcohol, the celestial being would perhaps never know how irresistibly alluring he appeared now, clad in a flowing robe of moonlight blue, intricately embroidered with silver magnolias. His cheeks flushed from intoxication as he leaned against the armrest of the sofa, like a flower lost in a sea of blossoms. Calling out his name, "Tom." The boy could not resist taking a sip of whiskey, feeling the cold flames of the spirit coursing through him, the incongruous spiciness of the strong liquor igniting a warmth within. They were too close. Tom tilted his head, catching sight of Sirong's slender fingers propped against his forehead. He questioned whether he could still uphold the decorum and principles imparted by Sirong. "Master," he murmured softly, and in that instant, his gaze sharpened. He understood that his opportunity had arrived. In the haze of intoxication, yet still lucid, people were most prone to revealing their truths. He set down his glass, leaning closer to Sirong, the warmth of his breath mingling with the scent of alcohol, and as he lowered his gaze, he beheld the dreamy look in Sirong's eyes. He softly called out, "Sirong?" Sirong gently raised his head, only to behold a pair of obsidian eyes. "Master?" "Senior brother." He blinked softly, his eyelashes fluttering with a hint of uncharacteristic vulnerability that had never surfaced before Tom. With slow, deliberate movements, he grasped the collar of Tom's shirt, burying his face within it, his shoulders trembling slightly. Tom could feel the faint dampness of the fabric. He stood frozen, lost in thought, yet within mere seconds, He cast aside his musings and enveloped Siyong entirely in his embrace. He murmured softly, "Yes, I am here." This utterance, laden with premeditated misdirection, seemed to genuinely affect the inebriated Siyong. He gazed at Tom with a gentle smile, his eyes glistening with unshed tears, clearly restraining his grievances, yet merely managing a faint smile as he whispered, "Master, I miss you." Upon uttering these words, he appeared unable to contain himself, his speech becoming a relentless torrent. "All these years, I have pondered whether I should have helped that village. Indeed, the path of immortality values life, yet I saved them, naively believing I was vanquishing demons and serving as a disciple of the immortal way. I know such thoughts are misguided. However, it was my failure to discern right from wrong that led me astray, allowing the demon clan to exploit me, resulting in the demise of Uncle Master and ultimately bringing misfortune upon Yunhing's sect. It even cost you your life." Siyong gently tilted his head, seemingly drained, leaning back against the sofa, raising a hand to cover his eyes, unable to face the person beside him. "Master, you urged me to forget this matter. Yet how could I possibly do so?" His voice trembled, "I dare not." Since that moment, he had known neither day nor night of peace. Unable to forget for even a single day, Tom had never seen Siyong like this. He lifted his knee and pressed it against Siyong's side, almost forcefully pulling him closer. Yet his voice remained exceedingly gentle. "Siyong, tell me, your senior brother has taken good care of you, hasn't he?" Chapter 63. Do you remember those years? Siyong paused, biting his lip lightly. He lowered his gaze, tears clinging to his lashes, unwilling to answer, yet compelled to respond due to his master's inquiry. "Master, senior brother. He must consider the legacy of Yunyan Peak. Please do not blame him." He recalled how he had protected his senior brother. A flicker of sympathy crossed Tom's features as he leaned closer, grasping Siyong's wrist, struggling to suppress the anger bubbling within him, and softly inquired, "Siyong, he did not care for you, did he?" Siyong continued to avert his gaze, forcing a small smile as he quietly replied, "No, master. Senior brother gave me half of the treasures accumulated by Yunyan Mountain. Those treasures, gathered over millennia, included many protective talismans. After descending the mountain, he wandered aimlessly, yet bore precious relics. Without these talismans, how could he have survived amidst the treachery of those immortal sects? To ordinary folk, he was untouchable." Tom was unconvinced. He leaned closer to Siyong, pressing his forehead against his, softly coaxing, "Do you remember those years? Let me see, please." Siyong looked up, bewildered, and met those dark, penetrating eyes, as if being drawn back a millennium. He recalled his days as a beggar before the age of 7, remembering the desperate hunger of the dying on the streets, their eyes glinting like wild wolves, waiting for his demise. He remembered trailing behind a group of wealthy young masters, like a thief waiting for their leftovers. He remembered falling ill and seeking medicine, only to be cast out from the temple where he had sought refuge. Tom's fury surged, feeling as though countless needles were piercing his heart, wishing he could dive into Siyong's memories and eradicate those ignorant souls. Perhaps the pain of those memories was so profound that Siyong could not help but struggle. Tom restrained his anger, cradling Siyong as one would a child, holding the trembling immortal in his arms. His voice, hoarse with rage, softened as he asked, "Do you remember how you arrived at Yunhing's sect?" Siyong gradually quieted. Thus, Tom beheld the benevolent figure of Siyong's master, embodying the ethereal grace and dignity of an immortal. It was truly a kindness that made Siyong long to draw nearer, enduring the challenging trials of Yunhing's sect merely for the chance to see that immortal once more, if fortune favored him. Becoming a humble servant by the side of the immortal would spare him from hunger, scorn, and beatings. Yet, Siyong had never anticipated that happiness would arrive so suddenly. The immortal became his master, and he gained such a forgiving senior brother. Tom watched as Siyong transformed from a timid child into a noble and upright youth, his heart swelling with boundless gratitude for those two figures, his master and senior brother, whom he had never met. Regardless of the circumstances, he was thankful for their salvation of Siyong, despite harboring a tinge of jealousy, envying their indelible presence in Siyong's heart. He observed the dynamic among the trio and suddenly felt a sense of familiarity. Upon deeper reflection, he realized how the master and senior brother treated Siyong was precisely how Siyong treated him. Siyong was a master of imitation. He mirrored his master's celestial demeanor before mortals, emulated his senior brother's amiable camaraderie among peers, and even mimicked the wealthy young gentleman he had once observed, playfully indulging his beloved master and senior brother. Gradually, he became that very person. He was adept at imitating knowledge, mastering his master's swordplay, swiftly grasping several essential techniques. And when he wielded his sword, he exuded a prideful exuberance that he would never again replicate. Tom gazed upon Siyong's happiness, and for a fleeting moment, he thought that if Siyong could remain in such bliss indefinitely, he would willingly never have encountered him. Yet, he understood that all of this was but a fleeting dream. Chapter 64. It is not ignorance, but a complicity in wrongdoing. In his haste to uncover Sirong's memories, he swiftly flipped through the pages. Soon witnessing the scene of Sirong's expulsion from Yunheng, he paused, rewinding slightly, and finally glimpsed the truth of that time. It was a beautifully constructed village, with flying eaves and intricate brackets, exuding an air of prosperity. Yet, this village was shrouded in an endless gloom. And in the largest building, the ancestral hall, stood two noble disciples of the immortal sect among a sea of anxious villagers. One of them, clad in the azure robes of a direct disciple of Yunheng's sect, was none other than Sirong. Tom observed his relentless pursuit to rescue the villagers from the clutches of the demon's rule. He indeed succeeded. However, on the day when the boundless gloom was finally dispelled, he heard the village chief address Sirong, saying, "Little immortal lord, we are grateful for your kindness, but now our village lacks food, and everyone is on the brink of starvation." True to form, Sirong took it upon himself, declaring, "I will find some food for you." As he departed, he specifically instructed another sect disciple, "Friend, please keep watch here. I will return shortly." He turned to leave, unaware of the greenish glint in that so-called friend's eyes. In this memory, Tom could see that gaze, so reminiscent of the hungry souls, yet laden with scheming and mockery, a pure and thick malice. Tom's heart screamed in anguish, pleading for Sirong not to return. Yet, he could only watch helplessly as Sirong returned with food, vegetables, and meat. The villagers cooked the rice but ignored the meat, each one complaining that it was unpalatable, unable to eat it. Sirong furrowed his brow, appearing somewhat displeased. Yet considering that these villagers had just suffered the ravages of the demon clan, he asked calmly, "Then what do you need?" The village chief's eyes darted, and upon noticing the disciples from the celestial sect behind Sirong, he grinned, revealing a set of white teeth. It is said that the disciples of the celestial sect diligently cultivate their skills, their spiritual energy, nurturing their veins and flesh to a state unlike that of mere mortals. Consuming them could indeed prolong one's life. Sirong was taken aback. What? Before he could finish his words, the so-called companion behind him seized his throat, constraining his vital points. The individual, once perceived as a fellow cultivator, opened his mouth to reveal sharp fangs, and with a fierce bite, tore a chunk from Sirong's neck. The guise of the celestial disciple fell away, revealing a monstrous man-eater. Caught unawares, Sirong suffered a grievous wound. The majority of his verdant robe stained crimson with blood. Yet, true to his title as the number one on the heavenly ranking, he swiftly formed a seal, summoning his life spirit sword to pierce through the man-eater behind him. He crushed a pill against the wound, barely staunching the flow of blood, and raised his hand to send a covert signal for help to his sect. The man-eater smacked its lips, its voice raspy. Truly deserving of the title of the heavenly ranking's top talent, this flesh is brimming with spiritual energy. You fledgling geniuses are the easiest to deceive and the most delectable. It cackled wickedly. Sirong, his countenance grim, gazed at the discarded skin of the creature. Thus, the former number one of the heavenly ranking met a similar fate. No wonder such an extraordinary individual vanished without a trace after leaving the sect for training. He had thought himself fortunate to have encountered this fellow. Together, they could surely break the curse of this demon realm and bring fortune to the common folk. Wait, the common folk? He turned to see the village chief, now sporting the fangs of the man-eater. This was wrong. He was clearly human. Could it be? Sirong took a step back in disbelief as the truth dawned upon him. Human hearts are fickle, and in their quest for longevity, they had summoned the man-eater as a sacrificial offering. But what of the other villagers? He turned to look at them, only to find that they dared not meet his gaze. So it was not ignorance, but rather complicity in wrongdoing. Chapter 65. I shall bear the thunder punishment of my little disciple. Suppressing his pity and sorrow, Sirong gripped his life spirit sword and engaged in a fierce battle with the man-eater. Though the creature was inherently vile, it had gained intelligence through the many it had devoured, employing cunning to deceive. Moreover, Sirong had only recently begun his cultivation, merely at the golden core stage. While the man-eater had consumed numerous talents from the heavenly ranking and was on the verge of transcending to spirit transformation. Just as the situation grew dire, streaks of celestial light descended from the heavens. It was the disciples from several nearby sects, and amongst them, the chief disciple of the Wuji Peak from the Yunheng sect. Brother Yun. Sirong was shielded behind him as he explained in a hushed tone. This demon is close to spirit transformation. The village chief has been assimilated, and the other villagers are likely tainted by demonic energy. They cannot be trusted. Brother Yun glanced at him, handed him a vial of pills, and draped a protective talisman around his neck, instructing, "Do not speak. Focus on recovering. I will handle this. Uncle Yunli is on his way." Before his words could finish, a cry of a phoenix echoed, and a shimmering phoenix apparition swooped down, effortlessly parting the gloomy skies. Upon landing, it revealed a celestial maiden wielding a long sword, her hair adorned with clouds. It was Yunli. This maiden had broken through to spirit transformation a century ago and held the authority of punishment in the Yunheng sect. With her presence, there was indeed no need for concern. Sirong felt a wave of relief wash over him as he activated Brother Yun's protective talisman, clearing an area and swallowing the pill to initiate his recovery. Meanwhile, Yunli joined the fray, teaming up with several other sect disciples to overpower the man-eater with sheer force. Her gaze flickered over Sirong's neck wound, igniting a surge of righteous fury within her. Tom frowned slightly. If such measures could resolve the matter, then why had Sirong been expelled from the sect? This clearly indicated that, regardless of the circumstances, Sirong was merely an innocent victim. Indeed, just as Yunli's sword was about to pierce the man-eater's chest, a surge of ominous black energy erupted from the village shrine, transforming into chains that ensnared Yunli's limbs. In an instant, the other sect disciples froze, their bodies emanating a potent black energy, evidently under the control of the shrine's dark force. At that moment, a dozen figures shrouded in black robes emerged from the swirling mists. Brother Yun positioned himself to shield Sirong, his expression growing grave. He then turned to look at the ensnared Yunli, fully aware that this situation could not end well. He could only protect Sirong, enveloping him with all his magical artifacts. As this unfolded, Sirong's memories began to tremble, and Tom could only catch faint glimpses of their shadows. He witnessed Yunli, her heart and core being extracted, as well as Brother Yun, who had turned to dust to ensure Sirong's escape from the demon's barrier. Brother Yun was the chief disciple. Though his demeanor was cold, he cared deeply for the younger generation. Tom observed as Sirong sealed his almost shattered heart, daring not to traverse through the various sects, ultimately arriving bloodied at the foot of Yunheng Mountain, collapsing before the mountain gate. The sects that could share trials with Yunheng were not ones to be easily trifled with. Those who walked alongside Brother Yun were either the heirs of sect leaders or promising disciples of considerable talent. Moreover, there was the renowned Yunli. Now, with so many of them lost, only Sirong emerged alive. Within the Yunheng sect, discussions erupted, and the other sects were unlikely to let the matter rest. Numerous sect leaders and elders convened in the Grand Hall of Yunheng, demanding an explanation. After all, who could prove that Sirong had not been tainted or assimilated by the dark energy of the demon? Tom observed this memory, watching as Sirong knelt in the center of the hall, his neck still raw and bloodied, his face pale as death. All around him, voices of condemnation arose. The Yunheng sect had no choice but to abandon Sirong to quell the ire of the other sections. Tom approached Sirong's side, half kneeling before him, gently cradling his face in his hands, tears welling in his eyes that he could not dispel. Though he touched nothing, he still felt an overwhelming chill. He had never seen eyes like that before, nor could he fathom how such calm despair, laced with resentment and hatred, could manifest in Sirong. As the shadows of his hands hovered nearby, a flowing sleeve of a Taoist robe suddenly enveloped the frail shoulders of the young Sirong. Tom lifted his gaze to see Sirong's ethereal master. The immortal, with flowing white hair, gazed resolutely at the assembly of celestial beings. Behind him stood his chief disciple, both steadfastly by Sirong's side. Taoist Yunya spoke, "Esteemed guests, my little disciple has been spoiled beyond measure, yet his heart remains pure. This calamity is clearly a scheme by the demon cultivators, leading to the misfortune of many disciples. What benefit do you gain from blaming this child and demanding his life?" Tom raised his head, catching a glimpse of tears welling in Sirong's eyes. Enough. Taoist Yunya turned, placing a hand atop Sirong's head, gently ruffling his hair. Spiritual energy flowed from his palms into Sirong's Baihui point, inching its way into his dantian. Calmly, he positioned himself in front of Sirong and declared to the assembly, "I shall bear the thunder punishment for my little disciple. I implore you to spare his life." Sirong yearned to speak, to lift his head, but he was restrained by his master, unable to move. He attempted repeatedly to break free from Taoist Yunya's grasp. Yet each effort was in vain. Desperation filled his eyes, turning red as he trembled, tears cascading like pearls, landing softly in Tom's palm. Tom gently lifted his hand, wishing to wipe away Sirong's tears. Yet the memory began to tremble, as if the heavens were collapsing, shaking the golden palace until it crumbled, violently ejecting Tom from the memory. With a muffled grunt, a trickle of blood escaped from the corner of his lips. He took a gentle breath, lowering his gaze to Sirong, tenderly brushing away the cold sweat from his brow, and leaned down to softly kiss those lips. A few drops of blood stained Sirong's mouth. Tom cautiously embraced the person in his arms, gently caressing Sirong's back. Reminiscent of the once revered Yunya Daoren, he had come to a profound realization. He understood everything now. In Chapter 66, Look at Me, Belong to Me, Tom grasped Sirong's wrist, feeling a frigid rigidity spreading through his entire being, while the turmoil of anger and tenderness surged within him like a devastating tsunami. He had always believed his fate to be fraught with hardships, often harboring resentment. Yet, he wished fervently that Sirong had never endured such trials. This thought, almost unfathomable, surfaced from the depths of Tom's heart, leaving even him incredulous. The warmth of the wine-scented aura enveloped him, and amidst this intoxication, the feelings of tenderness felt entirely justified. This world was maddeningly corrupt, devoid of humanity. Yet, amidst it all, there existed a singular individual who traversed the most delicate aspects of humanity. Having witnessed those who proclaimed to follow the path of immortality resorting to unscrupulous means for their own gain, yet still possessing a gentle compassion, emerging untainted from the mire. This person should not have to endure such tribulations, Tom mused. This person ought to exist within the sanctuary of his own making, living on in purity and gentleness. Unable to restrain himself, he lifted his hand to tenderly caress Sirong's face, his expression a blend of longing and chaos. Ultimately, he could not resist drawing closer. Carefully brushing through the immortal's soft hair, bestowing a gentle kiss upon his forehead. Belong to me, he whispered. Look at me. See the true me. Witness my genuine heart. Please. My angel, my guardian, my beloved Rose. Sirong had slept for 3 days, and in certain respects, his tolerance for alcohol indeed surpassed Tom's. When he finally opened his eyes, he was met with the simplicity of the office's ceiling, and it was already a blissful weekend. The campus was unusually tranquil, lacking the youthful shouts of students, the mournful rustle of pages in the library, and even the teachers huddled by the fireplace with their whiskey and weary pedagogical musings. Yet, it was not entirely silent. Sirong furrowed his brow slightly and turned his gaze to see a dark-haired youth sitting quietly beside his bed, engrossed in a book. Why was it referred to as holding a book? Perhaps, during his unconsciousness, Tom had been silently reading, but it seemed that the moment Sirong opened his eyes, the young man's keen gaze was already fixed upon him, as if he were observing a rare and precious treasure. The intensity of that gaze momentarily stilled Sirong's actions, rendering him almost forgetful of what he intended to do. They exchanged glances without words, yet something hidden within their gazes ignited a warmth in Sirong's heart. He gently pressed his lips together before smiling and inquiring, "What brings you here?" Tom set aside his book, rose to sit at the edge of the bed, and looked down at him, reaching out to tuck away the strands of hair that had fallen onto his neck, not responding verbally, but simply smiling as he remarked, "Your tolerance for alcohol isn't particularly commendable either." His hand lingered at Sirong's neck, inevitably brushing against the fragile pulse point, yet Sirong felt no sense of threat, only an indescribable air of intimacy. However, he could not overtly evade it. He could only maintain his position. Perhaps the only action he could take was to gently remove the young man's hand, which he did, sitting up and leaning against the headboard while pulling the quilt up a bit. A triumphant smile flickered across Tom's face as he helped arrange the covers for Sirong. He could hear Tom's heartbeat, unusually steady, yet tinged with joy, almost shadowed by a hint of sadness that weighed it down, making it difficult to quicken. Unable to suppress his curiosity, Sirong changed the subject, asking, "Why is it so quiet on campus today?" Tom gazed at him, a gentle smile curving his lips as he replied, "Today is Hogsmeade weekend. They've all gone out. Abbott has a new girlfriend, and every day he's busy with dates. This is the 7th one this semester." He took advantage of his insider knowledge to disparage Abbott with careless ease. Sirong's expression revealed a hint of disapproval. After a moment's hesitation, the immortal said softly, "I am unsure of Brewster's sentiments toward Abbott, but Tom, sincerity is a rare treasure, and you." Tom seized his wrist, cutting off the remainder of Sirong's thoughts. The youth's dark, shining eyes held a trace of threat, yet also an air of melancholy. His grip tightened around Sirong's wrist, leaving faint red marks before he eased his hold, as if reluctant to inflict harm. He smiled, a hint of dissatisfaction in his tone. "Sirong, if you doubt my words so, why not take a guess at whom I might like? If you guess correctly, I shall grant you a reward. How does that sound?" Sirong was momentarily taken aback by the question. It took him a while to process it, slowly rebooting his sluggish mind. "Like whom?" he murmured, blinking softly as his fingers involuntarily curled slightly. In Chapter 67, A Meeting in the Apocalypse, Sirong felt that Tom had been acting rather strangely of late. In the past, this boy would scarcely visit the office more than a few times a month. Their interactions were limited to the classroom or the occasional paperwork requiring his signature in Hogsmeade. Yet now, the boy frequented his presence almost daily, lingering longer whenever possible. Tom's dark eyes gazed at him with an unwavering affection that sent shivers down Sirong's spine, leaving him feeling awkward and unsteady. That question had nearly shattered the delicate equilibrium they had carefully maintained. Yet, in the blink of an eye, the Christmas holidays arrived, compelling him to return to Amber Manor. While the boy appeared increasingly eager, resulting in an extravagant display at the manor this year under Tom's supervision. Tom reclined in the armchair at Amber Manor, gazing at the opulent Christmas tree that soared to the ceiling, awaiting the arrival of someone who would hastily depart upon receiving a message. The dazzling stars and pearls adorned the tree, shimmering under the reflection of the crystal chandelier, yet all this seemed dim in comparison to the radiance of one person. Tom lowered his head, absent-mindedly toying with his fingertips, suddenly recalling Sirong's appearance when they first met at the orphanage, a celestial being cast down to the mortal realm. At that moment, he had felt only wariness. Looking back now, it sent his heart racing. "What are you thinking about?" came that warm voice from behind, imbued with a unique cadence that seemed to carry an emotion that was both intimate and singular. Tom's heart skipped a beat, almost convincing him that Sirong shared the same feelings. Turning around, he beheld Sirong, enveloped in a wizard's robe, casually loosening his garments to reveal a tailored dark gray suit underneath. The suit was stiff, yet the person exuded an air of dignified grace, seemingly unbound by any constraints. Tom's gaze flickered, fearing that if he continued to look, he might lose control, so he raised his eyes to meet those gentle ones, replying, "I am angry." For anyone else, this might have been unexpected, yet Sirong seemed accustomed to his bad temper, simply gazing back at him with his usual serene composure. "Why are you angry? Is it because I returned late?" Tom fixed his gaze upon him, struggling to restrain himself from gripping the armchair's handle. For a fleeting moment, he yearned to lay bare his shadowy inner turmoil. However, he ultimately succumbed to fear, the fear of being abandoned by someone as ethereal as Sirong, and even more so, the fear of seeing revulsion reflected in that person's eyes. The dark-haired youth calmly lowered his gaze to Tom's elongated fingers resting beside him, and casually conjured up an excuse. Recalling the day Sirong had come to the orphanage to enroll him, his tone and expression were exceedingly placid, yet they conveyed an underlying sense of grievance. "At that time, you never cared for me. You left me at Hogwarts, as if my well-being was of no consequence to you." Sirong paused momentarily, his eyes revealing emotions long buried. A semblance of tenderness intertwined with guilt, accompanied by an undercurrent of something far more complex, enveloped him. He deftly shifted the topic, engaging in self-deception by inquiring about the boy's desired birthday gift. Yet he could not help but notice those eyes fixed upon him, revealing a flicker of yearning mixed with the profound despair of understanding that such desires would forever remain unfulfilled. It felt as though they mocked him, unable to provide the child with the birthday gift he so desperately wished for. Gently, he gathered the boy's nape, his fingertips inevitably brushing against the silken strands of hair. A peculiar sensation stirred within him, prompting his fingers to retreat a mere inch. How could he dare to be so reckless? He was far too old to shamelessly yearn for the affection of a youth. Tom was still too young. He could easily embrace the warmth of exquisite beauty, standing atop the pinnacle of the British magical realm, commanding the elements at will. Why waste such potential on a man whose vitality had long since withered? Chapter 68. The little wolf dog could no longer restrain himself. Tom grasped his hand gently, audaciously encircling his wrist, drawing him inch by inch closer, his dark eyes unwaveringly locked onto the other, as if concealing within them a wolf that had long endured the pangs of restraint. Sensing something amiss, he attempted to retreat, yet the boy swiftly seized his slender waist, pressing him down onto himself. Instinctively, he raised a hand to steady the boy's shoulder, his gaze betraying an astonishment he had yet to conceal. Tom regarded him with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine, holding his wrist to his lips, bestowing a soft kiss that seemed to synchronize with the increasingly fervent pulse beneath his skin. A faint smile tugged at his lips as he whispered, "I often mistakenly believe you harbor feelings for me as well." A sudden stillness enveloped him, his heart racing uncontrollably. Tom gently pressed his face against his chest, feeling the wild thrum of his heart through layers of fabric and flesh, and placed a tender kiss upon his heart. With a soft sigh, he murmured, "Forgive me, Rome. I have tried to restrain myself, to learn the nuances of emotional expression as you in the East do, but forgive me, I find myself incapable." He tightened his grip around Rome's waist, pivoting to reverse their positions, lowering his gaze to bestow a kiss that merely brushed against Rome's lips, hesitant to venture further, their breaths trembling in the charged atmosphere. "I'm sorry, Rome, I simply like you." Rome stood frozen, ensnared by this unexpected gesture. The boy's breath, reminiscent of the gentle breeze before spring rain, caressed his cheeks, light as a whisper, yet nearly overwhelming his senses, severing his connection to the world around him. The softly spoken affection resonated like thunder in his ears. He found himself pinned beneath the boy, fully capable of lifting him effortlessly. leaving with an icy demeanor or severing this tenuous guardianship, each walking their separate paths. Yet, he remained, as if spiritless, even holding his breath, paralyzed by silence. He could not discern whether he feared the boy's kiss, the sight of another's genuine heart, or the tumultuous changes such intense feelings could provoke. How terrifying! How elusive these emotions were. He gently closed his eyes, the boy's pained breaths filling his ears. Tom quietly implored, "Rome, tell me, what feelings do you harbor for me? Am I truly so unworthy that you cannot even bear to glance my way? Do you find my kiss revolting?" Rome opened his eyes softly, unable to meet Tom's gaze. Offering no resistance, merely sighing, "Tom, please, release me. You deserve a better life." "What better life?" The boy's sharp inquiry cut through the air, interrupting Rome before he could finish. He had never heard Tom's voice carry such a threatening weight, as if a refusal would provoke a primal reaction, plunging them both into an abyss, eternally entwined. "You question me? Without you, everything in this world is as dull as a corpse. What warmth can I find among the dead?" Rome, taken aback, lifted his gaze, attempting to articulate a response, but was silenced by a fierce kiss from Tom. In that moment, he truly grasped the depth of Tom's usual gentleness. Where the boy typically exuded the warmth of a gentle breeze, the one before him now resembled the tempestuous sea, invading his senses, stirring his thoughts into disarray, rendering him powerless. Tom bit down on his lip with fervor, and Rome felt warmth trickle from the point of contact, the metallic scent of blood mingling in the air, as Tom licked it away, struggling to regain clarity. Rome pressed against the boy's shoulder, concern etched across his face, murmuring, "No." Tom's eyes glimmered with an almost crimson hue, and his gaze brought back memories of the cold sweat he had experienced when a dark creature had bitten into his neck years ago. Clenching his fists, he forced himself to awaken, pushing Tom away, causing him to fall to the ground, before gently touching his own lips. Without needing to look, he knew that the minor injury had already begun to heal, even the smallest scars fading away. Tom, cast aside, observed the vanishing marks with a hint of despair. Such an imbalance of power, he could not leave even the slightest trace on the other. Yet, Rome's subsequent action shattered his self-pity. The celestial being displayed a rare urgency. Rising from the sofa, grasping Tom by the collar, and swiftly placing him back onto the couch, capturing his wrist to check his pulse. Chapter 69, Tom's Magic Goes Awry. Tom, bewildered, was pulled from the floor and pressed into the couch, staring in confusion as Rome anxiously checked his pulse, momentarily at a loss for how to react. This person, was he not angry? A flicker of excitement ignited within him at the sight of the celestial being's strength. If there were no affection, how could he have been drawn to him? This thought barely settled when Rome lifted his chin, the pressure not quite gentle, yet enough to stir Tom's heart with longing. However, he had completely misunderstood. Rome held Tom's chin, inspecting his lower lip and teeth with concern, as if finally confronting a harsh reality, gradually releasing his grip. This entire situation left Tom feeling apprehensive. After a prolonged silence, he hesitantly called out, "Rome?" Rome shot him a disapproving look, his expression darkening. "Do you have any idea what runs through my veins? How dare you bite and suck indiscriminately?" Tom shut his mouth, cautiously raising his gaze to meet Rome's. The once fierce little wolf dog now appeared pitiful, ears drooping, seeking forgiveness. He reached out to tug at Rome's sleeve, leaning in to kiss his neck, only to be pushed away. Yet, having just experienced the roller coaster of emotions on the floor and sofa, Tom felt no fear. If Rome truly wished to rid himself of him, he would never have had the chance. A charming smile graced his lips as he slyly licked his teeth, undeterred, asking, "What have I done wrong?" Rome seized Tom's mischief-making hand around his waist, adopting a stern expression. "My blood contains pure spiritual energy. Your reckless consumption could be detrimental to your health. While you indulge in this folly, should your magic go awry, I wonder how you will cope." Tom's smile faltered. "Magic going awry? How could that be? I'm already in my 4th year. My magical cycle is stable." Veins of restraint throbbed upon his forehead, and his eyes, tinged with a hint of crimson, were clenched tightly in a fierce grimace. It seemed as though his heart and lungs were in disarray, his pulse nearly imperceptible, and his stomach churned tumultuously. He found himself unable to maintain his seated position on the sofa, and despite the agony, he attempted to move, eventually sinking to the floor. Large beads of cold sweat cascading onto the ground. The pain rendered him dizzy, and in his haze, he felt a pair of long, strong hands grasp him. His nose nestled against a warm embrace imbued with a peculiar eastern fragrance. It felt as though something warm yet piercing coursed through his veins, gradually soothing his torment. Tom endeavored to regain his consciousness, but the soothing effect only made his eyelids heavier, leading him to drift into unconsciousness. Upon awakening, he found himself staring at the familiar ceiling, suddenly recalling his actions, and he sprang upright from the bed. In that moment, he realized how light and powerful his body had become, as if boundless strength flowed through his veins, available for his command. Tom gazed greedily at his hands, producing his wand and pointing it at a vase, which shattered instantaneously into fine dust. Such formidable power. Was it truly so simple to reduce a vase to mere fragments? He stood there, his heart a tumult of emotions. This power must have emanated from Sirong's blood. For an instant, he entertained the thought of capturing that individual, drawing upon their blood daily to strengthen himself further. Yet, Sirong was not someone he could bind. What means could he employ? Just then, his door was gently rapped 3 times, a familiar rhythm. As expected, Sirong soon entered. Chapter 70. If I do not wish to let go, you shall never escape. The celestial being had donned a pale lavender robe with wide sleeves, the cuffs still embroidered with pristine magnolias. It appeared that he had inadvertently revealed his true nature before Tom, as Sirong no longer pretended to be a mere mortal. One hand cradled a steaming clay pot, while the other held a porcelain bowl, a spoon resting between them, fragrant aromas of fish and rice wafting from the pot. Awake? He inquired, elbowing the door shut as he approached Tom, placing the items on a small tea table. He looked at the young man with a gentle invitation. You must be hungry after 3 days of slumber. Come, let us dine. At his words, Tom became acutely aware of the emptiness in his stomach. However, Sirong's demeanor was so nonchalant that it left him somewhat flustered. The young man glanced at the wand he was gripping tightly, silently stowing it away in his bracelet. He awkwardly smoothed the wrinkles from his shirt before sitting beside Sirong. Fidgeting with his fingers, he couldn't help but steal glances at Sirong's expression, only to see him unperturbed as he ladled a bowl of porridge and set it before him. Tom restrained himself, managing to sip a few mouthfuls, alleviating the chill in his stomach, but he soon found himself furtively studying Sirong. Finally, he resolved to break the awkward silence with a moderately safe question. Sirong, what date is it today? Sirong glanced at him, seemingly unwilling to engage, yet he eventually responded, December 29th. In 2 days, it will be your birthday. This attitude did not relieve Tom's anxiety. Rather, it heightened his apprehension. He remained silent, pondering how to articulate his thoughts. At last, he gently set the bowl down and spoke softly. Sirong, I am earnest. Sirong did not look at him, merely lowering his gaze. Truth be told, even he himself was uncertain how their relationship had reached this juncture. Yet, regardless of the circumstances, he had endured millennia of tribulations and had grown up unscathed. Perhaps he could have remained silent while events were still buried or merely beginning to surface, but he would never flee once they erupted. He lifted his gaze to meet Tom's eyes, peering into the youthful despair that lay within. What answer do you seek? He inquired. Tom echoed his words. You know what answer I seek. Observing Sirong's silence, he laid bare his heart once more. I desire your love, to be with you, to mark you as mine, too. His voice faltered, hesitating to utter the deepest desire he harbored, even to confine you forever, whether it be your blood or your very being. I long to claim you entirely, denying anyone the chance to pry. Yet, he dared not voice this yearning. Sirong regarded him, letting out a silent sigh, and then faced Tom directly. You do not truly understand me. Perhaps I am not the person you perceive. Taken aback, Tom raised his eyes, the depths of his obsidian gaze reflecting a flicker of light. Sirong frowned slightly, a rare expression of difficulty crossing his features as he rubbed his forehead. Do you know how old I am? The gulf between our ages is vast, as is our disparity in power. You are still too young, led by the naive whims of youthful affection, mistaking it for genuine emotion. He paused before continuing. If I do not wish to let go, you shall never escape. Do you understand, Tom? Tom gazed at him, genuinely astonished. He observed the celestial being, whom he had considered contemptible, suddenly realizing that Sirong dismissed everyone not out of indifference, but rather because he simply did not care for them. If the likes of the Cloud-Edge Taoist and his senior brother were still alive, Sirong would undoubtedly possess a strong sense of possessiveness. This revelation caused the corners of Tom's mouth to curve upward slightly, as he felt a newfound confidence. Leaning forward to meet Sirong's gaze, as though regarding his own possession, softly stating, Sirong, these words are meant for me to convey to you. Chapter 71. Even before our paths crossed, I knew who you were. Sirong continued to gaze calmly at the young man before him and replied evenly, I know. He observed the fleeting smile on Tom's face vanish in an instant, replaced by a rare display of his usual cool detachment. The obsidian depths of his eyes reflecting the wariness of a wolf sensing a threat. Sirong smiled gently, fully relaxing for the first time since leaving Yunnan. Even before we met, I knew who you were. Here, individuals fail to comprehend the grand design, unaware that each person's fate is interwoven within the fabric of the world's operation, each thread indispensable. And you were originally the chosen antagonist, destined to ignite boundless conflict. thereby facilitating the acceptance of Muggles by wizards, ushering in a societal transformation. He averted his gaze, no longer meeting Tom's eyes. These transformations could have been subtly advanced through the hands of Gellert, yet he failed to dismantle the conservative foundations of the wizarding world with finesse. Thus, the burden fell upon you, equally gifted, to undertake this task. Tom clenched his fists in silence, watching Sirong recline against the back of the chair, softly narrating the fate that eluded the eyes of all. Tom, I never intended to interfere with these matters, Sirong elaborated. You pursue your destiny, while I shall lead my own life. Our paths intersected fleetingly at Hogwarts, only for us to part ways once more, until the day I was summoned to confront you. Sirong lowered his gaze, gently toying with his fingers, observing the bustle of everyone around him, allowing both joy and pain to swell and dissipate freely. He remained like a newly unveiled jade statue, a dispassionate observer. A wave of bitterness washed over Tom's heart. How could it not be so? Had it not been for his insistence on this fateful encounter, it is likely that he would never have set foot in the Amber Manor, nor would he have had any further connection with this person. If he were unaware of Sirong's past, then perhaps it would be understandable to harbor such intense hatred. Yet he knows. He closes his eyes and exhales softly, his voice raspy and strained. Then why are you willing to adopt me, to be my guardian? Sirong silently released a breath, raising his gaze to the youth before him, resignedly stating, Is this not what you desired? To torment yourself so pitifully, to engage in actions that elicited such disdain from Mrs. Cole without my knowledge. Had I attended that evening, I would undoubtedly have been unable to resist, and, influenced by Mrs. Cole's demeanor, would have taken you in to protect you. Tom let out a self-deprecating laugh. It seemed that what he had believed to be a flawless plan had long been seen through by this individual. Surely his subsequent actions could not escape Sirong's scrutiny. Yet Sirong remarked, But you succeeded, Tom. I truly cannot bear to witness you in such a predicament. Tom's eyes brightened suddenly, gazing intently at Sirong. The celestial figure before him appeared utterly helpless, propping his forehead with a hand, gently massaging his temples. How had it come to this? Even in the act of adopting. I ought not to interfere with your destiny. I am aware of your studies in dark magic, of your reckless escapades in the alley, of your gradual stride towards your predetermined fate. However, he paused, a bitter smile gracing his lips. It is simply that I cannot bear the thought of you, this dark sesame dumpling, finding joy in such chaos. Tom regarded him, tentatively grasping the delicate wrist of the man before him. You know everything. The youth could not help but inquire. If you are aware, why do you feign ignorance? Sirong gently pressed his lips together, sighing as he subtly attempted to withdraw his wrist, signaling Tom to release him. Yet he had nearly exposed Tom's deepest secrets, and given the current circumstances, Tom was no longer inclined to conceal anything. Unable to restrain himself, he rose swiftly, moving beside Sirong, one hand propped against the back of the armchair, effectively cornering the celestial figure within arm's reach. He lowered his gaze, placing a kiss upon Sirong's lips. Sirong did not flinch. Tom softly inquired, Do you understand my heart? Do you truly know? Sirong offered no response, merely a gentle sidelong glance toward the still warm pot on the table. Tom smiled, an expression laced with emotions he could not articulate. He tugged at Sirong's wrist, pulling him closer, almost viciously tightening his embrace around Sirong's waist, questioning with an intensity that suggested he might crush him within his grasp. If you are unwilling to accept me, why not retreat? Surely this does not fall within your principles, does it, Celestial Lord? This was the second time he had uttered this title, causing Sirong to furrow his brow slightly. Chapter 72. I desire both beauty and power. Celestial Lord? This title felt ancient, harking back to a millennium ago, after Sirong departed from Yunheng. He had lived in near despondency for a century, randomly seeking refuge in a secluded mountain, subsisting on flowers and leaves, quenching his thirst with the mountain springs. Eventually, the villagers, sensing a remarkable figure resided within the mountain, referred to him as a hermit and implored him to descend and vanquish demons. It was then that Sirong realized that the scattered practitioners below had no right to be called Celestial Lord. That title belonged solely to the elders and direct disciples of the grand sections. Sirong cast his gaze downward, observing the youth before him, who bore a mixture of pain and pride, ignoring the increasing pressure at his waist, calmly responding, It is no longer applicable. This response took Tom aback, causing him to instinctively loosen his grip on Sirong's arm. He heard Sirong continue, However, Tom, you are still too young and have your own path to traverse. Firstly, I shall not impose upon a youth. Secondly, if you were to tread upon the predetermined path, it would be contrary to my heart. The celestial figure regarded him, lifting a hand to cradle his face, gently caressing it with a hint of a smile. If you truly wish to accompany me, then let me witness your sincerity. Tom frowned, wishing to articulate more, but was suddenly left grasping at empty air as Sirong stepped back, calmly adjusting his robes at the door before departing. This realization left the youth feeling somewhat defeated. He had kissed and embraced, yet Sirong remained largely unaffected. Nevertheless, there had indeed been tangible progress. A step toward the destined fate? Tom gazed at the warm pot on the table, furrowing his brow slightly. Before the brief Christmas holiday concluded, Tom entered the Hog's Head Inn in Hogsmeade, knocking on the door of the prearranged room. Ansel sat within the private chamber, gazing out at the village concealed beneath the snow, tossing a handful of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans into the air, using his wand to select which one to eat when the door was abruptly flung open. He was genuinely startled. The spell he had cast was disrupted, and the beans rained down upon him, covering him entirely. The poor strategist, adorned with beans from head to toe, cast a mournful look at the intruder, Tom. The young man nonchalantly closed the door, took a seat opposite Ansel, clasping his hands on the table, leaning slightly forward, and said, "Ansel, our agenda requires modification." Ansel paused, momentarily disregarding the beans clinging to him, his sharp gaze straightening as he asked, "What has happened?" He felt a surge of anxiety, yet his master merely brushed it off, stating, upon reflection, "Both war and revolution are too brutal. We need to opt for a gentler approach." Ansel frowned, listening intently as Tom continued. "If I could wield control over the Ministry of Magic, by rightful means, then the wizarding world of Britain would be under my command." He could not help but scoff, questioning, "Is this truly your idea, or is it Professor C's notion?" Tom regarded him, slowly leaning back into his chair. "Ansel, perhaps you are aware that Sirong possesses a unique Eastern divination technique? We wizards believe in destiny, do we not?" He fixed his gaze upon the youth with tricolored hair, tinged with gray and pink. For someone who continually mocked the concept of fate, uttering such words elicited disbelief, causing Ansel's brow to furrow in incredulity. "Do not find it absurd, Ansel." He cast his gaze toward the snow-laden windowsill, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "I desire both beauty and power. However, if I do not employ this gentler method, I shall never attain that singular and exquisite Eastern beauty." This revelation eased Ansel's tension. It was good that his master remained lucid, not entranced by the bewitching beauty that could lead to ruin, thus forgetting his true aspirations. He steadied his demeanor, shook the beans from his hair, and swept the remaining ones to the floor, inquiring, "How do you intend to change it?" He did not ask whether Malfoy was aware. His loyalty lay solely with his master. Everything else was a matter for Tom, the ambitious one, to resolve. As for the fostering of children, ultimately, as long as Sirong lived, any significant disputes would merely amount to a familial quarrel. Chapter 73. It is an ardent and fervent entanglement of desire. Tom and Ansel's meeting was conducted in secrecy, and soon Hogwarts commenced its new term. Abbott, having taken a position in the Ministry of Magic post-graduation, simultaneously assumed part of the Malfoy family's business, rendering him exceedingly occupied. By the time he learned of the alterations to their agenda, Tom had already ruthlessly quelled the dissent of other Death Eaters, inciting Abbott to shatter a multitude of dishes in fury. "Ah, he's grown wings," he exclaimed. "Not yet graduated. And he dares to alter the operational blueprint behind my back, not even bothering to consult me." However, a letter from Tom left Abu utterly speechless. Yes, the proud heir of the Malfoy lineage gazed at the succinct missive, his thoughts brimming with unexpressed sentiments, ultimately closing his eyes and exhaling deeply. It was, after all, related to his godfather. The letter read, "To Dear Abu, I have considered Roang's suggestion. It is feasible. If you find any issues, you may discuss them with Roang." Tom, what could Abu possibly do? Was he truly to seek out Roang, chatter for an eternity, merely to inform that gentleman of impeccable decorum, his godfather, that he was a radical intent on securing advantages through fervent conflict or even war? He could be. Yet, he must not allow Roang to discover this. Was it not merely a framework? If it had to be altered, so be it. At worst, the Malfoys would reap a little less benefit. Thus, the future head of the Malfoy family mused, resolving to turn around and charm Roang for some well-deserved rewards for obedience. He ground his teeth as he stared at the note in his hand, vexed, before incinerating the piece of parchment until it turned to ash. And so, everything proceeded smoothly. Sirong was aware of these developments. That child, Tom, relished placing all advantageous matters before him. Reflecting on the boy, Sirong couldn't help but smile gently. In the past, Tom would employ seemingly concealed little schemes, but now, perhaps after having many of his minor plots exposed by Sirong, he laid all his demands transparently before him. For instance, the last time the boy visited, expressing the changes in his agenda, he had said, "Roang, this is all my sincerity. I will accumulate these bits and pieces until one day you deem my sincerity sufficient. On that day, I wish for you to hold roses sitting in my room." Though this sounded subtle, in the presence of Tom and Sirong, it was rather too explicit. For Tom, articulating his actions and intentions so plainly was an unprecedented act of trust towards Sirong. The words exuded an intense longing for intimacy. Speaking of which, Tom's visits to the office had decreased recently. Sirong gently turned his gaze, looking at the date cake in the pastry box. Unable to resist caressing the patterns on the box, a tender smile gracing his lips. Indeed, such a significant transformation would invariably require considerable effort and attention. While he pondered, the office door swung open. Familiar footsteps of the youth tread softly on the plush carpet, followed by hands encircling his waist, a triumphant voice whispering in his ear. "Good evening, my dear Rose." Tom gazed with satisfaction at the faint blush creeping across the fair ears, gently kissing the alabaster earlobe, then trailing down to the elegant neck, leaving a rosy mark. Sirong assumed he was merely indulging in playful affection and paid him no mind, lightly patting the hands that clutched his waist. "Release me." Tom refused to let go, his voice laced with a hint of desire. "No, I've thought of you all day. You ought to reward me." The timbre of his voice stirred something within Sirong, prompting him to gently squirm, unable to resist reminding, "You are still underage." His admonition was cut short by the boy's lips capturing his, the fervent onslaught nearly stealing his breath, sending his heart racing uncontrollably. After a prolonged moment, Sirong found himself somewhat dazed, held in Tom's embrace, hearing the youth patiently declare, "Next year, Sirong, next year I will reach the age of marriage. Will you marry me?" He gently closed his eyes, yet firmly grasped Tom's shoulders. "At the very least, wait until you graduate. There is no room for discussion." In the unseen corner, the corners of Tom's lips gradually lifted into a sly smile. "Look, our adorable fairy prince has fallen into the trap," he replied contentedly, tightening his embrace, a satisfied chuckle escaping his throat. Chapter 74. Horcrux? Days drifted by with an airy lightness. During the summer vacation, Tom expressed his desire to spend time with friends, a rare occurrence, prompting Sirong to grant him ample time. Tom remained away for a full month and a half before returning, subsequently reverting to his usual clinginess to Sirong. Soon, Tom advanced to the 5th year, passing the OWLS examination with flying colors. He placed the OWLS certificate in Sirong's office, then casually wrapped his arms around Sirong's waist, planting a light peck on the fairy prince's lips. "Professor Slughorn invited me to the Slug Club." He wrinkled his nose slightly, continuing. "He mentioned that the Minister of Magic would be present, urging me to make sure to attend." He felt rather unconvinced. Given his closeness with Sirong and the minister's apprehension towards him, gaining entry to the Ministry of Magic and swiftly climbing its ranks seemed a trivial matter. Sirong, well aware of this little wolf cub, merely patted his shoulder lightly. "Go ahead. Steady development is always preferable to instilling fear and panic." Tom pouted, stealing a deep kiss before straightening his attire and leaving gracefully. While he disliked engaging in superficial pleasantries with the foolish crowd, Tom Riddle had always understood how to select the most advantageous demeanor and means for himself. He exuded charm and grace, effortlessly commanding the attention of the gathering. Indeed, command. Although he was but a student, standing before the Minister of Magic and his own professor, he appeared to tower over those who would eventually bend the knee to him. Once everyone departed, Tom strolled to the table, flicking his finger against the hourglass. Slughorn turned. "Oh, Tom? What is it?" "Curfew is approaching. If you don't return now, you might be late. Professor C is on patrol tonight. You wouldn't want him to catch you, would you?" He raised an eyebrow with a teasing smile. "Though I suppose if C does catch you, he will merely send you back to the dungeons, right? He is always partial to you." Tom smiled wryly, his mood elevated. "Oh, Professor, I simply couldn't think of anyone else to ask this question." Slughorn, flattered, inquired me, "Is there something Professor C cannot resolve?" Tom tilted his head slightly. "In my eyes, you are as knowledgeable as Rome, both forgiving and gentle. You see, he is far too protective of me, never allowing me to engage with even the slightest bit of danger, even in academic matters. However, if I were to seek advice from other professors," he feigned a troubled smile, "well, unlike you, they might misinterpret my intentions." Slughorn, buoyed by his flattery, gestured, "Ask away." Tom's lips curled into a slight smile as he strolled leisurely towards the fireplace. "The other day, while in the restricted section of the library, I came across some information regarding rare magic. I thought you might be able to explain it to me. I recall the term being—" Tom paused, raising his gaze. "Horcrux." Slughorn froze, the smile on his lips fading, as if he had not heard correctly. "What?" Tom hesitated for half a second before unabashedly repeating, "Horcrux." He displayed a look of a diligent student confronted with an incomprehensible issue. "I encountered this term while reading, but I do not quite understand." Slughorn appeared somewhat apprehensive. "Tom, I do not know what book you were reading, but that is an exceedingly dark object, very dark." Tom's expression remained unchanged, his demeanor resolute. That is precisely why I sought you out. Slughorn wished to underscore the peril of Horcruxes, yet was compelled to respond to Tom's insatiable gaze, unwittingly divulging the essence of these dark artifacts. A Horcrux is an object that harbors a fragment of a person's soul. One splits their soul and conceals a portion within an external object. Thus, even if one's corporeal form is attacked or obliterated, a semblance of protection remains. Protection? Tom's voice was thick with yearning as his obsidian eyes bore into Slughorn's. Since a part of the soul lingers in the mortal realm, unscathed, it implies that one would not perish. Tom lowered his eyelids and turned towards the fireplace, seemingly indifferent, and inquired, "How does one split the soul, sir?" Slughorn swallowed hard, sensing an overwhelming pressure emanating from Tom. "I believe you are aware of the method, Tom?" "Murder." Slughorn regarded Tom's profile with trepidation. "Indeed. Taking a life will result in the fragmentation of the soul, but this contravenes the laws of nature." Tom twisted the resurrection stone ring upon his finger. "Is it not possible for the soul to be divided more than once? What if it were 7 times? Slughorn was taken aback. "Oh, Tom. Is not the act of killing itself sufficiently vile?" Tom offered no response, intensifying Slughorn's anxiety. He ought not to convey such knowledge to a student. With a hesitant yet probing tone, he posed a question. "What we are discussing is purely hypothetical, is it not? Merely academic?" Tom turned with a faint smile. "Of course." He added, "This shall remain our little secret. I would not want you to divulge this to Yvonne. We wouldn't want to trouble him." After Tom departed, Slughorn remained transfixed, his heart racing as he stared at the flickering flames of the fireplace, swallowing hard after a prolonged silence. Chapter 75. He transformed roses into fiery whiskey. For several days, calm prevailed. Slughorn observed Tom, who continued to fawn over Yvonne, and he finally breathed a sigh of relief, dismissing the troubling thoughts. However, 2 weeks later, while Yvonne was organizing Muggle company documents in his office, an intense palpitation suddenly seized him. He furrowed his brow, uncharacteristically consulting his fingers for divination. It was Tom. Yvonne hesitated momentarily before connecting to the silver bracelet on Tom's wrist, pinpointing the boy's location. Where could it be? It seemed to be underground, or perhaps above. He narrowed his focus to the room guided by his magical energy, but upon glimpsing the sign reading girls' lavatory, he froze in place. Frowning gently, he reconnected to the silver bracelet, yet the magical energy still indicated the lavatory and suggested a direct descent below. This was the 2nd floor. Tilting his head slightly, he ultimately concealed his presence and gently pushed the door open. What he beheld compelled him to stride forward without hesitation. The lavatory basin had transformed into a gaping void, emitting a series of hissing sounds. Yvonne understood. It was Parseltongue, laced with a palpable aura of danger. "Kill. Eradicate the bloodline that ought not to exist." The voice grew closer, seemingly poised to breach the threshold of the student's realm. Yvonne closed his eyes and opened his third eye, focusing intently on the abyss. A green entity slithered forth, and he propelled himself into the air, landing atop its head, channeling his magical energy downward, riding it as it descended into a sinister tunnel. Furrowing his brow deeper, Yvonne decisively rendered the creature unconscious, only to discover it was a basilisk. His frown deepened. Tales of shadowy whispers often circulated in the world, some fabricated from humanity's dark nature, others distorted from truths of yore, making it difficult to discern the authentic from the fabricated. The Chamber of Secrets of Salazar Slytherin? It was indeed real. Yet now, he had no time to dwell on the basilisk. Tom was still within, and he possessed Slytherin's bloodline. It was challenging for Yvonne not to associate the creature with Tom. He ventured further into the depths, waving his hand to open a door adorned with a depiction of a hydra, entering the fabled location. Before him lay a vast chamber, with a row of stone slabs at its center, flanked by numerous bronze serpent sculptures, their lower half submerged in water. At the end of the stone slabs stood a colossal statue. Was this Salazar Slytherin? Yvonne cast a cautious glance, swirling a small orb of magical energy in his palm, remaining on high alert. After all, this was Slytherin's chamber, completed over a millennium ago. Although the magical potency here seemed ordinary, one could not dismiss the possibility of unforeseen traps from 1,000 years past. Their secret realm was indeed like this. Yvonne justified his perception. However, all remained silent. He frowned gently, reconnecting to the silver bracelet to accurately locate Tom, then concealed himself beside the boy. The dark-haired youth remained oblivious to his arrival. Engrossed in a tome of dark magic, Yvonne cast a glance, silently biting his lip to suppress the rising anger. Blood magic. In pursuit of immortality. He swept his gaze across the bookshelves beside the boy, detecting an overwhelming presence of darkness, instantly recognizing the content related to souls and longevity. Yvonne's chest tightened, as though witnessing the boy inexorably marching towards his destined fate. Just then, The sound of a quill scratching against parchment reached his ears. He glanced over, nearly succumbing to fury. The text read, Horcrux, murder, soul division, storage of objects. The boy remained blissfully unaware that his rose was on the verge of igniting into fiery whiskey. Oblivious, he turned the parchment aside, seizing a book and following the instructions within. Yvonne watched in silence, his heart, which had remained undisturbed for millennia, now plummeting inch by inch, filling him with an indescribable bitterness. Until the moment the boy withdrew a silver knife and pressed it against his arm, he could no longer contain himself, exclaiming, What are you doing? Tom's hand trembled, the blade descending upon his arm, blood cascading forth, staining the pages of the dark magic tome. Chapter 76. Let me, Yvonne. Who? Tom sharply turned, questioning, abandoning the silver knife on the ground, his hand dropping to retrieve his wand, but was halted by a firm grip. He froze, rigid in place. It was indeed Yvonne. When that phrase had materialized out of thin air, he had vaguely sensed the identity of the intruder. Nonetheless, a flicker of hope lingered within him. He wished it were not Yvonne. He knew Yvonne understood him, yet he did not wish for Yvonne to witness his obsession with dark magic. Yet, he silently relaxed his shoulders, the wand in his right hand rolling onto the floor. What are you doing here? He barely managed to utter, his voice scarcely above a whisper. Yvonne, with a cold demeanor, revealed himself, gripping Tom's arm firmly, his palm pressed against the wound. Channeling his magical energy to heal the boy's injury without leaving a trace, save for the bloodied robe that signified the recent events. He stood behind Tom, trapping the boy between him and the long table, gazing down at the spiral of hair atop Tom's head. Are you seeking immortality? Despite being over 1,000 years old, he refrained from chiding the boy for momentarily straying from the path, especially since the unfolding events had been interrupted, and he would not allow the boy to plummet uncontrollably into the abyss. Tom was taken aback as he lifted his gaze, beholding the celestial being standing behind him. Head bowed in contemplation, he blinked softly, tentatively responding, yes. Fearing that Sirong might be angered, he hastily added, I simply do not wish to confront death prematurely. The young man's expression dimmed slightly as he whispered, You have lived for a millennium. Yet the inhabitants here, even Nicolome, with a mere 700 years, have been rendered into fragile skeletons. And Principal Dipet, though only 300 years old, has aged remarkably. His tone grew increasingly impassioned as he grasped Sirong's wrist, which rested on his shoulder, looking up at the celestial being with beseeching eyes brimming with unshed tears. If I were to die so young, if I were to age so quickly, Sirong, what would you do if I were to grow old and near death? Sirong's heart softened abruptly. He gently enveloped the anxious youth in his embrace, hesitating briefly before lifting the boy's chin and leaning down to place a tender kiss on his forehead. Tom instinctively closed his eyes, reveling in such warmth, like that of a mother, a father, a benevolent elder, yet undeniably, it was the intimate affection of a beloved. I shall not judge you by appearances, Tom, Sirong said with a gentle smile, as though perceiving his hesitation. He patted Tom's shoulder, assuring him, as for your lifespan, leave that to me. Such grave matters should not burden a child. Tom gazed at him, stunned. It was always like this. There was simply no way to resist this man's gentleness. He stood up abruptly, kicking aside the chair that obstructed him, and wrapped his arms around Sirong's waist, pulling him close, their bodies nearly touching, showering him with fervent, urgent kisses. Sirong, my rose, my dear rose. He pressed kisses upon Sirong's lips, his face, and the delicate nape of his neck, trailing down to his chest, leaving vivid marks in his wake. Sirong, overwhelmed by his kisses, felt his hand, which rested on the young man's shoulder, take on a teasing quality. The youth nibbled on his earlobe, his voice low and sultry as he playfully murmured, Sirong, I desire you. Will you grant me this? Sirong's half-dazed gaze suddenly sharpened, and exerting a firm grip on Tom's shoulder, he rendered the boy immobile, leaving him in a state of anxious anticipation. The celestial being asked with a peculiar expression, You wish for me to be on top? Sirong bit his lip lightly, feeling the weight of the situation. He could indulge in the boy's embrace, savor the kisses, and allow the hint of pride in the way the boy addressed him. Yet he never anticipated that he would also need to permit the boy the rightful claim in their physical union. Turning his head away, he felt the tingling kisses trailing along his neck and breathed softly, You have yet to graduate. Tom seized his wavering hand, pressing it to his lips and pleading gently, Please, Sirong, let me. I fear the pain. Sirong found himself at a loss for words. After a moment of silence, he gradually relaxed his grip, turning his head away slightly, his voice barely audible, at least not here. Seeing him so rarely shy and retreating, Tom's eyes sparkled with mirth as he tugged at Sirong's waistband, pulling him closer and whispering, Take me back to Amber Manor, Sirong. Let us go to your bedroom. Chapter 77. Live thus, die thus. Sirong's bedroom remained largely unchanged, still embodying the wooden aesthetic that harmonized with the manor. A stately four-poster bed was positioned centrally, draped with heavy dark red velvet curtains that obscured the view of the bed's interior. Through the slight gaps, one could glimpse alabaster feet peeking out from beneath white silk undergarments, slightly taut, causing the silk bedding to crinkle. Sirong breathed softly. It was only at such moments that he realized how vigorous and energetic the youth was. Tom lightly nibbled at his neck, desire enveloping him like an overwhelming tide, causing him to furrow his brow in discomfort, his long fingers clutching the silk beneath him. That's enough. Tom captured his lips, playfully biting and chuckling in a husky voice. I cannot stop, my dear Rose. You are simply too enchanting. He kissed his way across Sirong's skin, leaving a trail of love bites in his wake. The following morning, when Sirong awoke, he found himself tightly embraced by the youth, their bodies fitting together like interlocking pieces. He felt a mix of embarrassment and annoyance as he pressed his lips together, contemplating escape, yet fearing to disturb the sleeping boy. He hesitated to move. However, once awake, the sensation of being enveloped became painfully clear, turning each moment into a torment. Unable to endure any longer, he cast a sleeping spell on Tom, gently prying the boy's arms apart to free himself, stumbling as he rose to bathe and dress. By the time Tom slowly roused, the sun was already high in the sky. He gathered his arms, realizing the emptiness in his embrace, awakening in an instant. Frowning softly, he hurriedly washed up, donned a shirt and trousers, and pushed open the bedroom door. As he made his way to the second-floor balcony, his gaze fell upon Sirong, who was sipping tea by the floor-to-ceiling window. Dressed in a lilac-hued long robe with wide sleeves, Sirong reclined gracefully in a circular chair, the beautiful silk and his radiant complexion shimmering in the sunlight. Tom hurried down the stairs, chastising himself for being overly restrained, allowing the mischievous Rose the freedom to wander. Yet a slight ache in his waist darkened his expression. How disappointing. He scolded himself inwardly. Sirong, hearing the commotion, did not turn, but the slight flush on his ears and the way he fiddled with the teacup betrayed his emotions. This only pleased Tom further. He embraced Sirong from behind, taking the teacup from his hands and placing it aside, planting a gentle kiss on the celestial being's cheek. Why didn't you keep me company? Why did you come down to drink tea alone? His voice was calm, yet laced with a tinge of jealousy. Sirong tilted his head slightly, seemingly attempting to evade the kiss, his ears flushed crimson and a rosy hue spreading across his cheeks. Isn't a day and a night enough? Unable to restrain himself, Tom reached out to tug at Sirong's earlobe, laughing as he tightened his embrace, as if it were still insufficient. I wish to be forever intertwined with you, living thus, dying thus. Such nonsense. Sirong sighed silently, curling his fingers to evade Tom's touch, his tone tinged with reluctant indulgence. If you continue to be so reckless, I may just become vexed. Tom, understanding and perceptive, released him. Besides pushing boundaries, he was also skilled at knowing when to cease. After all, he had already won the celestial being's affection. There would be ample opportunities in the future. He lingered, twirling his fingers that still held Sirong's warmth, using magic to summon the teacup beside Sirong, directing it towards himself. Unexpectedly, the cup flew into his grasp, spilling warm tea across his palm. Tom, wasn't it supposed to be different before? He keenly recalled the surge of magic he experienced when he inadvertently ingested Sirong's blood, and as he focused, he felt the gentle, yet potent magic coursing through him. What could be the reason? Having glimpsed the celestial being's memories, the young man suddenly remembered that in the distant East, countless millennia ago, there existed a form of sorcery based on the art of replenishment, even serving as the foundation for the sect of Hawan. He could not help but gaze at the celestial being before him, his eyes filled with a burgeoning sense of possession and ambition. In that moment, Tom felt an overwhelming sense of fortune. How is it that one encounters such an individual, capable of offering wealth, power, knowledge, and strength along with himself? What beauty can one possess without renouncing the world? In his case, it is evident that as long as he possesses beauty, he need not worry about the world at all. Chapter 78. As for you, I shall only be untrustworthy in this regard. The two had overindulged in their revelry, and upon returning to Hogwarts, they found themselves 2 days behind in their studies. Sirong first sought an audience with Principal Dippet, for leaving without prior communication had disrupted the students' lessons. The kindly old gentleman smiled broadly and assisted him by explaining to the professors and students that he had asked Professor Sir to help with the matter, and Mr. Riddle was fortunate enough to observe. However, in his old age, he had forgotten to inform you all. He slowly rubbed his balding head, gazing at Dumbledore with a smile. Ah, Albus, would you be so kind as to fulfill my wish of enjoying a peaceful retirement? Sirong thought to himself. This young one seeks merely an excuse to push Albus into the principal's seat while he frolics about. Dumbledore, though somewhat resigned, found no counter-argument and ultimately shot Sirong an exasperated glare. The celestial being merely cast a sidelong glance, calmly observing the proceedings. In the end, Dumbledore acquiesced to Dippet's request, and they agreed to effect a nominal change in the next academic year, while the actual affairs within the school gradually shifted to Dumbledore, leaving him quite occupied. As for Sirong, he first compensated the students for their missed lessons, then began his studies on the sharing life technique. With his innate talent and prior knowledge of the technique, his progress was rapid and remarkable. The celestial being never defaults on his promises. Yet, the youth who once yearned for immortality repeatedly interrupted his research. During much of the summer, Tom remained by Sirong's side. Their nights were filled with exuberance, as the young man invariably implored for another round, leading to half of their days spent in slumber. Sirong regarded the young lad with a hint of exasperation. Except for the time he dedicated to sending gold bars, medicines, and provisions to his distant homeland, he found himself entirely ensconced by the boy's embrace, unable to move. He gently patted Tom's head. "Have you had a leisurely summer?" Tom paused, feeling a twinge of guilt as memories of 4 wasted summers surfaced. Realizing that he had previously taken advantage of Sirong's emotional restraint, spending most of his time building his own influence and developing followers, neglecting the person before him. He tenderly caressed the celestial being's waist and murmured, "I just want to hold you." Such sweet words flowed effortlessly from the youth's lips. Sirong's earlobes flushed a shade of crimson, and his voice softened. "Yet you should spend more time with your peers. What benefit is there in clinging to me?" Tom gazed deeply into his eyes, a subtle smile gracing his lips as he lowered his gaze. "No, my dear. The benefits of being with you far outweigh those with them. Merely the power I could siphon from your being would be sufficient to eclipse everyone else here." But would Tom ever voice such thoughts? Certainly not. He did not wish for Sirong to think that his nightly entanglements were solely for the sake of power, nor for their daytime indulgences. Sirong always indulged him, yet as summer drew to a close, he cast a spell to quell Tom's desires. Faced with the boy's disgruntled expression, he sighed, "I must become busy in the coming days. You must allow me a moment of respite." Tom's expression remained sour. "Surely you needn't resort to a spell?" Sirong paused, refraining from correcting his words, and simply smiled as he shook his head. "In this regard, your self-control has never inspired my trust." Tom felt a pang of regret. Had he known that every time Sirong seemed unable to withstand his inquiries, he should have coaxed and cajoled him instead of claiming it was almost finished. He leaned closer, embracing Sirong and entangling their lips before softly saying, "My dear, I shall only be untrustworthy with you in this regard." Chapter 79. To share life and death is indeed a mutual gain. The young man's credibility was teetering on the brink of collapse, yet the celestial being's trustworthiness had withstood countless trials without faltering in the slightest. As the new school year commenced, Tom faced the OWL's exams for his 5th year, yet he appeared remarkably unhurried amidst a throng of frantic students. He was no longer the impoverished youth who had just entered the realm of magic. Now, he was the darling of all Hogwarts professors, an idol to his fellow students, and nearly the master of all Slytherins. All he needed was to graduate from Hogwarts to gain entrance to the Ministry of Magic. In less than 7 years, he could ascend to the position of Minister of Magic, ushering in an era wholly his own. Sirong, on the other hand, continued to teach with composure, attended meetings as the headmaster, and reviewed the financial reports of Muggle enterprises. Everything unfolded smoothly, until one Christmas passed and one summer faded away. In just a year, Tom had achieved exceptionally high marks in his OWL's exams, and professors vied for his attention to invite him into advanced training classes. Meanwhile, Sirong had developed a rather audacious spell, the sharing life technique. As its name suggests, this technique entails sharing life and death. Legend has it that eons ago, the founder of the Qianling sect, in a desperate bid to save his dying beloved, gathered treasures of origin and exhausted half of his lifespan to create the method of prolonging life. Although he ultimately succeeded in preserving his beloved's life, the emergence of this technique sent shockwaves throughout the world, leading to the downfall of the Qianling sect and the relentless pursuit of the treasures of origin. By sheer coincidence, these treasures fell into the hands of his master, who was out quelling chaos at the time and had yet to report back to the sect. The treasures of origin were ancient artifacts that allowed one to peer into the past and future, to observe the world, the lives of beings, and the rhythms of the Tao, seeking the only way to escape. The founder of the Qianling sect, however, deviated from this path, neglecting the suffering of all beings to focus solely on one person's fate, thereby creating the method of prolonging life, which inverted the balance of yin and yang. The great Tao would not permit such an affront. His master shielded him from punishment, and after passing away, the treasures were entrusted to him by a senior brother, who hoped he could use them to observe fate and avert calamity. The world, unaware of the truth, believed the treasures of origin to be lost forever, impossible to retrieve. Fortunately, Sirong had never considered any method of prolonging life. He would never defy the heavens. Rather, he preferred to dissect the fates of souls and connect them to those he wished to protect, bearing the divine retribution himself, living and dying alongside his beloved. Sirong's gaze softened, inevitably tinged with sorrow. He understood that without his constraints, Tom would inevitably gravitate toward his predetermined fate. If they were to share life and death, he would not need to forsake the world, nor would he need to worry about the young man's destiny. If Tom were willing, he too could attain such longevity. It would indeed be a mutual gain. Yet before that, he must first ascertain the young man's true desires. To his surprise, Tom's reaction was unexpected. The youth slowly curved his eyes into a smile, encircling Sirong's neck with his arms, kissing him until he stole away all the air from his lungs. Holding him close, he tightened his embrace, fully aware that this was a futile endeavor, yet he sighed contentedly. "You mean I will be buried with you?" He chuckled softly, the vibrations resonating through Sirong, causing the celestial being to tremble slightly. "Rome, I am very happy," Tom declared. "I must cast aside my bravado. I must confess, Rome. I fear death. I harbor a profound dread of lying alone in a coffin, buried beneath the earth, surrounded solely by the rustling sounds of wriggling insects. Just me. All alone." He gently stroked Sirong's hair, resting his chin atop the celestial lord's head, tenderly caressing his back. "However, if you were to accompany me, my fears would dissipate. We would share a coffin, hand in hand, perhaps even finding the strength to embrace one another, or possibly kiss. As we both succumb to the earth's embrace, transforming into mere skeletons. A millennium hence, we would still be entwined in that coffin, holding hands, cradled together, sharing kisses." Tom chuckled with satisfaction, as if nothing in this world could bring him greater joy. Sirong had never before heard such laughter from the child. Yet, the subsequent words from the little one were far less melodious. "And moreover, you shall not meet others, assist them, or fall in love with anyone else after my demise. From now until we are interred, you are solely mine." Sirong felt a mix of bittersweetness and amusement, patting his shoulder in a bemused manner. Chapter 80. To share the joys and sorrows of others at all times is not entirely a wretched affair. Though Tom's thoughts often carried a hint of peculiarity, they nonetheless reflected a deep connection. They ventured into the Slytherin chamber, a sanctuary free from interruption. Standing in the center of the chamber, Sirong waved his hand to conjure two cushions, settling cross-legged upon one, guiding Tom to do the same. With a gentle twist of his fingers, a seemingly ordinary treasure materialized in his palm. Sirong lifted his gaze to reassure him. "Do not worry, I am here." Tom merely smiled back, his eyes sparkling with eagerness, embodying the essence of youth as he obediently listened to Sirong's explanation of the life-sharing technique. He touched the protective array around his neck, reputed to withstand Sirong's full force, and then felt the small vial in his pocket. According to Sirong, should the array malfunction and he face backlash, he was to consume the contents of that vial. It seemed everything had been meticulously arranged by this celestial lord. With a gentle smile, Sirong casually suspended the treasure in the air, offering Tom a blue pill to consume. Tom hesitated for a moment before swallowing it. Instantly, a refreshing current surged through his body, washing away all discomfort and distress, leaving him feeling invigorated and buoyant. When he finally emerged from that sensation, he found Sirong gazing at him with a gentle smile, and upon seeing him open his eyes with a chuckle, asked if they were ready to begin. Receiving a nod in affirmation, Sirong composed himself, closing his eyes with a grave demeanor as he commenced the formation of seals. Tom, unable to resist the calming aura, focused intently on the rapid movements of Sirong's hands. However, after a brief moment, he abandoned this endeavor as the hand seals became increasingly swift, almost creating a blur. Countless variations of hand seals were layered upon the source, growing more intricate until they abruptly halted, thrusting forward. As Sirong lifted his gaze, the virtual handprint overlaid on the source began to flow, while the treasure itself radiated a starry light, emanating a crystalline yet unholy glow. They exchanged glances. Sirong's fingers were poised like a blade as Tom, too, used his wand to slice his palm, blood oozing forth, immediately drawn to the source. Tom's blood, mingled with a faint golden hue from Sirong, spiraled around the source, suggesting signs of fusion. Sirong softly instructed, "Tom, close your eyes." As the youth obediently complied, he withdrew a long sword made entirely of jade, effortlessly severing the soul and spirit, inserting them into the boy's unprotected essence. The boy's soul and spirit followed the ethereal pole, merging into Sirong's luminous soul shield. Simultaneously, the blood they had combined encircled the source 12 times. The two distinct bloods intertwining before splitting to re-enter their respective palms. As the blood permeated his palm, Tom felt an overwhelming, domineering force infiltrate his being, causing the hairs on the back of his neck to stand on end. This power soon settled, flowing gently within him. Concurrently, his innate magic began to absorb this force, multiplying at a geometric rate. An overwhelming sense of superiority surged within Tom, making even the breath of the wind feel palpable. He closed his eyes in near ecstasy, reveling in the magical essence that had previously eluded him, feeling as if he were floating among the clouds. However, Sirong's experience was less favorable. While his power had not diminished significantly, a sense of weakness emanating from his soul clung to him, causing him to furrow his brow. He pressed a hand to his heart. After so long in cultivation, he had nearly forgotten the sensation of being mortal. Even a slight separation of soul and spirit felt less responsive than before. With a gentle smile, he softly roused the boy before him. Tom, it is complete. We have succeeded. Tom opened his eyes, bursting with vitality as he leaped from the cushion, eager to test his newfound strength, joyfully casting spells at the bronze snake sculpture. Such exuberance resonated within Sirong's consciousness, a rather intense emotional fluctuation that left the long-suffering celestial lord somewhat unaccustomed. Yet, observing the boy's delight, he reflected that sharing in another's joys and sorrows was not entirely a lamentable experience. Chapter 81. The Stern Celestial Lord. Tom had always been aware of Sirong's exceptionally stable emotions, yet he had never truly sensed them until now. For half a month, he had been oblivious to Sirong's feelings until he could no longer restrain himself, cornering him in the office for a kiss, only to be surprised by a hint of shyness. That sensation coiled around his heart like a vine, non-lethal yet omnipresent, carrying a gentle warmth that brushed against his lips. The youth lifted his gaze, his obsidian-like eyes shimmering softly, and that very night, he threw Sirong onto the bed, feeling the profound affection emanating from him. Was this what it felt like to be with Rome? Tom mused, casting his eyes downwards as he observed the celestial lord, who remained restrained even in this intimate moment, eliciting a gentle smile from him. When would he be able to coax this person back into indulgence? Much like the times he faced his former master and senior brother. He longed to be spoiled and reckless, unabashedly making mistakes while gazing with wide, grape-like eyes, blinking innocently. He leaned down, placing a gentle kiss upon Sirong's forehead, soothingly murmuring, "Soon, it will come to an end." Sirong clearly did not believe him, but said nothing, quietly allowing Tom to act as he pleased. A sudden pang of sympathy welled within Tom. This subtle emotion reached Sirong's heart, prompting the celestial lord to pause momentarily before drawing the youth closer, softly inquiring, "What is it?" The boy smiled, grasping Sirong's wrist and planting a gentle kiss upon it, replying, "It's nothing. Just a sudden desire to ask if I can take care of you. Not you taking care of me, but rather me taking care of you." He gently nuzzled Sirong's neck, softly coaxing, "When it's just us, you can be a little willful. Don't be so obedient." This sentiment rendered Sirong a bit flustered. He gently grasped the boy's shoulders, infused with a hint of questioning. "What nonsense are you speaking? How absurd." Tom chuckled, the vibrations resonating within his chest reaching Sirong's ribs. He affectionately brushed his fingers through Sirong's hair, grinning, "Yes, exactly that. Just be a little willful with me." Sirong, infuriated by his childlike demeanor, pushed him away and departed. Tom, watching his own spirited self with a sense of helplessness, felt as though he had lifted a stone only to have it crash down upon his own foot. Following that, it seemed the celestial being genuinely grew irate, forbidding Tom from any further contact. Not only that, the daily affection of kisses and hugs vanished. Tom lamented his misfortune. He was left with no choice but to devise various ways to win him over, presenting an array of novel magical alchemical creations, such as enchanting bookmarks, feather quills that flitted about, and dancing pudding candies. It wasn't until Christmas that he finally coaxed the celestial being into accepting him back into the master bedroom for the night. Heaven knows how he endured that period. Yet, this only exacerbated his plight. Who could withstand the torment of a sumptuous feast laid out before them, yet only be permitted to gaze upon it without indulging? Tom could not resist stealing kisses while the celestial being slumbered, acutely aware of the fluttering heartbeat that hinted at some stirrings of affection. Yet, his beloved feigned sleep, leaving him in a state of unfulfilled desire, holding the celestial being close as he drifted into slumber. It was only on his birthday that he managed, under the pretext of wanting a birthday gift, to share a fleeting night of intimacy. The celestial being, with a fierce gaze, inquired if he understood his error. Tom found it both amusing and endearing, unable to resist leaning in for a kiss, dutifully confessing his wrongdoing. He acknowledged that since their celestial being held a position of seniority, they ought to maintain a degree of authority. With a gaze deep as the abyss, he grasped the celestial being's ankle, gently tugging him closer, imploring, "Let us try again." Chapter 82. You may have such a choice, but I cannot accept it. Recently, everything had settled into an astonishing calm. Sirong occasionally felt a twinge of anxiety. Based on his past experiences, prolonged tranquility often concealed lurking dangers, waiting for the unwary to let down their guard before striking with fatal precision. What peril could possibly exist here? Gellert remained in Europe, while Albus was preoccupied to the point of distraction, neglecting to consult Gellert on matters of great significance. Could it be that Tom had been up to something behind his back? Impossible. The boy had remained under his watchful eye. How could he err? He convinced himself to set aside his worries and busied himself during the summer, engaging with visitors from his distant homeland, instructing Albus to take Tom along to manage business affairs and finding tasks for the young lad. Until one fateful day, when several gashes appeared unexpectedly on his right arm and chest. Sirong's complexion darkened uncontrollably, a wave of fury surging from his chest that halted the boy. Miles away in the Albanian forest, Tom glanced at his chest, having felt a curse strike his right arm moments ago, yet finding no trace of injury, he acted recklessly. He assumed that Sirong had placed some protective charm upon him. But why would Sirong be angry? Ever since the binding of their souls, he had only sensed Sirong's ire in relation to his own affairs, or when Sirong prepared supplies meant for an unknown destination. Feeling the sadness that accompanied those moments. Realizing this, Tom's hands trembled. Could it be that his actions had been discovered? He gazed at the Slytherin locket box in his grasp, his expression shifting between uncertainty and resolve, and silently activated apparition, swiftly returning to London, racing back to Amber Manor. Tom cautiously sought Sirong's whereabouts, discovering him seated by the window, a cup of red tea before him, the fragrant aroma mingling with a decidedly potent scent of blood. Blood? He hesitated, then hurried to Sirong's side, only to find the faint bloodstains seeping from the right side of his chest, and the dark bruises barely visible beneath his silken sleeves. What? This appeared to be from the spot where he had felt the impact during his scuffle with the witch over the Slytherin locket box. Sirong's demeanor was icy. Lifting his lashes slightly without deigning to look at him, his voice laced with suppressed rage as he asked, "What have you been up to?" Tom, aware of his guilt, did not deny it, kneeling to retrieve his wand, casting a healing charm on the two wounds. The injuries mended swiftly. Even the bloodstains on the silken robe vanished without a trace. He sighed in relief, only to realize that Sirong had deliberately left those wounds for him to find upon his return. A sharp pain twisted in his heart. He asked, "Why didn't you tell me that my injuries would transfer to you?" Sirong offered a cold smile, tinged with self-mockery, casting his gaze downward. "I thought that once you attained everything, you would not tread the path of destiny. If that were the case, I suppose I need not inform you of these matters. Yet you have disappointed me." It was difficult for Sirong to articulate his current feelings. He had once been indifferent to the child's schemes, but now, it seemed he had begun to care. Perhaps it was the shift in their relationship. He chuckled bitterly, casting a sidelong glance at the teacup on the table, softly proclaiming, "Tom, I seldom speak such weighty words to you, but, please, respect yourself. Please treasure yourself." He gently shook his head. "I do not comprehend what is of such paramount importance that it compels you to forsake legal and moral boundaries, risking rejection and abandonment by the world to obtain it by any means necessary. You may have the choice to do so," Sirong stated, "but I cannot accept it." Chapter 83. They share a bond of soul binding. Tom clenched his fists in silence. He pressed his lips together, asking, "What do you mean?" A shadow loomed in his dark eyes, concealing the madness and possessiveness that simmered beneath. He had once declared that if Sirong wished to leave, he would encase him in candy, transforming him into a confectionery amber, a treasure to be kept forever. Now, his hand had silently tightened around his wand. Sirong still would not meet his gaze, merely closing his eyes and releasing a deep sigh. "Tom, I truly care for you, desiring to be your partner until the end of our days. However, Tom, I have my principles. For millennia, I have witnessed countless power struggles. Emperors promising me high office and authority, wealthy nobles offering me riches and provisions, and even sects, unaware of my identity, inviting me with promises of endless resources. They have attempted to seduce me with beauty, yet I have always refused." Sirong looked down at his right hand, observing the pale fingers tinged with a faint blush. His expression almost tranquil. "Tom, one can never betray their principles. I promised my master to never stand against the world's populace," he explained. "The elders supported by the sect merely deprive other children of opportunities. The riches offered by the nobles are but the plunder of the common people's meager sustenance, building empty promises of power upon the backs of the oppressed. I would rather confine myself to the depths of the mountains for eternity than harbor any fondness for such inequitable rules, let alone join them." Finally, he turned his gaze to Tom. "Let alone spend day after day, night after night, in close quarters with someone like you." Sirong regarded the boy before him, observing the increasingly concealed ferocity and possessiveness in his eyes, and silently closed his eyes. Tom felt the weight of his heart plummet. He heard Sirong speak. Tom, while I am weary of the inequity of this world, it is simply the nature of humanity. How could I possibly contend with the entirety of the world? If you refrain from such extreme acts of plunder, I could easily turn a blind eye. However, Sirong offered a faint smile, leaving one to wonder whether he was mocking his own foolishness or laughing at Tom's unchangeable nature. How utterly naive I am. Tom shivered slightly. Those words, laden with doubt and anger, instilled a deeper fear within him. He was well aware of Sirong's usual tolerance, realizing that a display of anger from him signified concern. Yet, this calm critique directed at him was particularly unsettling. In that moment, Tom truly felt fear. He quickly grasped Sirong's hand and clutched his wrist, as though terrified that he might vanish in an instant, desperately and feebly explaining that it was not as he perceived. The heir of Slytherin was known for his eloquence. Yet now he could only muster these few words. Sirong sighed silently, gently twisting his wrist to free himself from Tom's grasp. He then placed a hand firmly on the boy's shoulder, utterly dominating him. The vast disparity in their strengths instilled a flicker of despair within Tom. He realized that the so-called power he obtained from Sirong amounted to naught but a trifling fraction for the latter. Sirong lowered his gaze to meet the boy's eyes, where the slightly contracted pupils revealed a flicker of genuine emotion, yet his expression remained hauntingly serene. Tom, I wish to know your thoughts, or perhaps your answer, he stated, as though it were a coercion. Tom understood the veiled implications. He must either change or forever lose Sirong. He forced himself closer under Sirong's pressure, gazing into those nearly identical black eyes. At that moment, the usually warm gaze of the celestial being bore a rare chill, resembling Tom more than ever. With a bitter smile, Tom gently encircled Sirong's hand and whispered, I will change. He silently gritted his teeth. But this time, it is solely to reclaim the Slytherin locket. Feeling the pressure on his shoulder, Tom pressed his lips together, assuring, the legacy of Slytherin is limited. Rong, I have no reason to violate your principles again. Sirong remained silent for a while, then gradually eased his grip. Seemingly acknowledging Tom's reasoning, he bit his lip tightly and softly said, Tom, do not leave me without even the pretense of a reason to deceive myself. This statement halted the youth, who was consumed by thoughts of intoxicating and killing, prompting him to cling to Sirong's shoulder and gently bite the nape of his neck. He sensed Sirong tremble slightly. He knew that this was the celestial being's deepest nightmare. He intended to punish the principled Sirong in this manner. The ferocity of his bite matched only by the depth of his inexplicable hatred and unquenchable bittersweet love. Tom bit down firmly on that nape, unwilling to relent, while Sirong permitted the action, perhaps seeking to escape some unbearable reality through the pain. The metallic scent of blood permeated the air. Tom could distinctly feel Sirong's slight swaying, likely drawn back into that nightmarish memory, leaving him somewhat disoriented. Tears streamed down Tom's face as he continued to bite. Yet he reluctantly eased his grip. They shared a life bond. He sensed Sirong's desire for death, and Sirong must have felt his hatred and murderous intent as well. Yet, neither could bear to let go. Chapter 84. Ah, what an old man. That day, Tom carried the utterly yielding celestial being into the bedroom, indulging relentlessly for an entire day and night. He heard the occasional muffled groans escaping Sirong's lips, and, spurred by those sounds, he exerted himself even more, as if through this complete act of possession, he could truly claim Sirong as his own. He understood all too well that such absurd desires could never truly bind this person even a fraction. By the following night, after yet another bout of possession, he halted, exhausted, trembling as he embraced Sirong, his voice calm, yet laced with a hint of tears. You must not leave me, or I truly will become wicked. Sirong lay with closed eyes, tears silently streaming down his cheeks, dampening his hair at the temples. The boy's fierce determination had kept the celestial being in bed for an entire day. Meanwhile, Tom, who was supposed to be addressing the expulsion of Alf from the Black family, was reluctant to move, fearing that if he left, he might never see Sirong again. Sirong gently pressed his hand on his waist, sitting up, and turned his head to say, I will stay home today. I have no intention of going anywhere. Clearly still upset, yet he subtly reassured the anxious youth. Tom gazed at him with troubled eyes, tightly gripping the Slytherin locket, layering it with tracking and controlling spells. Half forced and half pleading, attempting to hang it around Sirong's neck. I simply wish to ensure your presence here. Sirong promptly rejected the notion. He lifted his gaze to Tom and said, I refuse to wear any pendants around my neck. Moreover, you well know that if I desire to leave, no spell could hinder me. Tom clenched his teeth, ultimately relenting, wrapping the locket around Sirong's left wrist. Then let it rest on your wrist. Consider it a means to ease my mind. Sirong acquiesced this time. He watched the boy leave, glancing back multiple times, observing the locket on his wrist, still feeling the ache of bones and the almost painful longing lingering behind him. Some feelings he had never shared with Tom. After parting from Yunhong, he had traversed a millennium alone. He did not lack a yearning for love. On the contrary, he longed for someone to be by his side eternally, caring for his sustenance, mindful of his attire, understanding his unspeakable past. He craved that person to shine upon him like the sun, enjoying the world's affection while illuminating his existence steeped in the past. Yet, fate always brought turmoil. Sirong had never imagined he would fall for a youth so fundamentally opposed to him. Indeed, divergent paths lead to different destinies. At that moment, Tom, situated within the Black family, sat restlessly on the sofa, surrounded by the clamor of Walburga and Lucius bickering, with Abbott observing the commotion. Young Mr. Malfoy glanced quizzically at Tom, crossing his legs and leaning closer. What's wrong? Did your old girlfriend give you the cold shoulder again? He seemed to revel in Tom's discomfort. Ah, young girlfriends are the best. They can be so charming. If you want to learn the Malfoy family's secrets of flirtation, just ask me, and I might teach you. Tom shot him a dark look, his expression akin to one mourning the expulsion of another from the Black family. Gritting his teeth, he snapped. Do you even know who he is, to speak of him so casually? Abbott nonchalantly fiddled with his pocket watch. Oh, just an old man. TSK, it seems your frequent dealings with Grindelwald have influenced you in this regard. He paused, his expression shifting oddly. You don't have feelings for Dumbledore, do you? Tom, he truly wished to reveal Sirong's identity, to shock this insufferable platinum peacock. Initially, he had concealed it because he had not yet graduated, and revealing it would tarnish Sirong's reputation. But now, he genuinely feared speaking out. He was terrified that if he did, that person would indeed leave. Chapter 85. What a precarious existence. That day, Tom hurried back to the manor, racing up to the second floor, bursting through the master bedroom door with an urgent need to confirm Sirong's presence. Thankfully, he sighed in relief, silently watching the rose nestled in the bed. Snug beneath the covers, the long lashes of that person gently brushed down, radiating an unspoken obedience, reminiscent of a porcelain doll carved from exquisite Eastern jade. The slender, pale wrist rested beside the pillow, adorned with the Slytherin pendant box he had left behind. A shadow flickered in Tom's eyes. How delightful it would be if this person remained perpetually obedient. He silently grasped his wand, a tumult of chaotic thoughts flooding his mind. Should he erase this person's memory, rendering them blank? Then he could fabricate a tale, nurturing this individual within the confines of Amber Manor, forbidding anyone from approaching him. Alternatively, he could simply eliminate this person and bury him amidst confections, transforming him into an amber relic, his most cherished yet painfully collected treasure. Or perhaps, Tom's gaze darkened as he silently raised his wand, ultimately bestowing upon himself a cleansing charm, shedding his outer robe before gently taking a seat by the bed. Observing the tranquil visage of this individual in slumber, he lifted his hand, softly caressing the side of Sirong's cheek, leaning down to bestow a tender kiss upon his forehead. The youth gazed affectionately at the celestial being nestled within the blankets, rising to quietly draw the curtains before tiptoeing out towards the kitchen. Behind him, Sirong silently opened his eyes. The youth seemed to be genuinely changing. Should he grant the other time? The celestial being silently contemplated the open bed curtains beside him. Vaguely understanding Tom's intentions, he wished to see him upon entering, yet feared the light would disturb his slumber. Sirong gently lowered his gaze, silently clenching his fist. He rose quietly, approaching the window to pull aside the curtains, beholding the verdant trees and meticulously manicured lawn outside. He lifted his eyes to the azure sky, adorned with drifting white clouds. It was truly beautiful. Remaining here, awaiting Tom's return, was already a promise fulfilled. Now he owed nothing. Sirong let his eyelashes fall, loosening the pendant box encircling his left wrist, gently placing it beside the pillow, reclaiming the few Eastern treasures left in the manor back into his sleeves. Standing in the living room, glancing towards the kitchen, he faintly heard the heartbeat of the youth, imbued with a tinge of guilt and pain. A hesitant rhythm echoing the uncertainty of change. Indeed, he did not belong here. Sirong offered a faint smile. Not only did he not belong here, but he also did not belong to the present East. He was a relic of a distant era of cultivation, belonging to the long-exiled Yuning sect. To the verdant mountains he once called home. He was a specter of the old age, appearing as a dignitary of the new era. He was a supporter of reformers, yet a rival to the ambitious. He seemed to possess a respectable occupation, owning a manor, friends, and even a partner. Yet in reality, he was devoid of everything. There were no memories of him in Hogwarts. Neither Gellert nor Albus required his presence. Brewster merely sought to exploit his power. Abbe had his own stance, and Tom, that child might never change. Were it not for his formidable power, he might have long been clipped of his wings, confined as a canary, forever unable to step beyond Amber Manor. Sirong gazed at the letter in his hand, placing it silently upon the table, hoping the youth would deliver it to Albus on his behalf. After completing this task, he caught the increasingly rich aroma of cooking wafting from the kitchen, smiling wistfully before. In a moment of concentration, he vanished, landing upon a scenic mountain in the east, gently knocking on a door. Zhang Daoist, it has been a while. Chapter 86, Hatred in the Cloud Pavilion. Zhang Daoist looked at him in surprise, conversing with a disciple beside him, astonished as he exclaimed, Mr. CNC, how come? Sirong gently tugged at the corners of his lips, finding it difficult to articulate his feelings. Moments later, the two sat atop the mountain in the Cloud Pavilion. A pot of bitter tea and a plate of mung bean cake resting upon the stone table. Zhang Daoist glanced at him and poured a cup of tea, saying, Drink some bitter tea, it clears the heart. Sirong accepted his kindness, lifting the cup to take a gentle sip, sighing silently. So, you have no intention of returning? A friend inquired. He gazed outside the pavilion, observing the mist enveloping the mountainside, reminiscent of the Yunhing sect, his heart sinking slightly. I do not wish to witness that child sliding into the abyss, nor can I bear the fact that he arrived at that juncture under my watch. Since change is unattainable, let us part ways entirely. Whatever consequences arise, we shall each bear our own. Zhang Daoist hesitated, ultimately asking, But that child cares for you. Your departure likely did not consider his feelings? Observing his friend fall silent, he sighed helplessly. If what you say is true, that child possesses a somewhat extreme disposition. Are you not concerned he might act irrationally to find you? Sirong pressed his lips together, gazing at his right wrist. He vaguely recalled the dreadful dark blue hue that once adorned it, gently stroking his right wrist. If he harms himself, it is merely a reflection upon me. As long as he does not harm others, I shall be content. Zhang Daoist sighed and nodded. Since you have made up your mind, so be it. Recently, everyone has descended the mountain to combat the enemy. Only a few of us remain here. After several days, when my junior brother returns, I shall take the young disciple down the mountain, continuing to navigate among the foes, earning more resources to send back to our base. Would you care to join? Sirong nodded, as I wish. However, they waited and waited, yet the junior brother did not return. Zhang Daoist, hesitant to divine the matter himself, could only provide Sirong with the junior brother's birth date, requesting the celestial being to ascertain the child's whereabouts. Sirong glanced over, pausing briefly, focusing intently before finally looking regretfully at his friend, hesitatingly stating, 2 days ago, he encountered a deadly calamity. What calamity? Zhang Daoist ground his teeth, staring fixedly at the stone table, not daring to glance at the junior brother's fate even once, pressing each word out with difficulty. Sirong remained silent, raising his hand to collect the fate chart, softly saying, I fear he encountered an aerial attack. I am afraid there will be no remains. Zhang Daoist clenched his teeth tightly. His eyes reddened, the intense hatred barely concealed, as he rose in fury, drawing his sword and cursing, Damn it, I shall confront them. Sirong grasped his shoulder, advising, Brother Zhang, with our sleeves harboring the universe, transportation is most convenient. How can we act recklessly and meet our demise? Let us launch a night raid and seal them with mud and water. Zhang Daoist, tears of rage in his eyes, furiously threw his sword to the ground. First, we shall dismantle their weapons, then head to the sea to cut off their supplies. As long as they remain on our land, I shall never find peace. He glared fiercely at the grand hall, stepping forward, ultimately placing incense in the incenser, offering tribute, bowing earnestly, before leading the young disciple and grasping Sirong's hand, striding fiercely down the mountain. Chapter 87, A Child's Tantrum, Not Worthy of Attention. Meanwhile, thousands of miles away, Tom diligently simmered a pot of shrimp porridge, filled with anticipation. He hoped his Rose would be pleased upon seeing it, perhaps forgiving him somewhat. However, upon returning to the bedroom, he found no trace of the person. He gazed at the Slytherin pendant box beside the pillow, his expression darkening as he strode downstairs, seething with anger as he raised his wand to shatter the earthen pot containing the fresh porridge. The youth's chest heaved violently, his face stern as he glanced at the dining table, where he unexpectedly spotted a letter. Tom lifted his gaze, his eyes suddenly brightening. Perhaps Sirong had urgent business and had left him a note? He approached the dining table with trepidation, his heart racing with an unsettling premonition as he spotted the words to Tom inscribed upon it. He exhaled silently, yet his heart seemed to sense something amiss, pounding even more erratically. Alas, his relief was rather premature. The youth swiftly and cautiously tore open the envelope, revealing a sheet of paper and a letter. The envelope addressed to Albus Dumbledore. A wave of foreboding washed over Tom as he hastily unfolded the letter, which read, Tom, this is my first and final letter to you. Since our paths intertwined, our natures and dispositions have become undeniable, and the divergence of our principles and beliefs has become glaringly evident. Words may express an unchangeable essence. You cannot condone my actions, yet I cannot repudiate my own tenets. The conflict between us only intensifies, and that is the first matter. I do not wish to disrupt the world, while you aspire to conquer it. Our desires are disparate. Thus our actions are bound to clash, which is the second point. Affection ought to be rooted in mutual respect, with hearts open to forgiveness, fostering love. Since you refuse to grant me freedom, I, too, am unwilling to clip my own wings. Striving together may only breed resentment, and thus it is better to part, which is the third point. Today I depart, returning to my homeland. Please send this letter to Albus, resigning my position at Hogwarts, so as not to mislead the youth any longer. Sincerely, Sirong. Tom silently crumpled the letter in his hand, hurling it aside with force, and exhaled heavily. He has left? Truly departed. The swiftness and silence of it all were chillingly resolute. He cast his gaze upon the other letter destined for Dumbledore. His fists clenched tightly until his knuckles turned white. Yet, he had indeed summoned the Malfoy family's Eagle Owl to deliver this distasteful missive to that loathsome old bee. Having completed this task, the youth collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes vacant as they stared at the ceiling, his countenance shrouded in darkness. He needed to ascertain Seong's whereabouts. Once he discovered this person's location, he would swiftly intoxicate and eliminate him. Only a lifeless body would heed his command. The living were perpetually burdened with their myriad thoughts, always seeking to abandon him, forever clinging to inexplicable principles. If only he could uncover where this person had gone. Tom exhaled deeply, rising to retrieve the now crumpled letter. Carefully smoothing it out, reading each word with intent. He yearned to understand the reasons behind this departure. The reasons were simply a divergence of thoughts between two individuals. Tom scoffed coldly, raising his wand towards the ceiling, sending the opulent chandelier crashing to the ground, scattering shards of metal and crystal across the floor. Still unsatisfied, he struck the wall with a fierce punch, faint traces of blood marking the white surface. Yet, as he withdrew his arm, he realized he bore no injury. Indeed, Tom suddenly conceived a method to restrain Seong. The shared life spell. They possessed a shared life spell. If he were to kill himself, it would effectively mean the end of Seong. Inflicting harm upon himself would equate to harming Seong. Consequently, the charming Taoist Zhang and the exquisite Red Stars were astonished to discover that ever since the inexplicable bruise appeared on Seong's right hand, various bloodstains had inexplicably manifested upon his body. Seong smiled sheepishly, retreating to remove the scars with layers of spiritual energy. Taoist Zhang regarded him with a look of complex inquiry, asking, "What has your adopted son done?" His friend remained silent. He furrowed his brow lightly, inquiring, "Immortal, have you not dabbled in forbidden arts?" In the face of his friend's skepticism, Seong merely smiled, glancing at a sudden kiss mark that appeared on the back of his hand, swiftly raising his hand to shield it, saying, "A child threw a tantrum. It is of no consequence." Chapter 88. The Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. Time passed swiftly, 5 years slipping by in an instant. The war had finally concluded, and the land of Shenzhou was flourishing, fervently engaged in reconstruction, with significant upheavals in the wizarding world. When Seong departed, he cast a counter-tracking spell upon himself, ensuring that for all these years, he had never been located by any owl bearing messages. 5 years later, Abe had matured into the true helm of the Malfoy family. While Tom ascended to the position of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic, his rapid promotion akin to a rocket, firmly establishing himself as a pillar of the ministry. Since Seong's departure, Abe had often regarded Tom with a cold demeanor, and this occasion was no exception. The International Confederation of Wizards was preparing for an election and had extended invitations to the Eastern wizarding community. Naturally, Tom's superior, the current Minister of Magic, would also be in attendance, requiring preliminary knowledge of the candidates from various nations and engaging in negotiations with them. As a central figure within the ministry, all of this was entrusted to Tom. It is difficult to ascertain whether someone had maneuvered behind the scenes. Regardless, someone represented the British ministry at the Wizarding Union, exuding an air of gentle sophistication, winning the heart of a lady from the Eastern delegation. With a flirtatious smile that subtly echoed the elegance of the Malfoy family, he approached her, maintaining an apparent distance, feigning nonchalance as he remarked, "I once met a Taoist Zhang, equally exceptional. Why was he not invited this time?" The lady smiled in response. "The Taoist Zhang you speak of must be the heir of our esteemed sect. We intended to invite him. However, he is currently preoccupied with locating his long-lost brethren from the tumultuous times of war, preparing to restore the lineage. Hence he could not join us." Tom's expression darkened slightly, though he retained his gentlemanly demeanor. "So, Zhang Taoist undertakes this alone? Does he have no one to assist him?" The lady gently shook her head. "No, he has a friend of unknown origins who has been by his side, although this friend's background is unclear." He undeniably possesses the spirit of our sect. Unable to restrain himself, Tom stepped forward, his tone slightly more intense. That gentleman is quite loyal. Do you know his name? I would like to meet him. The lady paused momentarily, scrutinizing his gaze. Mr. Riddle, why do you inquire about the members of our sect's lineage? Tom suddenly became aware of his own eagerness, revealing a hint of his intentions. He offered an apologetic smile. I merely wish to know whether Taoist Zhang has fared well over the years. The lady politely smiled, disregarding the rare charm before her, and turned away with efficiency. Tom watched her retreating figure, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Indeed, she was a true Eastern witch, effortlessly resisting temptation and retreating with grace. That day, Taoist Zhang received a message from the lady, informing him of the inquiries made by the new Deputy Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, Tom Riddle, regarding Sirong's true origins. This prompted Taoist Zhang to cast a cautious glance at Sirong before handing over the letter. Look, your adopted son has not yet let go of you. Chapter 89. The efficacy of the Felix Felicis potion. Sirong silently accepted the letter, his fingers tightening unconsciously around the paper upon seeing the title of Deputy Minister of the Ministry of Magic. He had departed. Could not the boy now follow his true nature and flourish? Why linger in the ministry, assuming such a bothersome title? He heard his friend's counsel. Since he has indeed changed in some ways, why must you torment yourself so? Taoist Zhang sighed. For many years, he had become acutely aware of the true relationship between the two individuals. Did he truly believe he could overlook those inexplicable kiss marks? He continued to persuade, asserting that peace reigned in the world. If one wished to see him, one should accompany him to the Wizarding Federation, for he himself was preoccupied. He had no desire to linger there, nor to return with the others. There would eternally be a place for him here. Sirong's lips curled slightly, his brow knitted with unconscious worry as he gently placed the letter on the table and began to pace. After a moment, he paused and softly declared, no need. Zhang Daolang could only sigh inwardly. How unfortunate that such a celestial being should fall into the company of such a partner. Sirong, naturally tender-hearted, had been tempered by millennia of time and the insights into human nature, leaving him with a rare coldness. Had he encountered a gentleman of like mind, perhaps it would have been acceptable. Alas, he was instead entangled with a rather ambitious youth. If his suspicions were correct, Sirong could not remain indifferent upon learning that the boy had altered himself for his sake. As expected, 3 days passed, and he discovered a note on the table. Out for business, back in 3 days. By the time Zhang Daolang found the note, Sirong had already concealed his presence and infiltrated the Wizarding Federation, where he beheld the youth seated beside the Minister of Magic in England. Sirong had never perceived 5 years as a lengthy span. It felt as if he had merely lowered his gaze in a moment of intoxication, only to look up again and find 2 or 3 decades had slipped by. But now, he suddenly realized that 5 years could indeed stretch long enough for that insufferable boy to mature into a poised and courteous young man. The Minister of Magic, faced with matters at hand, turned to Tom, exhibiting a lack of decisiveness. Meanwhile, Tom wore a casual yet commanding smile, effortlessly navigating every conversation with an air of mastery. Suddenly, Tom's brow furrowed slightly. He seemed to sense a familiar connection, as if his blood intertwined with that of another, evoking memories of intimacy shared with the celestial being. A weight settled in his heart, and a hint of danger shadowed his smile. Could it be that Rong had finally sought new affections? Sirong abruptly sensed the youth's ire and murderous intent, the flicker of hope within him, akin to a fragile candle flame, extinguished at the slightest gust. He lowered his gaze and smiled faintly, mocking his own naivety. He turned to step outside, finding solace on the balcony, inhaling the fresh air deeply to dispel the lingering pangs in his heart. In the right corner of the balcony, the roses bloomed with vibrant allure. Lost in thought, Sirong recalled how the boy would call him in moments of passion, a bittersweet sensation washing over him as he gently caressed the rose petals. Tom's fingertips trembled slightly. With keen eyes, he rose, placing a hand on the Minister of Magic's shoulder, murmuring, I'll be back shortly, before leaving the banquet hall. Without hesitation, he downed a vial of Felix Felicis, letting his heart guide him towards the balcony. If Rong had indeed found new love, how could he feel such sudden heartache in moments of intimacy? He preferred to believe that Rong had just been beside him, yet the balcony was devoid of presence. Tom's gaze swept over the modest railing, landing on the vivid roses. Following his instincts, he approached them, raising a hand to silently touch the petals, but felt a familiar warmth lingering nearby. Was it Rong? His body instinctively embraced the person hidden in his arms, detecting their silent rigidity, and habitually resting his chin on their shoulder, fitting together almost seamlessly. A flicker of joy surged within him as he softly inquired, Is it you? Have you returned, Rong? Chapter 90. The Roses That Fell from the Ears. Sirong remained silent, feeling the familiar yet restrained grip at his waist, closing his eyes to dispel the concealment charm. In that instant, he sensed the rigidity of the arms around him, which soon softened as they cautiously exerted their strength. And he noticed a hint of dampness on his right shoulder. Had the boy been crying? He had expected Tom to seize the moment for a kiss or to make some demand to keep him from leaving. Yet Tom simply held him quietly, tears streaming down his cheeks, his voice raspy as he murmured, "I missed you." In an instant, Sirong's heart melted into a puddle of affection. Tom seemed to seek nothing more than to hold him, softly requesting, "Let me hold you a little longer, just a moment. I want to force you. Don't rush to leave." Sirong's fingers brushed against the roses, trembling slightly. He tilted his head, his cheek brushing against the young man's hair. Yet he could not see the youth's face, so he placed his trembling hand on Tom's arm, gently patting it. "I'm not in a hurry to leave," he whispered, "just let me see you." Tom shook his head gently, still holding him, muttering, "If I let go, you'll leave, and I want to see you again. I don't know where you'll go. The East is shrouded in a thick magical barrier that I cannot penetrate." Sirong found it both amusing and pitiable, tinged with a sense of resignation. "Let me see you. It's been so long since I've laid eyes on you. If you don't allow me, I may forget what you look like." Tom suddenly appeared aggrieved. "How could you forget my face? We lived together for 6 years. He loosened his grip slightly, gently tugging on Sirong's robe sleeve to bring their faces closer. Unable to resist, he carefully plucked a rose from behind Sirong, hastily clearing the thorns with his hands, and delicately placed it behind Sirong's ear. To avoid hurting him, he even cast a protective charm on his fingertips. This behavior starkly contrasted with the reckless youth who had once sought to harm Sirong. Sirong was taken aback. He gazed into the eyes of the young man before him, who struggled to contain his emotions yet was unable to hide the love shining in his gaze. Almost afraid to believe this was the grown-up Tom Riddle, Tom couldn't help but avert his gaze, his throat tightening as he restrained himself, murmuring, "Don't look at me like that. I fear I won't be able to resist kissing you, and then you'll leave again." 5 years. A full 5 years. Long enough for Tom to have experienced fury, desperation, and murderous intent, gradually finding calmness and learning to reflect. Especially as his plans for seizing power within the Ministry of Magic unfolded so smoothly. If so many paths could lead to his goals, why must he choose to oppose Sirong? What benefits were there in driving the man away? If his rose preferred, he could easily adopt an appearance of refinement and concern for the common folk, feigning a desire for peace rather than war. What harm could it do? Yet his words were not mere rhetoric. Throughout those 5 years, despite his relentless efforts, he could not find Sirong. He truly experienced the depths of despair. He was genuinely frightened. Sirong remained silent, struggling to believe that he had truly glimpsed sincerity in those eyes. From the very beginning, this boy had never possessed pure honesty. He had not anticipated that today, through a twist of fate, he would witness it. Hesitating, he tugged at the corners of his mouth. "It's not because." The celestial being's ears flushed with a delicate hue, quickly spreading to his cheeks. He spoke softly, his voice nearly inaudible. "It's not because of your excesses on the bed that I left." A glimmer of amusement flickered in Tom's eyes. He leaned slightly closer, gazing into Sirong's eyes, his hands resting on the railing behind the celestial being, softly asking, "Then can you stay now?" He stepped forward, his voice barely above a whisper, "May I kiss you now?" The youth's choice of position was rather audacious. Habitually, Sirong averted his gaze, only to catch sight of those exquisitely shaped lips. After years apart, this young man had honed his seductive prowess. As those lips slightly parted, Sirong felt as if bewitched, gently closing his eyes, feeling the warmth of their lips brushing against his, tenderly coaxing his mouth open. Yet, Tom was far gentler than he had been in the past. He simply embraced Sirong with an almost affectionate fervor, as if the mingling of their essences quenched a thirst deep within his soul, leaving him both satisfied and yearning. Such tenderness, evidently, was far more to the celestial lord's liking than the impatience and greed of their earlier encounters. Sirong found it impossible to restrain his body from tilting back, his ear brushing against the roses that cascaded down, with himself as the sole anchor for the falling blossoms. Tom noticed this, his eyes, veiled by long lashes, reflecting a deeper shade of intensity. He gently released Sirong's lips, planting a soft peck before asking in a hushed tone, "Rong, shall we sleep at the Amber Manor tonight?" At the moment Sirong drowsily nodded in agreement, Tom swiftly sent a message to Abu using the black magic mark, instructing him to manage the current elections of the Wizarding Union with the available personnel, before turning to embrace Sirong and teleporting them directly into the master bedroom. Chapter 91. My dearest Rose, I shall cherish you well. Do not leave me. Sirong had anticipated that the youth would press his advantage, just as he had in the past. However, he was taken aback to find that Tom had indeed transformed into a figure of restraint, resembling Lu Xiaohui. clearly suppressing his desires yet unwilling to part from him even for a moment. The Celestial Lord, battling to avert his gaze, felt the warmth radiating from Tom's body beside him. His cheeks flushed as he stammered, "If you wish." Tom propped himself up, gazing down at him, and merely bestowed a gentle kiss, reassuringly saying, "It's all right, sleep now. I shall merely watch over you." This declaration ignited a spark of irritation within Sirong. This child, who so skillfully enticed him, now held back. With a crimson face, Sirong looked at him, biting his lip, and boldly wrapped his arms around Tom's neck, pulling him down for a kiss. The heated breaths enveloped them within the bed curtains. Tom gently grasped Sirong's wrist, teasingly warning, "But Rong, I cannot be gentle in this position." He smiled, the resonance of his laughter reverberating through Sirong's fingertips as he leaned down to kiss him, plunging them both into a night of wild abandon. The following day, the young man transformed once more into a gentle and considerate figure, bringing freshly made shrimp porridge and coaxing Sirong to drink it, spoonful by spoonful. This was the very porridge that Sirong had spilled on the day he had left without a word. Tom wished for him to consume it obediently, as if they had never been apart. Sirong, oblivious to Tom's convoluted thoughts and unaware that his possessiveness had merely shifted from overt to covert, and indeed intensified, merely looked up in surprise, sipping the porridge, feeling bewildered by Tom's unexpected gentleness. It felt strangely familiar. After a moment of contemplation, he recalled Tom's repetitive motions, realizing they mirrored those of his master and senior brother. It dawned on him that it was not only he who had emulated their tenderness. Noticing the complex emotions reflected in his beloved's gaze, Tom leaned in closer, supporting himself on either side of Sirong, and gently kissed him. "Why do you look at me so?" he inquired. Sirong replied, "I am merely astonished by how much you have changed." Tom chuckled softly, caressing Sirong's face. "I can change for you," he said, though it was a facade. "I could maintain this guise indefinitely, merely a lifetime of feigned effort, as long as you do not leave me. As long as I can deceive you into staying by my side, I would do anything, even refrain from eliminating those who anger me." Tom kissed Sirong tenderly, his lips trailing down his neck, leaving a mark upon the beautiful shoulder. He whispered, "My dearest Rose, I shall cherish you well. Do not leave me." Sirong, enraptured by his kisses, nearly believed the youth had cast a spell upon him. He breathed softly, feeling Tom's grip upon his ankle, faintly sensing the tempest that was uniquely his. And then came the familiar yet foreign, hoarse yet profound voice. "My dearest Rose, marry me, marry me." Sirong trembled at Tom's provocations, drawn into the abyss of desire. Tom, observing the Celestial Lord's dazed expression, gazed at the simple silver ring in his hand, ultimately restraining himself from sliding it onto Sirong's finger. This ring, crafted by his own hand, was an alchemical artifact. Once donned, it could never be removed. Although he yearned to bind Sirong to him eternally, he was deeply fearful of the potential repercussions should Sirong discern the constraints and choose to depart. If Sirong were to vanish, then what meaning would a ring that could never be taken off hold? He tucked the ring away into the bracelet Sirong had gifted him and bestowed a silent kiss. Chapter 92, The Last Meeting in Tianyuan City. Upon awakening, Sirong found himself seated alone by the familiar floor-to-ceiling bed, sensing the gentle and steady heartbeat emanating from the kitchen. Hesitantly, he sent a message to Zhang Daoist, indicating his intention to remain within the wizarding realm. Ironically, he had never fulfilled his prior messages of returning in a few days. Since the incident that led to his expulsion from Yunheng, not a single promise had come to fruition. Suddenly, he recalled that after leaving Yunheng, he had encountered his senior brother once more. At that time, he was subduing demons and, passing through Tianyuan City, had donned a hood to avoid detection. He happened to see the phoenix from Yunheng flying above the city, heading towards the Lord's mansion. He recognized the phoenix, once a familiar companion, soaring majestically down to the Lord's residence. Just as he prepared to look away, he caught sight of his senior brother amidst the clouds accompanying the phoenix. Senior brother. He gazed upwards, unable to miss his brother's search for someone. Indeed, it was his senior brother who had taught him everything, his demon-capturing techniques easily recognizable to him. This thought was validated. The Yunheng sect had dispatched the phoenix to escort the young master to Tianyuan City for negotiations. Such matters did not typically require the sect leader's personal attendance. Thus, Sirong, relying on his prior camaraderie with the phoenix, infiltrated the Lord's mansion, stealthily entering the exclusive courtyard of Yunheng's sect in the dead of night, where he found his senior brother pacing beneath the moonlight. What an unexpected surprise it was that his Yunheng credentials had not yet been erased. He later reflected, but at that moment, he was consumed with grievances, tears streaming down his face as he called out to his brother in desperation. His brother turned, momentarily taken aback before scanning the area cautiously, pulling him beside a towering magnolia tree, finally allowing himself to relax as he affectionately ruffled Sirong's hair. A man should not cry so easily. Sirong paid no mind, throwing himself into his embrace like he did in his childhood, weeping uncontrollably until he finally managed to compose himself. I will protect myself. Senior brother, I have found a desolate mountain devoid of spiritual energy. They will not care if I can sustain myself. Look, I have tasks for capturing demons. His senior brother was nearly overwhelmed with concern. How could his once inept and lazy younger brother now possess such knowledge and capability? Yet this place was not kind to his little brother. He could only hastily convey his advice, producing a storage bracelet and slipping it onto Sirong's wrist. In the depths of Union Mountain, I have unearthed everything that may prove useful to you. Various elixirs, spiritual herbs, and the inner cores of certain magical beasts, along with disguised magical artifacts. I have also transcribed a copy of the sect's martial arts techniques. They are aware of your innocence and have chosen to turn a blind eye. Furthermore, I have these. With tears glistening in her eyes, Sirong gazed at him, hesitantly inquiring, Elder brother, do you have anything to eat? He paused, his eyes reddening as he looked at her, forcing a comforting smile as he gently ruffled her hair. Yes. I prepared many pastries for you when I arrived. They are all stored inside. He had intended to elaborate further, but his voice faltered, and he found himself overcome with emotion. At that moment, lively greetings erupted from the courtyard entrance. It was Elder Tianyuan and disciples from the Yunhing sect. Realizing this, the senior brother quickly urged Sirong to leave in silence, fearing that she might be discovered and harmed by Tianyuan. Sirong silently touched her storage bracelet on her left wrist, looking back at him with lingering glances. Finally, she paused and said, I will take care of myself, elder brother. I understand that you are in a difficult situation at Yunheng, and I shall not become a burden. With a delicate, tear-streaked smile, she wiped her face and added, Elder brother, take care. She saw him wave his hand in a mix of urgency and reluctance before turning away. From that moment on, they would never meet again. Chapter 93, Where to Steal Such Tenderness. Tom's recent demeanor was exceedingly commendable, almost too good to be true. Sirong, seldom encountering such gentleness, often found himself silently amused, only to be gently captured by the youth's kiss. He pondered, perhaps remaining here indefinitely would not be so bad. At least he had Albus and Gellert to converse with, along with the Malfoy family, which provided ample opportunity for subtle intellectual sparring. Reflecting on this, he mentioned it to Tom. Tom's expression remained unchanged, still radiating warmth as he advised Sirong to return early. Sirong responded softly, his fingers involuntarily curling. The restrained warmth of the young man left him feeling utterly powerless. After Sirong departed, the previously composed youth gradually sank into the sofa, propping himself up on the armrest, feeling somewhat drained. Merlin, he had exerted tremendous effort, utilizing all his self-restraint and discernment to suppress the urge to confine Sirong, concealing the nearly fierce fear that resided within him. Yet, Anser was correct. Having driven Sirong away once, now that he had returned, it indicated a lingering attachment in his heart. If he allowed Sirong the freedom to come and go, Sirong would not genuinely entertain thoughts of leaving. When the immortal lord departed once more and then returned, he would belong to him forever. Tom, who always understood the importance of patience in pursuit, found that even the slightest change concerning Sirong sent him into a state of heightened alertness. But Anser proved to be his wise counselor. Sirong had indeed returned. Despite bearing a hefty stack of ledgers, he was back, even bringing a cake from the cake shop on Vauxhall Road in London. Tom's heart suddenly relaxed, feeling as if he had lost all strength, almost unable to rise. He watched as the immortal lord approached him, hesitating, before setting down the ledgers and cake, gently embracing him and questioning his troubled expression. Why do you look so troubled? Tom, wide-eyed, held on to Sirong's arms tightly, slowly managing to force a somewhat unsightly smile. You returned. I almost thought you wouldn't come back. With a tender touch, Sirong caressed the corners of his eyes, lowering his gaze to bestow a kiss there. Do not cry. I will not leave. The immortal lord comforted the sensitive young man. Speaking softly, I will stay with you, if that is agreeable. After so many years, Tom finally experienced such gentle kisses again, reminiscent of the one bestowed upon his forehead in the Chamber of Secrets, filled with comfort and acceptance. Back then, Tom had possessively claimed Sirong, but now, he simply wished to see the immortal lord enjoy the dinner he had prepared, as if amidst the flickering flames, they could make amends for the years they had missed. Where would one find the time to indulge in stolen tenderness? They shared laughter over dinner. The crystal chandelier that Tom had shattered was once again restored, casting beautiful patterns of light, softly illuminating Amber Manor. This alone brought Tom immense satisfaction. Gradually, he felt secure enough to undertake business trips, returning with local specialties and gifts for Sirong, shedding the ash of his burdens, and greeted by the immortal lord seated by the floor-to-ceiling window, gently kissing his lips. Tom Riddle, born of a turbulent lineage and possessing a cruel nature, had never truly encountered earthly joy in his childhood, only catching glimpses of happiness when families occasionally visited the orphanage to adopt children, yet never basking in the warm glow of happiness. He seemed destined to grow into a Dark Lord. However, after briefly experiencing acceptance and enduring 5 years of loss and regret, he unexpectedly learned the self-restraint and love that Sirong had once taught him. Chapter 94. Place a ring upon my finger. Life flowed gently and tenderly onward. Upon hearing of Sirong's return, Dumbledore invited him back to Hogwarts the following year to resume his role as the defense against the dark arts professor and head of Slytherin House. Having been away for so many years, the students fondly remembered his unique teaching style. He was the only professor who could project the spellcasting process through magic. Tom eagerly anticipated Sirong's return. For the first time he had encountered him in this very capacity. Now that Sirong was reclaiming this position, it felt as if he had never left. Indeed, Sirong's reappearance was met with enthusiastic acclaim from the entire school. During their time, Tom and Sirong had kept their relationship private, with Dumbledore only partially aware, and the students naturally remained oblivious. Consequently, a bold wave of students emerged, seeking to court Sirong in various inventive ways. This stirred the jealousy of Tom, the guardian of Sirong's heart. On that day, the Deputy Minister of Magic visited Hogwarts, ostensibly for a routine inspection and to reminisce about his student days. In reality, Sirong observed the youth in his office, looking utterly dejected, glancing timidly at the children who occasionally stole glances but restrained themselves from acting. With a sigh, he remarked, "They are merely children. Why do you feel jealous of them?" Tom gently grasped the sleeve of Sirong's robe, looking up at him earnestly. "But to you, Sirong, I too was once a child." Sirong found himself momentarily speechless. He tenderly stroked the young man's hair and softly replied, "But you are different from them. You are a unique and cunning little cat." Tom clutched his sleeve tighter, gazing at Sirong with longing, his invisible ears drooping pitifully. Unable to resist, Sirong averted his gaze, thinking, "Oh dear, the little creature is playing the pity card." And he simply cannot resist. Tom gently tugged at his sleeve. "Christmas is approaching, Sirong. Can we go home early?" Sirong shook his head gently, smiling as he said, "You know I am their mentor." Yet the youth appeared so forlorn. Unable to withstand the sight, Sirong glanced away, a slight blush creeping to his earlobes, and said, "If you are truly worried, then place a ring on my finger." Tom paused slightly, having heard Sirong say, "I know you have a pair of rings stored in your bracelet, do you not?" He gazed at Sirong with a hint of hesitation, offering a somewhat sheepish explanation. "But once those rings are worn, they cannot be removed." The celestial lord lowered his gaze upon him, a gentle smile gracing his lips. "That was a gift from my master, a token of apprenticeship, and my blood resides within that ring." To the ambitious young Tom of yesteryears, this statement would have felt like an invisible surveillance and oppression. Yet, to the present young Tom, it seemed to serve as a testament to their affection. Their blood, intertwined in a singular place, appeared to symbolize their mutual understanding. Tom was quickly appeased, hastily retrieving the ring box, sliding down onto the sofa, and half kneeling on the ground, carefully slipping one of the rings onto Sirong's left hand's ring finger. It was a simple silver band, devoid of ostentation, for he knew Sirong despised flamboyance. The youth's lips curled into a bittersweet smile, a mixture of fulfillment and yearning, trembling as he placed a kiss upon the back of Sirong's hand. "It is your own wish, my lord," Sirong replied softly, his earlobes flushing a deep crimson that spread to his cheeks. He grasped the young man's left hand, curling his fingers to summon the other ring into his palm, gently adorning the youth's finger with it. Watching Tom stare blankly at the ring on his hand, he bashfully reminded him, "All right, do rise. This is hardly dignified." Tom, unable to contain his emotions any longer, pressed him down onto the carpet, surrendering to the depths of love and possessiveness, his eyes reddening as he kissed him fervently. "My wife, my rose, never leave." The following day, Tom took Sirong's hand, leading him to the dining hall, and thus, the entire Hogwarts learned of their bond. He departed with an air of satisfaction and politeness, leaving Sirong to face the furious professors at the frying pans. Of course, Tom did not escape unscathed. Albus was beside himself with rage, neglecting whether Tom was still at the ministry, sending a flurry of 18 angry letters. Eventually, unable to contain his ire, he stormed into Tom's office at the ministry, pointing an accusatory finger at him. On that day, employees outside the ministry heard the sounds of spells whizzing and the clattering of various items, artifacts, plates, and documents, alongside the furious shouts of a certain young Malfoy. "How dare you lay a hand on my godfather? And you hid it from me, speaking of old girlfriends. You're the old one. Fool. Ugly. Mudblood." Such exclamations revealed that young Malfoy was genuinely enraged. After berating Tom, with tear-filled eyes, he hurried back to Hogwarts. where he confronted Sirong, crying uncontrollably. The celestial lord, flustered, attempted to console the child, but the more he tried, the more chaotic it became. He eventually summoned Brewster to Hogwarts. Brewster, his face contorted, approached his tearful son, delivering a stern reprimand and dragging him back to Malfoy Manor. Oh, what a maddening day. Chapter 95. A joyous reunion and the tying of hearts. Regardless of Albus's resistance, Tom won Sirong's heart. This led young Malfoy to display a sour demeanor toward Tom for over a decade, steadfastly refusing to refer to him as his godmother. Yet, young Malfoy's defiance proved futile. 3 years later, Tom, having triumphantly secured the position of Minister of Magic, held roses aloft at the podium, proposing to the Celestial Lord. The rumors and societal judgments that Sirong had anticipated never materialized. The Celestial Lord understood the wizarding world's liberal nature, yet he was taken aback by the extent of it. While openness was indeed present, a few whispers still lingered. As for why such whispers never reached Sirong's ears, well, the Minister of Magic was watching you. On August 20th, 1955, the professors of Hogwarts prepared themselves and made their way to Amber Manor, accompanied by their families for the banquet. Tom donned a shirt with an organ pipe collar and a sharply tailored luxurious suit, leaning close to Sirong, speaking softly as he encouraged him to pluck a flower from his bouquet and pin it to the left lapel of his suit. Guests had never seen him in such a manner, leaving them utterly astounded. Sirong, unable to resist his whimsy, chose the most exquisite blossom, adorning Tom's left lapel, witnessing a smile of unparalleled tenderness bloom upon his face. That day, Amber Manor was resplendently decorated, adorned with beautiful champagne roses and fragrant gardenias, embodying the lavishness of a Western wedding, which made Sirong shyly avert his gaze. Everything here had been meticulously arranged by Tom. The language of champagne roses speaks of love being the greatest happiness in one's life, and longing for you the sweetest torment, for I am devoted to you alone. Gardenias represent eternal love and promises. That child. Sirong gently closed his eyes, hiding within the master bedroom, reluctant to emerge. Only hearing the raucous merriment of the Hogwarts professors outside. Albus, with a scowl, crossed his arms against the floral archway of the wedding, finding fault with every detail. He refrained from pounding on Sirong's bedroom door in a frenzy, wishing to spirit his godfather away, all in an effort to uphold the Malfoy dignity. Tom, initially flaunting a champagne glass before him, grew concerned when he noticed Sirong had yet to come out. He ascended the stairs, imploring him to emerge. Sirong, please come out. Even if just for a moment, all right? Sirong gripped his hand, lips pressed tightly together, cheeks flushed. Why should I let them see me? They can eat on their own, and leave once they finish. Tom paused, a pitiful smile gracing his features. But Sirong, if you do not appear, they will suspect that I am forcing you. Just as those words left his lips, he was met with a fierce glare from his beloved. Yet, Sirong ultimately succumbed to Tom's gentle persuasion, finally taking up a folding fan to vaguely shield his flushed face, allowing Tom to half lead, half embrace him as they entered the heart of the banquet. Fortunately, Tom, ever charming, only required Sirong's presence to exhibit his possessiveness, sparing the Celestial Lord from having to navigate the tumultuous social landscape. Before long, however, Sirong slipped away again. Albus and the disguised Gellert, arms crossed, observed him from either side, whispering inquiries into the details of his romance, primarily driven by a certain oblivious blonde. It is noteworthy that this ancient, extraordinary friend of his was not easily swayed, nor was he quick to fall in love, yet here he was, blooming anew, fueling their curiosity. In a distant corner of the banquet hall, Ensair held a wine glass, watching the grand festivities unfold, a smile creeping upon his lips as he savored the finest champagne. He shook his head softly, unsure whether to lament his master's entanglement in love or to marvel at how two such disparate souls could find their way to each other. Well, this was none of his concern. The strategist placed his champagne glass aside, casually accepting the robe offered by a servant, lightly brushing it off before quietly departing. The banquet did not last long, concluding before 10 o'clock. Clearly, a certain ancient celestial lord was reluctant to endure a lengthy wedding ceremony, transforming the event into a mere celebration of their union. As the glow of day faded and night enveloped the manor, the guests of Amber Manor departed, while house elves swiftly and silently tidied the remnants of the feast. Meanwhile, in the master bedroom on the second floor, the movements of the two hosts were concealed by thick curtains, the faint sounds of their breaths filling the air with a quiet yet heated intimacy, as pure as the snow atop the mountains, and as radiant as the moon amidst the clouds. After a protracted separation, we meet again with joy, and once more, I tie the knot of our hearts together. The end. Epilogue 1. The 5 years of separation for the young couple. Upon Sirong's return, he discovered that Tom had transformed from a figure of obsession into one of remarkable tenderness. It was not until a considerable time later, when he found himself occasionally drawn to social gatherings by Tom, that he began to perceive the fear others harbored towards the young man. They trembled in Tom's presence. But why? The celestial being cast a gentle glance and noticed the instinctive movement of those around him, as they almost knelt in reverence. With a silent closure of his eyes, he learned the art of self-deception. Why did the Ministry of Magic officials fear Tom? In truth, they had once been members of Tom Riddle's Knights of Walpurgis, later becoming the core of the Death Eaters. The crux of this fear lay in the 5 years during which Sirong was absent. At that time, during the summer of Tom's 5th year, the boy, overwhelmed with rage and panic at Sirong's sudden disappearance, shattered the pot containing the meticulously prepared seafood porridge. The subsequent letter he discovered only fueled his fury. Sirong had left? How could Sirong abandon him? Indeed, he was still disobedient. With a fierce grip, the boy crumpled the letter into a ball and hurled it aside, then unapologetically tore open the message Sirong had left for Dumbledore. Tom gazed at the letter, which stated Sirong's resignation from the Defense Against the Dark Arts position, expressing his intent to return to his distant homeland. His hands trembled uncontrollably. He could not discern whether he felt panic or rage. A chaotic storm of emotions swirled within him, akin to a mischievous kitten tangling with a ball of yarn. And that unruly kitten had simply vanished, as if to die, dissipating from his life. Tom could no longer hold onto the fragile letter. His hands faltered, collapsing against the nearby dining table. The paper fell gently to the floor, stained with thick seafood porridge. The boy clenched his teeth, forcing out a tear, faintly aware of the metallic tang lingering between his lips. He left? Just like that? Sirong, how cruel of you to leave behind this letter, condemning his heart, and to let himself inform Dumbledore of your departure? Tom endured, feeling as though his heart was being crushed under a mountain, yet it stubbornly continued to beat, as if it had fought countless times to remain alive, unwilling to concede to the death of his emotions. Trembling, he summoned the Malfoy family's eagle owl, dispatching the letter to Dumbledore, then collapsed onto the sofa, his eyes vacant as they fixated on the ceiling, his expression shrouded in darkness. How disobedient, my Rose. I must know where you have gone. Once I uncover your whereabouts, I shall intoxicate you with the nectar of the immortals and then bring about your demise. I shall let your blood stain my body inch by inch, dissolve into me, and live on through me. Only a corpse is obedient. The living are always plagued by myriad thoughts. All I need is to discover where Sirong has gone. Unable to suppress his fury, Tom struck the wall with a fist, feeling the warm, metallic taste of blood trickling down. Yet, as he withdrew his arm, he found himself unscathed. Indeed, he and Sirong shared a bond of life and death. He laughed maniacally, both obsessed and despondent, and with a wild expression, drew out his wand, slowly carving scars into his own arm. He watched, entranced, as the blood welled and faded away, a dreamy smile gracing his lips, as if he could already see the distant figure perceiving the wounds on his own body. Dear Sirong, my beloved Rose, does your heart ache? Does your body suffer? Can you feel the warmth of your own blood? Can you sense how heartbroken I am? He gently kissed the back of his hand, hoping that the beloved would perceive his affection. If only that person could return, he would forgive all. But Tom was met with disappointment. No matter how many deep gashes he inflicted upon himself, Sirong seemed to remain impervious to all harm, obstinately staying miles away. As the days dragged on for half a month, Tom finally descended into madness. He began feverishly searching for the treasures left behind by the founders of Hogwarts, mercilessly attacking those who obstructed his path, either slashing or tormenting them with the Cruciatus curse, forcing them into agonized cries. He would remain still, quietly listening to the wails of the vanquished, his expression a blend of anguish and a peculiar kind of affection, softly inquiring, "Does it hurt? Have you realized your mistake?" Yet, he often received no satisfactory answers. Subsequently, he would drain the blood from his victims with a keen blade, attempting to discern what magic could preserve the corpses for eternity, as if diligently and reverently preparing for something. Because these deaths were too mundane, the various Ministry of Magic officials dismissed them, surprisingly sparing Tom from any suspicion. Soon, he amassed the treasures of the Hogwarts founders. The school year commenced at Hogwarts, which only deepened Tom's dissatisfaction. Indeed, the position of Defense Against the Dark Arts professor had been filled. With a bloodthirsty smile, he contemplated slaughtering the new professor, dismembering them and disposing of their remains in the perilous Forbidden Forest, thereby preserving a position for his absent lover. Yet, he maintained a shred of sanity. Ultimately, he feared Sirong might suddenly return to Hogwarts and discover that he was responsible for all that had transpired, despite the minuscule likelihood of such a scenario. He suppressed his murderous urges and applied for the 7th-year nude examinations, effortlessly passing with top marks, before embarking on his journey of exploration. though termed an exploration. It was merely a quest to find Sirong. He hastened towards the lands of the east, only to find himself utterly astonished. He was repelled by an invisible barrier, unable to approach even an inch. Such a vast disparity in power. Unless Sirong personally came to join forces with him, it was impossible to breach this barrier. Tom seethed with frustration, yet no matter how malevolent his magic, he could not budge the eastern enchantment even a fraction, as if Merlin himself stood in the east. Weary of their beastly antics, he circled the eastern lands, wreaking havoc everywhere, yet the barrier remained unyielding. Tom felt the bitter pangs of a heart on the verge of shattering, suddenly grasping the meaning of reaching the ends of the earth and the depths of the underworld. He knelt outside the eastern barrier, clutching the soil beyond its grasp, his silky black hair pressed against the ground, his vacant gaze fixed upon the stars above. He murmured softly, "North Star." That was the constellation Sirong had taught him. He laughed at himself in self-mockery, tears streaming down his face, his laughter tinged with heartbreak. "I realize my mistakes," he uttered weakly, his voice trembling uncontrollably. "Will you come back?" Epilogue 2, an alternate line. The schemer missed his rose. Seasons passed, and Sirong did not return. Tom sat in the Minister of Magic's office, surveying the lavish gold and silver artifacts adorning the surroundings, engaged in the bustle of meetings. The Ministry of Magic's Death Eaters. He toiled amidst the flurry, yet stubbornly returned each night to the Amber Manor to rest. Embracing a quilt that had long lost the familiar scent of the one he cherished, casting a sleeping spell to end the interminable day. Day after day, Sirong has yet to return. At times, Tom finds himself amusingly absurd. Perhaps he should not have been so calculating from the very beginning. It is essential to remember that Sirong was someone who could be easily deceived by a touch of innocence. That person is gentle and sincere, yet remarkably astute. How could he not see through Tom's arrogance? How could he not perceive the depths of his scheming? Perhaps Tom has also experienced Sirong's tender and indulgent love. In those days, the youthful Tom was insatiably greedy, wanting more and more, but now, the young man who has utterly lost that person clings to the past, even refraining from overstepping boundaries due to the expectations held by that individual. Occasionally, he cannot suppress his yearning and, fearing that Sirong might completely forget him, selfishly hopes for a reminder in the form of a kiss mark on his own hand. Seasons change, and as time passes, Sirong has also parted ways with Zhang Daoshang. After all, no one can resist the allure of immortality. His ageless visage, unmarred by illness, and his amicable relations with Zhang Daoshang have made him a target of attention. He sought refuge on a perilous mountain peak, isolating himself in the cold heights just as he had after leaving Yunheng, accompanied only by the myriad birds and beasts of the mountains. Though traces of kisses still appear on his skin, they are no longer as frequent as before, seemingly signaling that the boy is gradually forgetting him. With a sigh, Sirong, having nothing to occupy his time, began constructing a wooden cabin, enlisting the help of various creatures, and in doing so, rediscovered a semblance of the youthful joy he once possessed. Decades passed, and the world below transformed in ways unimaginable. Plans to install cables on this lofty mountain emerged. But Sirong, unwilling to be discovered, abandoned this refuge in favor of Kunlun. Now, the landscape is truly an icy expanse. Sirong sighed silently as he fashioned an ice house atop the glacier, creating a protective barrier and carving out an ice bed reminiscent of the cold jade bed from his days of learning. He mused in his solitude. What could that child be like now? What has become of Tom? He has long ascended to the powerful position of Minister of Magic. Unlike the mere century of life for mortals in the East, this group of wizards can easily live for 300 years, 500 years even. Thus, Tom has remained in office as minister for a full 300 years. When this realization dawned upon him, he felt as though he were falling into an abyss of ice. He understood that Sirong would never return. Now, he can only faintly deduce what Sirong might be doing from the scars left behind, and he can only confirm the man's continued existence through his own survival. The rest of it, the pocket watch left by Sirong, the very one that rescued him from the orphanage, adorned with cloisonne and mother of pearl, seemed to bring him a measure of solace. Solace indeed? What difference does it make if he finds none? Between himself and Sirong, it has always been a game of his own intricate machinations, while Sirong merely needed to make his choice. This inexplicably absurd guardianship began with that ludicrous adoption, rooted in his own unwillingness and having long since dissipated into silence a century prior. All that remains is Amber Manor. It stands there unwaveringly, a testament to the reality of all that has transpired. Tom believed he had achieved closure. Yet, when his body felt the unrelenting cold, he could not help but worry about Sirong, wherever he might be. That man, so powerful and evidently protected by magic, how could he fear the cold? Suddenly, Tom paused, reclining comfortably on the bed in their master bedroom. He came to a realization. It is Sirong who is relinquishing his life. Yes, it is Sirong forsaking existence. The immortal spirit, weary and solitary in this absurd world, having witnessed enough of the joys and sorrows, conspiracies and intrigues, gradually succumbs to a profound emptiness amidst the swirling snow. On that day, Sirong dispersed all his spiritual energy, quietly lying on the ice bed he had carved. Feeling the cold gradually invade his veins, the heartbeat slowing with each passing moment. His slender, fair fingers began to turn purple, and delicate frost formed on his cheeks. The lilac-hued silk robe he wore grew increasingly rigid with cold. Tom, huddled together in the frigid air, seemed to sense a wave of warmth, and thus, comforted. He embraced the pillow and blanket left behind by Sirong, drifting into slumber. He felt as though he glimpsed a white light. At the end of that light, he saw a silhouette clad in silk robes, a rose delicately sipping tea, who glanced back at him with a smile, saying softly, "You have come." Tom could not restrain the tears that welled up. He rushed forward, but halted abruptly before reaching that person, gently taking their hand and kissing it. "I realize I was wrong." He spoke fervently of the changes he had undergone over the years, concluding with a soft plea, "Now, may I walk with you?" Extra Chapter 3. I am jealous of another version of myself. When the original Tom meets the couple in this story, Sirong has always harbored a keen interest in the knowledge of the Muggle world, particularly theories concerning time and space. Perhaps, unbeknownst to him, he still clings to the fanciful notion of returning to the past. During such moments, Tom gazes deeply into Sirong's eyes, interrupting the focused immortal with various excuses, be it a passionate kiss, a pressing matter in the magical realm, or an ardent embrace. Yet, none of these distractions could quell Sirong's fascination with parallel universes. He disregarded the arm Tom had wrapped around his waist, chuckling softly. "Tom, have you seen the Muggles' new theories?" He recited an extensive passage, summarizing, "They believe that in different parallel universes, events may unfold with varying outcomes. Tell me, if parallel universes truly exist, what might those other worlds be like?" Seizing the opportunity, Tom snatched the book from Sirong's hands, tossing it aside, and tilted Sirong's chin, stealing a kiss that met no resistance. "I do not care what other worlds may be like," he breathed, suppressing the desire stirring within him. "As long as I have you, that is enough. If the other versions of me possess you, then I would be envious. If they do not, then that version of me has no reason to exist." His heart danced in his chest. Sirong's earlobes flushed a deep crimson once more. Tom took advantage of the moment, pressing Sirong into the sofa, his hands mischievously tugging at the intricate ties of the immortal's robe. Suddenly, the lights flickered off and then blazed back to life, the room filled with the sound of another's breath. Sirong's expression shifted to one of caution as he narrowed his eyes. Tom, maintaining his composure, grasped his wand and unleashed a powerful dark magic spell. Sirong furrowed his brow, sensing a familiar soul. He halted abruptly, raising his hand to block the spells being exchanged, stopping Tom. "Wait, that seems to be you." Tom fell silent, staring incredulously at what lay before him, only to see a smooth, egg-like figure, his youthful visage contorted in disbelief. "How is this possible?" Tom gritted his teeth. If he were to become such a grotesque version of himself, Sirong would never love him. Who could have transformed him into this wretched state? On the other side, Voldemort fell into silence, his crimson eyes sweeping over the intimate pair, immediately recognizing one of them as his younger self. He glowered at Tom, hissing, "What is your relationship with him?" Sirong possesses an extraordinary composure, likely due to his own descent into this realm a millennium ago, rendering him the most formidable among the three. With a gentle push, he nudged Tom aside, swiftly confiscating Voldemort's wand. In the face of the latter's heightened vigilance, he offered a soft smile and suggested, "Why not sit down for a detailed conversation?" The trio settled before the expansive window. Tom and Voldemort exchanged silence, while Sirong, seemingly unperturbed, lowered his gaze, a faint smile gracing his lips as he leisurely brewed his tea. Voldemort scrutinized the two individuals across from him. Truth be told, were it not for this visage, he would hardly recognize himself. When had the Dark Lord ever acquiesced to another's command? In his youth, he had been relentlessly ambitious and industrious. Never had he squandered time in such a manner. When had he encountered such a peerless figure? With too many questions swirling in his mind, his unstable soul bred suspicion and ire. Yet this did not imply that the Dark Lord had lost his judgment. He narrowed his blood-red eyes, their eerie hue striking terror. However, the two before him remained unfazed. Tom maintained a tranquil demeanor, while Sirong pondered, somewhat inappropriately, on the crimson eyes of the Rabbit Demon clan, sensing the faint and unstable soul emanating from Voldemort. He realized that this peculiar eye color might stem from a fragmented soul, influencing his temperament towards volatility. Nevertheless, based on the strength he sensed, this Tom, in this world, remained a top-tier powerhouse. How intriguing. Yet, such a waste of time was unsuitable. Sirong cleared his throat lightly and smiled, inquiring, "What shall I call you?" "Lucius Malfoy," came the curt reply from Voldemort. Sirong raised an eyebrow, a subtle smirk playing on his lips as he glanced at the silent Tom, who seemed uncharacteristically still. Tom tensed, harboring resentment toward this so-called other self. Frustrated, he bit his teeth and demanded, "How could you allow yourself to become this?" Voldemort retorted defiantly, "Better than desperately ingratiating yourself to this Eastern individual." His chilling demeanor was meant to intimidate the treacherous Death Eaters. At this, Sirong couldn't help but lift his teacup, attempting to mask his fleeting expressions, regretting having employed legitimacy. He disregarded Tom's noisy complaints, focusing instead on Voldemort's thoughts, which revealed, "Cursed Lucius Malfoy, when I return, I shall ensure he suffers tenfold." Upon hearing that familiar surname, Sirong's heart skipped a beat. He raised an eyebrow, cautiously probing, "By the way, Tom, do you have a good relationship with Abraxas Malfoy in your world?" He had never referred to Abraxas by his full name. Tom couldn't help but glance at him, a hint of amusement flickering in his gaze. "I've never seen you engage in small talk. It's rather charming." Voldemort paused, momentarily taken aback by the question. The air grew silent, and for a fleeting moment, Sirong wondered if his legitimacy had faltered. Fortunately, soon enough, Voldemort's thoughts resumed. "Abraxas possesses ambition and capability, yet lacks loyalty. The Dark Lord requires no servant who would rival him." In that instant, Sirong's emotions became quite intricate. His two offspring had crossed paths, yet one remained impressive while the other had fragmented himself. The complexities of a father's heart were difficult to articulate. Despite the incompleteness of this thought, he had already surmised the fate of the other Abraxas. Contemplating this, he leaned back, unwilling to pursue further discourse. Tom noticed Sirong's change in demeanor and felt perplexed. He attempted to probe into the other self's thoughts, yet it seemed that this alternate version was equally adept at such abilities, leaving them both in the dark. As he caught a glimpse of Tom's forlorn expression, Sirong sighed softly and finally asked, "Is Lucius the child of Abraxas?" Voldemort's expression contorted in surprise, hissing threateningly, "You dare invade the Dark Lord's mind." With his anger, the surrounding silverware rattled ominously. Sirong raised his hand, and the silverware promptly quieted, his countenance cold and exquisite. "You killed Abraxas." Tom's eyes widened in shock as he witnessed Voldemort's fury erupt. Though he and Abraxas shared a fraternal bond, he pondered whether, had he not encountered Sirong, Abraxas would have treated him in such a manner. Would he have been capable of killing him? Voldemort paced, his face twisted in rage, "And so what? Anyone who obstructs the Dark Lord's ambitions deserves death. You must understand, only I am destined for immortality." The latter part was directed at Tom. Tom's expression darkened, a surge of murderous intent bubbling within him. Sirong leaned against his chair, propping his head with a calm demeanor, ready to withdraw at any moment. Eager to discern Tom's perspective, just as the thought crossed his mind, Tom spoke, looking straight at Voldemort, his earlier fury now completely subdued. "You are truly pathetic," he declared. "You lack grace, have never encountered someone stronger, and have never received love. You can only chase after absurd phantoms. On this path, no one will ever consider you, nor will you trust anyone. You poor creature." Voldemort froze momentarily, his rage intensifying. "What did you say? How dare a mere child question the great Dark Lord? The Dark Lord is the most powerful wizard in existence. Unassailable." A flicker of pity crossed Tom's eyes, oddly mirroring Sirong, leaving the latter both touched and astonished. He continued, "You have never possessed grace. Perhaps someone could love you, but you do not trust them. You have never known love, and thus you pursue it in a twisted manner, all the while deriding it." It was evident that they were indeed one and the same. A heartfelt confession could incite another's ire. Sirong silently twirled his fingers, understanding the child's suffering, yet never having heard him articulate it aloud. A wave of emotion surged within him. This sentiment was transmitted through their bond, reaching Tom's heart. He paused, glancing at Sirong, before gently drawing him into an embrace, offering silent comfort. Sirong smiled softly, burying his face in Tom's neck. This seemingly provoked Voldemort. He could not discern whether he was more wounded or enraged. The notion that he would ever allow another to approach the Dark Lord's neck in such an intimate, yet perilous manner was unfathomable to him. He cast a glance at Sirong, the possessiveness swelling within him driving him to madness. Voldemort recognized that if it were not for the utmost excellence, his alternate self would not even glance in that direction. Thus, he too desired it. Yet, it was this Eastern individual who could effortlessly seize the Dark Lord's wand. His expression darkened, contemplating a strategy to eliminate this self and take his place. Sirong sensed this turmoil and furrowed his brow lightly. Just as he prepared to create space for Voldemort to cool down, a commotion erupted from the fireplace. A A certain platinum peacock announced its presence before being seen. Father. Sirong tilted his head slightly, while Tom eyed Voldemort warily. Then, before the gathered crowd, two identical platinum heads emerged from the fireplace. Upon recognizing each other, they both gasped in surprise. The two platinum peacocks, identical in height and appearance, even sharing a striking resemblance in their meticulously styled hair, were distinguished only by the subtle nuances in their expressions, one astonished, the other cautious. Sirong narrowed his eyes and deftly identified the correct ub, gesturing towards him while nodding at the other ub, signaling that he had grasped the situation. It seemed, then, that no introduction was necessary. Although he had already been apprised of the circumstances during his time at Malfoy Manor, the other ub was momentarily taken aback by Ab's instinctual trust in Sirong. Nevertheless, due to his inherent faith in all Malfoy capabilities, he decided to extend his trust to the Oriental individual before him. Soon, he noticed Tom beside Sirong, his expression turning ominous. However, he maintained his decorum, offering a gentlemanly bow to the host before greeting Tom with a feigned smile. Mr. Riddle, we must have a serious discussion regarding your attempt on my life following the establishment of our shared Death Eater framework. He remained composed, rational, and elegantly restrained. Yet his inner thoughts betrayed a different sentiment. Damn that half-blood. What lineage of Gunther? Merely a family long past its prime. Who cares for its glory from a millennium ago? Without the support of the Malfoy family, you would never have reached this point, and yet you dare to attempt to control the Malfoy lineage. Voldemort's eyes narrowed coldly as he scrutinized the two unexpected Abraxases. The ub regarded Tom with a complex expression. Would Tom treat him like the other Tom? Surely not. Tom paused, quickly realizing the situation, but before he could speak, Sirong interjected, Mr. Malfoy, I believe you ought to direct your inquiries to Mr. Riddle here. Both Abraxases turned their gaze towards Tom, their eyes widening in disbelief. Ub tugged at Sirong's sleeve. Godfather, who is this? This is a person? Lack of hair is one thing, but no nose and skin so pale it appears tainted. Sirong quietly informed him of the identity of the egg-shaped figure across the table. Ub looked at Tom incredulously, while Tom, astonishingly, grasped his meaning, seething in silence. The other ub, in utter disbelief, exclaimed, This is Riddle? It cannot be. The Riddle of yore was striking and charismatic. I dare say a significant portion of the Death Eaters followed him for his personal allure. How could he have devolved into this snake-faced man? What a tragedy. The two Malfoys, who had always placed great importance on appearances, found it difficult to comprehend. Fully attuned to their thoughts, Sirong remained silent for a moment before chuckling softly. He raised his hand and, with a flick of his power, sealed the magical circulation of the four. Clapping his hands cheerfully, let us first enjoy dinner. In an unspoken agreement, the four fell silent for a moment, while the outsiders, Ub and Voldemort, had no choice but to acquiesce. Yet, Ub trusted his own judgment and quickly managed to regain his composure, casually seating himself at the table. Tom seized the advantageous position beside Sirong, while Ub cast a disgruntled glance at him before defiantly taking a seat next to the other Ub. In this gathering, Voldemort was perhaps the most uncomfortable, yet he leaned back in his chair, exuding an intimidating presence, showing no signs of being subdued. After a simple meal, the two Abraxases brightened, with the other Ub politely inquiring about the ingredients and preparation of each dish. Tom, feeling satisfied, served Sirong, reveling in his presence. While casting a challenging look at his counterpart, Sirong gently pressed Tom's hand, responding to the other Ab's questions. Voldemort sat quietly to the side, observing their interaction in silence. The celestial being, catching sight of him, kindly offered a dessert. Voldemort grew even more silent, fixating on the confection, lost in thought. As dusk fell, Sirong escorted the two Abraxases back to Malfoy Manor, where the guest felt more at ease, especially since he had not seen his parents in a long time. Although they were not the same, it provided a measure of comfort. Soon, only the two Toms remained at Amber Manor, with Sirong feeling content to leave the stage to them, allowing them to resolve their issues independently. Tom, feeling the weight of his position as the host and the victor in Sirong's affections, resolved to extend kindness to the defeated. He lowered himself, initiating a dialogue. After sharing the trajectory of his life, Voldemort seemed to recognize the benefits of exchanging information and began to recount his own journey. Initially, Tom listened with sympathy, then nodding in agreement. When the topic of Horcruxes arose, he even engaged in enthusiastic discussion. However, when Voldemort recounted his defeat at the hands of an infant and his subsequent flight to the Albanian forests, Tom's expression shifted to one of disdain. What was even more intolerable was the revelation that he had humiliated himself by subsisting on dead mice while fused with a snake. In truth, he understood the egg-shaped figure's sentiments. They echoed his own from years past. The disgraceful must be eradicated, and the sources of his failures must be obliterated. Yet, He remained curious as to why the intellect and emotional acuity of his other self had so drastically declined. Upon learning that this was a side effect of the Horcruxes, he finally came to appreciate Sirong's prior intervention, suppressing a swell of affection as he gazed at the individual quietly arranging a platter of pastries by the floor-to-ceiling window. Tom suddenly felt that he had no need to quarrel with Voldemort any longer. Thus, he began to treat the guest with kindness, meticulously explaining the organizational structure of the Death Eaters and strongly suggesting Voldemort consider making changes. Sirong, casting a gentle sidelong glance, could not help but lower his gaze, smiling with satisfaction. From that day forth, Voldemort began to join them for meals. He watched as Tom proudly took charge in the kitchen, while the Celestial being stood nearby, occasionally passing spices. The two individuals were seated unervingly close. Voldemort, harboring an envy he was unaware of, could not help but grip Sirong's wrist as Tom asked him to bring out the dishes. Sirong glanced over, observing the hints of Tom's past ruthlessness and helplessness reflected in those crimson eyes, offering a silent, comforting smile. "Are you hungry? It's time to eat, Tom." Voldemort longed to hold him, to embrace him as Tom did, conjuring countless excuses in his heart to draw closer, yet an invisible barrier kept him at bay. It was evident that Sirong's boundless indulgence was reserved solely for this version of himself. Not even the other self could receive a fraction of the favored treatment. Voldemort felt envy. Voldemort felt jealousy. He yearned to bind him and return to his own world, declaring to the wizarding realm that the Dark Lord had found his new bride. Yet, he could not control Sirong. In that moment, everything clicked into place. He understood why this version of himself was willing to endure and undertake the intricate responsibilities of the Minister of Magic, suppressing his insatiable thirst for power. Because, compared to the Oriental figure before him, those ambitions seemed as trivial as chaff. This Oriental individual was truly remarkable, Voldemort mused, yet this person embodied life itself, a semblance of eternity. Sirong sensed something amiss but chose not to voice it. 3 days later, at the lunch table, he softly remarked, "The intertwining of characters from two worlds, with the absence of a vital figure from the other world, may lead to its collapse." Both men looked up at him, and he felt a twinge of remorse. At that moment, the two Abraxases arrived punctually, responding to the invitation. The visitor, Abu, cast a lingering glance at the fireplace, reluctant to part from his parents and equally unwilling to release the hand of his counterpart. The Malfoy lineage was one of singular descent. They had always grown up in solitude, devoid of siblings. In recent days, the two Abus had worked in unison to tackle various matters, achieving remarkable results through their shared thoughts, which yielded double the efficiency. They operated seamlessly, akin to a well-rehearsed symphony, finding camaraderie in their mutual understanding. Yet, everyone was aware that such indulgence was not permissible. With a deft flourish, Sirong drew a diagram that outlined the grand array of time and space, radiating with ephemeral light. Voldemort regarded Abu, his crimson eyes devoid of the usual murderous intent. Surprised, the other Abu smiled and waved his hand. They were both Slytherins. After all, there was no need to vocalize the sentiments residing deep within their hearts. Abu extended his hand, and Voldemort gently clasped it before turning to Sirong, softly inquiring if they could be returned to their former time. Sirong, with a knowing smile, gestured toward the center of the magical array. In the blink of an eye, they vanished from the Amber Manor. Reluctantly, Abu took a step forward, feeling a tinge of grievance, and turned to plunge into Sirong's embrace for solace. However, the fabric against his cheek felt amiss. Upon lifting his gaze, he found himself face to face with that insufferable Tom. His expression darkened, and he shoved the other away, losing any inclination to seek Sirong's affection, and in a huff, he stepped into the fireplace, returning to Malfoy Manor. Tom turned, mimicking Abu's earlier forlorn demeanor as he enveloped Sirong in his arms. He pressed closer, pinning Sirong against the wall, his eyes deep and pleading for comfort. Sirong found himself at a loss, his lips brushing against the youth's in a gentle peck, only to be swiftly ensnared in a passionate embrace by Tom. In the side story titled Wedding Crasher, it became evident that he could scarcely bear to see another version of himself bask in happiness. Under Tom's insistence, their wedding plans were firmly set. On that day, Sirong, clad in formal attire, sat in the master bedroom, reluctant to descend. At his age, why should he partake in such affairs? The Celestial being fumed inwardly. At that moment, the bedroom door silently creaked open, yet he felt the intrusion, his cheeks flushing as he softly reprimanded, "Tom, I told you I wouldn't go." Tom's dark gaze bore into him as he shut the door behind him. How unexpected. Mere moments ago, he had slain that detestable witch in the forests of Albania, and now he found himself back at Amber Manor, confronted by the festive atmosphere. The decorations were unmistakably for a wedding. Who was Sirong marrying? He seized the guest, employing the soul-binding charm to effortlessly extract the information he sought. His simmering anger accumulated as he observed the guests extending their congratulations, gripping his wand tightly as he ascended to the second floor of Amber Manor. Upon entering the room, he beheld the sight of a flustered yet compliant Sirong. How obedient! How could he remain here quietly, awaiting the arrival of another version of himself to shower him with affection? Yet how audacious! How dare he wait for another self in secret? He heard Sirong's awkward refusal and recognized it as mere pride. This realization twisted his smile further. Clutching his wand, he approached Sirong, clearly noticing the flush upon the celestial being's cheeks. With a grin, he seized Sirong's neck, and meeting the look of astonishment in his eyes, he savagely claimed those lips. The metallic tang of blood instantly permeated the air. Sirong, startled, gently pushed him away, signaling his discomfort. Yet, the boy was unabashed. His eyes reddened as he tore at Sirong's garments, sinking his teeth into the celestial being's neck, enacting what he deemed fitting retribution. Sirong endured the pain, softly biting his own bleeding lips as he whispered, "What has happened? Do not worry, I am here." Tom bit down harder on Sirong's neck, sensing the gentle tremor of the celestial being. Yet he also felt the warmth and indulgence in Sirong's embrace. Unbeknownst to him, tears streamed down his face, mingling with the salty blood he had drawn. The person in his arms quivered slightly, as if in considerable pain. Tom snapped back to reality, caressing Sirong's lips, collecting the blood that dripped from them, softly asking, "Will you marry me?" Sirong attempted to turn his head, but was restrained by the seemingly light motion, and could only nod hastily, offering a faint smile as he replied, "Did I not agree long ago? Or are you having second thoughts? Unwilling to live with a monster like me?" Tom's smile morphed into one of sorrow, his voice tinged with anguish as he leaned his lips against Sirong's neck, murmuring, "I am willing, but you must always be willing too, never to leave my side." He produced the half bottle of elixir of immortality left behind by someone, a potion he had been reluctant to consume, took a sip, and pressed his lips against Sirong's. Sirong instinctively swallowed, feeling a slight haze envelop him. He heard Tom's voice, "Will you marry me? Will you not, Rome?" Sirong nodded gently, raising a hand to support his somewhat dizzy forehead. Seizing the moment, Tom lifted Sirong into his arms, positioning the flask at Sirong's lips, kissing the celestial being as he coaxed him to drink the potion entirely. "Drink this, and I shall ensure you do not have to go downstairs, all right?" Sirong, in a daze, consumed nearly half a flask of the elixir, a faint fragrance wafting through the air as his eyelids grew heavy, resting against Tom, unaware if he had succumbed to drunkenness or slumber. Tom gathered Sirong closer, meticulously adjusting the celestial being's garments, preparing to take him away. At this juncture, the youthful Tom, filled with joy from the wedding festivities, lightly ascended the stairs and gentlemanly knocked on the door. "My dear Rose, would you accompany me downstairs?" The Tom inside abruptly froze. Before he could comprehend the situation, the youthful Tom gently pushed the door open. "Just a moment, I want to force you." The two locked eyes, frozen in place. The youthful Tom keenly detected the mingling sense of alcohol and blood in the air, immediately realizing that this uninvited guest had intoxicated Sirong with the elixir, rendering the celestial being quite inebriated. And this person intended to carry away his beloved Sirong, who was now barely conscious. The youthful Tom gripped his wand tightly. Yet, the youthful Tom, emboldened, cradled Sirong in his arms, casting a defiant glance. "What's wrong? Are you angry?" With a twisted smile, he drew Sirong closer, lifting him horizontally, pride and heartache dancing in his eyes. "If you have the ability, go ahead and kill me." The youthful Tom hesitated, glancing at the inebriated Sirong, sneering as he proclaimed, "Now I understand who you are. Rome may have left, but he will always return, just as he does now. However, if you take him away, he shall never come back. What difference does it make?" The youthful Tom replied coldly. He left without a word, departing in such haste, leaving me alone. "Tom," the youthful version interrupted, "go to the Ministry of Magic. Rome will return." The youthful Tom, obstinate, retorted, "I do not believe it. Whether he returns is uncertain. But right now, I have a compliant Rose before me. Why must I wait for another? We are one and the same, you and I." He gazed at the inebriated Rose in his arms, infatuation evident in his tone. "He deserves his punishment. He will either perish on my bed or succumb to my blade, becoming Amber, my eternal collection." The youthful Tom narrowed his eyes, seizing the opportunity to cast a powerful sleep spell, catching the nearly falling Sirong just in time. He cast a cold gaze upon the remnants of his former self, loathing, and exclaimed, "Do you comprehend why Rome chose to depart? It is precisely due to your demeanor, which perpetually disregarded his will and dignity. If you yearn for his return, then manifest your sincerity." He berated his past self, drawing upon the insights gleaned from 5 years of restless contemplation. Today marks the wedding of Rong and me. If you wish to remain, then do so quietly. If not, begone at once. No one shall dare to wrest him from my grasp, least of all you." The youthful Tom's eyes glinted ominously as he regarded him and the unconscious Sirong in his arms. "Why not? Are we not one and the same?" He chuckled, wiping the faint trace of blood from the corner of his lips, rising to dust off non-existent debris from his attire. "Very well, as you assert. My rose shall return sooner or later." Then, he glanced at the inebriated Xianjun, as if a feral dog had discovered its chain, and spoke softly. "Let us share him until that day arrives, shall we? Do you not trust yourself?" The young Tom's countenance darkened to an extreme, and he unhesitatingly rejected the proposition. A fool's dream. The boy laughed heartily, challenging him. "When you say that, are you honoring Sirong's wishes or merely succumbing to your own possessiveness? Unwilling to permit anyone even a glimpse of him? In that light, how do you differ from me?" The young Tom retorted with sharp irony. "At least I wear my mask well." The two stood in opposition, neither yielding to the other. It became evident that he, of such a nature, could not bear to see another version of himself find happiness. Extra 5, alternate line, Little Xianjun. Yunhing sect, Yunha Peak. Sirong had just quelled a disturbance caused by demons in the mortal realm and returned with his fellow disciples. While he could maintain an air of composure and reliability outside, the moment he arrived home, he shed his facade and reverted to a childlike demeanor. He dashed to his master's humble abode, carelessly perched upon the footstool before his master, clinging to his master's leg and pouting, "Master, I missed you so much." "Did you miss me?" The Yunha Taoist chuckled, gently ruffling his hair, responding in a soothing tone, "Indeed. What demon did our little Rong defeat this time?" Sirong perked up immediately, his small mouth chattering animatedly about the demon's malicious intentions, describing the perils faced by the common folk, and recounting how he descended from the heavens to vanquish the demon and return victorious. The Yunha Taoist found himself both amused and exasperated. "Our little Rong is truly remarkable. Have you seen your senior brother? He has been busy in the kitchen, making all sorts of pastries and candied hawthorns, eagerly awaiting your return." "Really?" With his master's nod of confirmation, Sirong sprang to his feet and dashed outside, his azure robe billowing in the sunlight like the shadows of a bamboo grove. "Senior brother." Even before his arrival, his voice had already reached them. The elder brother, somewhat resigned, thrust the candied hawthorn he held into a straw target, turning to open his arms just in time to catch his exuberant little junior. "Is our little Rong back? Have you seen the master?" Sirong nodded obediently, receiving a gentle poke on his nose from his brother. "You little glutton, abandoning the master to rush over here?" Though his brother spoke teasingly, he nevertheless fetched the straw rack, allowing Sirong to select his favorite. While indulging him in action, he still maintained a rational tone, gently advising, "You can only have one today. Too many spiritual fruits will overwhelm your meridians." He watched as his little junior drooped, batting his eyes in a subtle display of charm, attempting to persuade him to indulge a bit more, which made him chuckle. He then turned to stow away the candied hawthorn rack and brought forth several plates of pastries, coaxing, "You can't have too many candied hawthorns, but I've prepared some gentle pastries for you, and those you can enjoy." Sirong immediately brightened, his cheeks stuffed with food as he clung to his brother's arm, mumbling praises, "You're the best, senior brother." He received a light thump on the head in response. "Stop your nonsense. If the master finds out, he'll be jealous and punish me." They laughed and frolicked into the wine cellar, retrieving the wine intended for their upcoming dinner. It was none other than Xianren Zue. The master had an impressive tolerance for alcohol. Others could barely manage 3 rounds. Yet he could consume 3 bottles while remaining clear-headed. As for the elder brother, his tolerance was not as formidable, but had been honed through socializing in the immortal realm, enabling him to manage 2 bottles. As for Sirong, he had yet to taste wine. That night, under a canopy of twinkling stars, the 3 of them sat at a small stone table by the bamboo grove. The elder brother placed an array of delicacies made from spiritual beasts and herbs on the table, smiling as he served Sirong. The master watched them with a gentle shake of his head, savoring his drink in a kindly manner. The elder brother would accompany Sirong for a few bites, but the vast majority of the food ended up in Sirong's belly. After all, the 2 older ones were not as gluttonous as he was, and they could never quite suppress their appetites. Once the spirited little junior had eaten his fill, he began plotting mischief regarding the wine tasting with his master and brother. While the elder brother turned to converse with the master, Sirong stealthily reached for his brother's wine cup, careful not to be detected, and gulped down a small cup of wine, then quietly returned the cup. The 2 had long noticed his little antics, but chose not to expose him. Watching as he downed the entire cup, his face turning red and leaning dizzily against his brother. The elder brother, quite helpless, embraced him, casting a reproachful glance at the master. "You said it would be fine to let him drink a little." The Yunhe Daoist had not anticipated that his little disciple would have such a low tolerance for alcohol. Hearing this, he chuckled kindly, shaking his head gently. It seems that for future banquets in the immortal realm, we must inform other sects to refrain from placing wine on little Rong's table. The elder brother looked at the old rascal with exasperation, half squatting to lift Sirong onto his back, laughing wryly. I'll take him back first. Then return to discuss serious matters with the master. A gentle breeze swept through the bamboo grove. The Yunhe Daoist observed his two beloved disciples, who displayed a brotherly camaraderie. And he smiled contentedly while stroking his snow-white beard, taking a delicate sip of Xianren Zue. Let it continue like this, he mused. What need is there to seek any grand path? He gazed up at the night sky, raising his cup in a casual salute, laughing heartily as he drained the contents. Inevitably hearing his elder disciple's incessant chatter, he supported his forehead, caught between half-drunkenness and lucidity, as the gentle breeze swayed. The mountains and rivers may stretch far, but nothing surpasses this moment.